Remote Duel Invitational. We are here. I am Marcello Barberi.
And Alberto Marazzi.
And we are going to be your commentators for this incredible weekend of Yu-Gi-Oh! Streaming live here from Rome, where it actually, the cup came to. Sorry, English fans. Sorry, Luke, in the background. But yeah, we are gonna try and entertain you guys for the weekend. We have a lot of action coming up. And just like other times, we were here back in March for the first Invitational for 2021. And we have, again, 16 incredible duelists who had to fight hard to qualify for this weekend. And they're gonna try their best to bring their trophies to their home. But first of all, what I want to do is to bring up on the screen what are going to be the rules for this weekend tournament. As always, this advanced constructed format, but ever since remote dueling, we increased the timing from 40 minutes to 50 to just grant a little bit more freedom to our duelists with the technicalities. But yeah, best of three, single elimination. And if you're wondering what happens if we go into timeout, let's bring up the rulings. So for timeout, as always, again, the duel would be declared a draw, but since the format for this event is 16 direct elimination, there won't be no draws, and a player and a winner must be decided. So we might actually get to see some sudden death games, which are always quite exciting to see. But as I mentioned, the journey from this event was players from all over Europe competing in our qualifiers, but at the end is the best and top 16 players. So we prepare some tokens for you guys to enjoy. So let's bring up the players overview and the first 8 duelists. So what do you think about these first guys, Alberto?
I think these guys really earned their spot to be here and compete in this tournament. Especially because we see that there will be participating some tough players. So I think that during this weekend we will see quite a few action from these players that will try to earn the spot for tomorrow. And it's not gonna be easy, but we see that there are also especially a lot of deaths during this format. And I think we can proceed with the other players.
Absolutely, because if this was the underdog half of the bracket, let's say, the next one coming up has some big Yu-Gi-Oh names, and immediately you can already see Jake Quincy, one of the most important UK players, qualified for the World Championship, won a national championship, a very consistent player, but also Hermann, I gotta admit. Again, World Championship participant, and nonetheless, the last weekend, finally, after more than a year and a half, we had our first remote duel YCS, and Hermann was the first player after Swiss. He was the only one who went undefeated, but unfortunately, he lost out on top 32. So he won't be able to join us later on, but he's even more here to win. And I'm sure he will try his best. But again, other incredible names here. Even Pierluigi Sorrentino, quite well known among Italy. And he had some great shows at the past at YCSs. So I'm sure these guys will try their best. But now, the moment you guys have been waiting for, let's bring up the bracket for the event. And let's see how this will play out. Already, we start with a banger one, right?
Yeah, so basically our first match is going to be Jake Quincy against Matthieu.
Yeah.
And we're going to see one of our big names playing during this tournament. And I would like to ask you, because sometimes you are the one to ask me, do you have already a name who is going to win for this event?
I mean, for sure it's tough, and for sure we can try already and see the brackets. But I would say the pick on top of my mind, as already mentioned, is the one we are going to see at the end of today, because it's on match number 8 and it's Hermann. I gotta give credits to him. He showed up really strong during the past years, and as I mentioned, he literally just lost last weekend in top 32, so I'm sure he wants to take a trophy home this weekend. But what about you? Who is your pick?
I don't want to pick anyone, because every single time I pick someone, he always loses, but if you picked up our last matches, I would like to pick our first match, so I'm going to say Jake.
Okay, solid choice. So the first match against the last match for today, and incredible thing, they could actually meet up only in the finals. So we will happily see if that comes to fruition tomorrow. But again, as a reminder, today, make sure to check out all the matches because we are going to show you guys all the top 16 matches. So we have 8 matches coming up today. And tomorrow we are going to focus on the rest of the top 8, top 4, and the final match. But now let's go back to us to quickly analyze our first matchup for the day. As mentioned, it's going to be Jake Quincy against Matthieu. And it's going to be already an interesting matchup. So for the weekend, we will show you later on the decks that are going to be played. But we can already spoil it for you guys. It's a lot of different decks. And the first coming up is Jake Quincy, who is playing the most popular deck of the weekend, Tri Brigade, against Matthieu, who is instead playing
Brackets. I think that this is going to be a very interesting match because as we seen our last weekend, Tri Brigade basically is the deck to be beaten, and it's very popular and it's very solid as well. But on the other hand, we have Brackets, a deck we have seen also in 2019 in YCS Milan final with Dinkabui winning on Federico Mecozzi.
Yeah,
and he's still here. The deck is incredibly good with the Link monsters and can abuse.
Yeah, ever since he got the Link 1, the Meow Meow, it got so consistent. And you can see here that it's paying off a lot because it allows you to play many entrops. Usually we'll see even more than 12 in the main deck, which is the case for Mattia as well. And it can really stop Tri Brigade. On his end though, Jake, as always, is doing a little bit of his own style, and he decided to include the Red Ice Fusion in the main deck, something we have not seen, and he's the only one doing it this weekend. So, before going straight to the match, we prepared, as always, some interviews for our player. So let's hear it from the first player this weekend, Matthieu.
I've been involved at Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game 7 years now. I think I started because I found back my ancient cards like Stardust Dragon with Yu-Gi-Oh! 5DS. So it was amazing for me when I know there is tournaments in real life, so I was really excited. When I restarted the tournament, I had 2 decks, one Synchro deck with Stardust and one Etis deck, which was both extremely random. So it was fun, but without any surprise, my first tournament I was the last, and I was wasn't really happy because I don't love the first tournament, but I come back and I love it because I'm making some friends and it was really cool. So yes, I have a favorite card, and my favorite card is Matthieu, because when I started the competition of Yu-Gi-Oh! This was really more impactful entrap, and I don't know really why I love this card so much, so I have this card in all his variety except the Ultimate, but it comes. For this tournament, I'm playing Prawn Kid because I love the deck with the wall. How to say that? I love strong deck, but I don't love deck which are too represented. And on the exit of Meow Meow, the deck wasn't too present in France. But after the deck was present, but when I come with this deck, he wasn't known and wasn't played, so I love deck which is strong but not represented, so it's why I played this deck, and he do really good results, so I continue, but I think I will change. My fondest memory with Yu-Gi-Oh! I think it was in French National from 2018 or 17. I don't really remember the exact date, but yes, because we travel with some friends and we make some fun duel, and we try new things like both duel 2v2, and it was really fun, and I enjoyed it a lot.
Great hearing from Matthieu, and as always, you know, the French community is showing up really strong event after event, and we gotta remind our watchers that the last winner of a remote duel TCG in Europe was a French player, Donovan Leblanche, who is actually the guy who beat Hermann in the top 32. So we will see him later on at the top 16 stage of the YCS. So incredible show, and we wish him good luck. But now let's hear it from Jake Quincy.
I started playing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game in 2008 with my brother, and he got me into the game. And since then, I've been hooked ever since. I just can't stop playing. Even though I come out of the game now and again, I'm just always finding my way back. So the first deck I took seriously and competitively was Light Swarm in 2008. I played that a lot. I went to regional championships with that deck, trying to get my invite for the national championships. Big fan of it, especially when they brought out the prize card Minerva. So I've got quite a few favourite cards, so it's quite hard to say one. I mean, like Battle Fader would be one of my favourites. However, probably in terms of like the deck, I'd say my favourite deck would probably be like Frog FTK or Wind-Ups. Yeah, the deck that I'm playing, I literally have no idea yet. I've still not even wrote out the deck list. So I'm still in the lab working on a list. So a few of my fondest memories in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is probably when me and my brother used to buy booster packs. Well, we were kids, so my granddad used to buy us cards all the time, which was nice. And another time was going to the World Championships. That definitely meant a lot to me. It was a huge goal of mine, and yeah, now I want to win Worlds.
Again, great hearing Jake's side of things. He's, as mentioned, one of those really OG players. He has been playing the game pretty much ever since it existed. And it's always great to see these players rarely playing for that long at that high level, adapting change after change. And it's really nice to see how he got. And now I would say he's even an alpha player, an alpha influencer. He's trying his thing, doing, you know, releasing videos and trying his own stuff. And he already was part of one of our previous remote duel invitationals, even though he didn't perform that great. So I'm sure he's also one of those players who really want to prove the world that he's still at that top level. But without further ado, I think our players are ready. So we should just jump to the table for the first match of this weekend. Okay, so again, it's going to be Prankids against Tri Brigade. And do you think the die roll actually has a strong impact in this matchup, or?
As we've seen a lot during our last remote duel invitational in March, we have seen that the die roll could have been relevant, but even if some players went second, especially in this format that a lot of entraps are being played, I think it is an advantage, but not an incredible one.
Absolutely, and we already see Matthieu going first and summoning the Meow Meow, which is crucial. So now on the Roxys, it will depend whether Jake has an entrap. He plays a lot of them.
Yeah.
Like Gamma, Ash. Also, we see players siding Schoolmeister for the same reason, but let's see whether he will be able to stop him. It doesn't seem so, and this means that any normal summoner Prankits is enough to really guarantee you a great and strong start.
I think in this during this weekend we will see a different approach by players, because during our last remote duel invitational, a lot of traps were played instead of end traps, and right now a lot of players are actually relying on the full package, playing a rage that goes from 12 to 15 hand traps usually. But doesn't seem like Jake has any answer to...
No, Matthieu. It seems like he will allow for now his opponent to go off. And as mentioned, this is just the standard combo. When you have a Link 1, you can go into Prankits Meow Meow and then go into Doodle Doodle, which gives you just such an incredible advantage. And just like, as you mentioned, we see with Dinka Bui for the first time in YCS Milan, this deck basically just aims at out-resourcing your opponent, because any 1-for-1 is a good thing for this deck, because you can just outvalue them really easily. So, solid stuff.
I also like the fact that Prank Kids actually showed up year after year stronger than ever, I would say, because at the beginning was like a sort of deck that nobody was expecting, but right now is not only very popular, but it's very good competing against the deck that has to be beaten, which is Tri Brigade for the weekend.
Yeah, so now the setup, again, you can do quite a lot of things, but with Roxy's usually you send the Pandemonium, that way you have a quick fusion during your opponent turns, and you can already see Jake doesn't look that happy. Although Prankids is quite solid, it wasn't really that popular during the YCS, and maybe Jake just prepare for other matchups.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, I think the hand traps that very hurt a lot this deck might be Ash Blossom in the very first turn or Schoolmeister. Okay, comes the bell.
And now the bell comes down, which is a great way to stop the advantage, as you can see here on the screen. So great read here from Jake, but will this be enough to stop Matthieu completely? I'm not quite sure. Looking at this hand, it seems like he has the one copy of Thunder Dragon Fusion, which is a really innovative idea, I would say, for the deck. Most of our duelists this weekend are using it, and the reason why is that you can send it with the Anaconda, so it's definitely a decent choice.
Yeah, I really like this approach, because if you draw it or you just you can pass with Anaconda, it's just an advantage that you really want to take in the duel. So
yeah. So again, we see a Link 2 coming down thanks to the pranks. One of the most important setup cards for Prank Kids, just because not only does he allow you to special summon a token, but during the end phase you just get a never-ending flow of resources coming back into your deck.
I think it's Matthieu's pretty much done. He has the quick spell, and
yeah, the bell definitely hurt, and now he was forced to change into the Bow Wow. So
okay, he activated the Roxys. Yeah,
gonna banish one, draw one, and probably he will just set up with the Pandemonium for next turn. Let's see if he wants to extend even more. Again, it's one of those decks where you can really play it defensively, or you can try and continue, and he's doing it. So here comes the one copy of Thunder Dragon Fusion. Now Jake, if he's not super comfortable with the deck, might be thinking, what's happening here?
It's pretty good. I mean, if you hard draw it, you can just activate it, and it gives you a huge advantage. And on the other hand, with Anaconda, you can just abuse. I think Anaconda is one of the best Link monster at the moment, and pretty much every deck can play it. So then comes the Butler, and this is another problem for Jake to deal with.
Absolutely, this is one of the crucial end game cards for the deck. Essentially a walking Raigeki. So.
Yeah. And let's now see, okay, I think he's going to the end phase to activate the prank, and he can shuffle back 3 to draw one card.
Yeah, and again, here is why this deck is considered so good. But again, I'm thinking here whether the decision to play Bell might hurt Jake in the long run. If there was another Entrop, maybe a Schoolmeister, it could really have stopped completely Matthieu. Because if you stop the first Prank Kids, then they need a couple extenders, and it's not that easy, so.
Yeah, I think at the very beginning, if you have the correct hand trap, you can stop your opponent. Here, the bell was okay, but yeah, it didn't really hurt Matthieu that much.
Yeah, and now, again, Jake has quite a few possible plays to make. He's obviously gonna try and play around some end traps, but if no end trap is there for Matthieu, maybe the Butler alone is not enough. So,
yeah, I think he needs to deal with the Butler and hoping that Matthieu doesn't have one head trap to stop him. So, also because especially Tri Brigade can play with the graveyard, so it's very good.
Okay, and he starts really strong with the first Tri Brigade card for the weekend, but definitely not the last. He sends the kit, now the Nerval, and he just gets the usual start. He can add the Keras, most likely. The only shoe-off in his deck, yeah. So usual start from Jake, but he needs a little more to be able to force his opponent. let's see whether he goes for the Keras, special summoning it, and then trying and force out his opponent Butler. That's all he needs to care. I don't think he can afford to play around Entraps that much.
No, yeah, exactly. I think you have to. I think the only issue at the moment Jake has to do with is the Butler. And then if he has another Entrap, it's fine. But the main problem here is the Butler itself.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you can see here he's thinking quite hard about the move. And he does have a Rescue Cat, so this is big. Because here, as mentioned, his opponent is forced to activate the Butler. He will banish the Meow Meow to pay for the cost. But now Jake has 4 monsters in graveyard, which means that if the Keras hits the field, he can banish 4 and bring out the Omen, which could be able to deal with some of Matthieu resources. So
Yeah.
I'm definitely curious to see whether he's able to push that much. If not, maybe again you will see the dichotomy where some players argue that you should just concede and not reveal your deck type to prevent your opponent from siding. But it seems like Jake does have a few plays.
Yeah, especially because, as we mentioned earlier, Jake has a lot of experience, and as we know, most of the pro player, let's say, usually concede game 1 if they see that nothing can be done, in order not to show their opponent in their deck. Looks like Jake has still some solution.
Yeah, so let's see if he goes for the Keras right away. It seems like the most obvious plan, and it is. So what is he going to discard? Another Nerval. And now it's all on Matthieu if he has another Entrap to just completely lock Jake. Or he's just gonna use the Butler again.
Okay.
And here you can see why the Meow Meow is such a strong card. Usually the Butler wouldn't be able to do anything here. And now it seems like Jake just doesn't have enough. Maybe he didn't think about the Meow Meow, but that's the thing.
Yeah.
The Meow Meow has a second effect in Grave, which is you can banish it and just pay the cost of one of your Prank Hits cards. And this is looking rough. He can activate the Bow Wow to get Shu back. And the advantage, as for most games of Prank Hits, to be fair, is getting out of hand real quick.
And this is why Prank Hits has become one of these decks that is very hard to beat, you know, because with the Meow Meow you can basically abuse of your Fusion and Link monster effects.
Yeah, so now Matthieu is playing around one of the few traps that Jake might be holding. What would you expect? I mean, it's most likely the Revolt.
Maybe an Impermanence just because he's set in the same zone of Prank, but yeah, I mean, if he doesn't have a Revolt...
But yeah, I don't think Impermanence is possible because I'm pretty sure Jake would have used it on the Butler right away. So it should be the Revolt. We can mention that Jake is maining Imperial Order, so that's also a possibility. Or just a bluff, you know. But I don't think Matthieu is going to buy any bluffs, so he's gonna try his best to play around the Omen in Grave. That can be summoned thanks to the Revolt. But again, the advantage is really high, and even the small burn is annoying because every turn there is this 1500 life point difference that Prank Hits do for free, which can actually be game winning because sometimes even if they can't stop their opponents, they might be at 10,000, and then it's difficult to even kill them in one turn. So,
and especially from our previous experience, we've seen that usually games with Prank Hits usually last quite a few times, especially because the combos takes quite some time, and it's not easy to deal with this deck, you know.
Yeah, and he gets another Pandemonium with the Doodle. This means either he can even try to push with the Access Talker, but I really struggle to see a way of Jake coming out of this game 1.
Yeah, I think the only card Matthieu can think of at the moment maybe could be a Revolt from Jake's side.
Yeah, but even if the Revolt comes down, it banishes one of your guys, but
that's not a big deal.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too much to handle. Okay, so the doodle activates. Thinking about a response from Jake, but it doesn't happen. So he gets back even 2 more resources, and I think he has like an 8 and right now. So
yeah, I think now Matthieu only really needs to think about what is the best solution at this spot, because I have a lot of resources. So
yeah.
okay, confident.
Wow, and even desires. So if that wasn't enough, he even activates desire, and you can see the look on Jake's face. Unfortunately, being quite unhappy with what's going on here.
Yeah, because at the moment Matthieu has basically used most of his resources, and he has everything he needs in the graveyard as well. Looks it's looking good for Matthieu.
Yeah, he seems confident as well, which is always something you like to see. As mentioned, both of these guys had to play through the qualifiers to get here, and there is a good chance that Matthieu did it with the same deck. Therefore, he's quite experienced with Brankids, and by the way he's playing, I would say so. Again, some cheap damage coming out, so 500 damage for Jake. Yeah, banish 1, draw 1.
Yeah, I think now Matthieu can just consider if he wants to push some more damage or just establish a field that can cause Jake more trouble, especially in his next turn. I think he cannot push for enough for damage, right?
We can take a look at this extra deck, but I think he plays... Yeah, he doesn't really play any Link 4. He only plays Access Code, which isn't that ideal right now, but let's see if he wants to go for it. Some players are using Appaloosa, which can be also quite annoying to deal with.
Would you go for Unicorn in this turn, just in case, you know, to get rid of Jake's set?
I mean, it's not ideal, and I think he's going to do it with the token, but he has just so many cards that he can afford it. Yeah. So the Unicorn comes down, and now it's all or never for now or never for Jake. Ooh, and he even activates one of the Tetch cards in Matthieu deck, which is the Parallel Exceed. Definitely an interesting card, and it's there mostly because, as you can see, if you open a Prankids, it's all you need to combo off. And it chain blocks any possible entraps from your opponent, so it's an interesting card.
Yeah, I think this is a card that we don't see very often, but it's a very good touch. So well played here by Matthieu. I think he wants to push.
He didn't activate
Unicorn.
So he now goes for the access code as expected, and yeah. Wow, there is a bell from Matthieu, so that seems like it's going to be enough. And yeah, Jake just picks up his cards, so congratulations Matthieu on game 1. So the first player who wins a game this weekend, again a French player, Matthieu, with his Prankids deck. I gotta say, quite convincingly. There was really not a single moment in which Jake seemed he could come back. And now Jake, once again, he's back against the wall, trying his best to stay alive in this remote duel invitational. I'm sure it would hurt a lot for him to just get kicked out once again that soon. But he's gonna try his best, and looking at the side deck, what do you think he is gonna bring in?
So considering that it's not an easy matchup to play against the Prankids deck, I think the Jake can maybe side in the Nibiru. He doesn't have that much against Prankids looking at his side deck, especially because he's going first. I don't think that he's going to over side decking. But looking at his side deck, I think that Nibiru is the only one I would side in.
Yeah, I gotta say, if we compare the side decks, I am worried for Jake. He doesn't seem like he prepared that much against his opponent deck. Sure, he can easily go for the Red Eyes Fusion, but that's not necessarily enough, and it will be tough for him. While Matthieu prepared really well, he has some good side deck choices like Forbidden Droplets, which do not target, so therefore he can deal even with the Red Eyes fusion. I don't know. I gotta say I want to give it to Matthieu more, even going after the side deck, and he has some interesting cards for going first, which if we ever see a game 3, then we can maybe talk about, and we don't want to reveal them yet because we might see Matthieu later on, and then we want to see those that card in action.
Yeah, I think as we mentioned earlier, most of the players were ready to play against Tri Brigade because it's the deck to be beaten. And considering that Prankids, I don't want to say he's the underdog, but he doesn't have to be underrated because as we see in this game 1, he can do a lot of things, and he can make a lot of players a lot of problems, you know. So
yeah, I think like as always, as ever since the Dinka played it, it gives me the idea of a deck that it's just hard to beat. Maybe it doesn't necessarily win so easily or that quickly, but it just struggles to lose. And this is a strategy we also saw at the football cup. It's something that in every sport, in every situation can apply. When sometimes you're that defensive that you don't necessarily win that much, but you're going to just make it a struggle for your opponent to win. And if that's the case, by the way, Prankids has an additional advantage, which is if time runs out, then it has so many ways to just change the life points and win in time. So I gotta say it's one of those decks you really don't want to play against, and there is not even that much you can do unless you really prepare hard for it with like Schoolmeister and a lot of those Anthrops.
yeah, I really like Prankids, especially because it is like a control deck and a combo deck at the same time. So you have so many options to do available, and with just one card at the moment, you can bring out the Meo Meo and
Yeah.
cause your opponent a lot of problems. So we'll see if now Jake opens up with the good end.
Yeah, so let's see. This is going to be the game 2, and it could be the last end of the tournament already for Jake. But going first, we know the Tri Brigade is probably one of the most consistent decks across the format. There are multiple ways to start things off and even go for the nice combo that Jake has. And the start is the same as game 1, but Matthieu seems to have a response. He does. So Ash Blossom already negating his opponent Tri Brigade Fractal. So does Jake have something else? Would you waited for another? I mean, I guess you risk it because then if they have a Tri Brigade, they can just use it. And this is the case. So the normal summon Nerval will be used to link into the Almirage, and this way he can activate it to get the Keras most likely. So
yeah, I think activating Ash on the very first Tri Brigade is a risk, because if your opponent has like another extender like Jake had, okay, he has also tanky.
Yeah, he has also the tanky. So well played by Jake. Some players would have just started right away with the tanky maybe, and they miss. Your opponent is not that likely to use the Ash. So he gets another Fractal, and here we can see a lot of different options. So the deck is able to usually end on a Revolt, but the field can look quite different. If you focus on it, you can end on an Appaloosa, which honestly sounds like a really good idea against Prankids.
I think Appaloosa is like it can hurt a lot Prankids, especially because they rely on monsters. So I think now Jake has the right spot to summon the Appaloosa. I mean, if Matthieu doesn't have any other entraps, so we'll see.
He can have, Appaloosa, Revolt, and still hold quite a few cards. So it's only up to Jake whether he thinks that's a good idea. To be honest, there are a few side deck cards that can punish him. First of all, Forbidden Droplet, of course. But there are also other side deck choices, and Mind Control, for example, is a card that we've seen rise a lot in popularity. Okay.
He also needs to be careful about Nibiru.
Absolutely. So Keras comes up, and if he's thinking about how many he wants to banish. So even if you just banish 2 and then go for the Appaloosa, you get the Revolt. It could be already good enough, but it seems like he's thinking about banishing 4 for the Omen. Okay.
Yeah, something we don't see that often actually in the very first turn. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe he just wants to prevent Matthieu from activating the Nibiru. What do you think? I mean, it's just
Possible,
maybe.
but I mean, you do the same when you go for the Appaloosa, so it seems like he just wants to get more resources to the end. This way, he can use the Omen to get to his hand any of his monsters, and usually what you would see is, you know, I'm looking at the extra deck and he's playing only 1 copies of the others, which is something we have not seen, I gotta say, in the other deck list. So he's but the space is there because of the Anaconda. So this decision could actually cost him quite a lot.
Yeah, extra deck space is for Jake very tight, so here comes the Berbram.
Yeah, and it's the only copy in his deck. So Omen comes down. If he goes instead, I was thinking about, you know, Rescue Cat, if he could maybe special summon it from the end. But I don't know if that's necessary, that's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, because right now you are risking it. Okay.
Yeah, as mentioned, you get the Rescue Cat, and then he could have gone instead for a special summon from the end, which is my only concern.
Yeah.
But he's actually activating the effect. Wow, so something we rarely see. So he activated the bear effect from the field, discarding.
Is it Blue Eyes?
No, the Dark Magician probably. One of the... Yeah. Unfortunately, he got one of the pieces. And it's also surprising that he discards them. Since with this end, you could actually end on Appaloosa and the Red Eyes. So... For now, he gets the Nerval back.
Maybe he has a plan. Let's see.
Yeah. So he uses the effect, banishing the cat and the Keras. But yeah, it seems like he's not super convinced on the line of play, which is something surprising when you think about Jake. Usually he's one of those guys who playtest just day and night. But maybe he's not that comfortable with his deck.
Yeah, I think best solutions would have been like Appaloosa, as we said, and he could have passed for the...
Especially because the problem now is also with the arrows, right?
Oh yeah.
So now he went for Berbram.
Yeah. Okay, now he goes with the Ancient Warrior Oath.
Yeah, so again, a link. He's thinking about how many he wants to link someone with. Could this be the Appaloosa? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, now he can go for the Appaloosa. Okay,
Yeah.
here comes the Appaloosa.
But it's only an Appaloosa with 2 materials, which is surprising to me. But now he will get the Revolt. I am slightly confused on this opening play from Jake, I have to admit. Like, keeping the Almirage is okay, because it can protect you from destruction if they have, like, Lightning Storm, for example. But was it really worth it? Because all that play with summoning the Omen and then getting back the cat, using the cat, I think was very confusing. And now he doesn't even have a card in his hand, so...
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of things going on.
I gotta say, I'm slightly confused with this opening from Jake. Still strong, but absolutely not the ideal one.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of things going on. Maybe Jake had so many options that... do you think he was like, I don't want to say confused, but maybe there's a lot of things going on?
Here we already see the field spell coming down and a normal summon from Matthieu. And Jake I don't know. As mentioned, okay, he uses the Almirage to protect Appaloosa from being destroyed by card effects, but not by battle.
Yeah.
And now he flips the Revolt. So he goes for the Omen once again. Gonna try and banish his opponent Prankids.
Yeah, I think Jakes wants to get rid of the Matthieu monster and maybe hope that he doesn't have any other extender for this turn, but it's risky. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not the greatest, especially because now if they have a droplet, you just lose the game on the spot. So I don't know. It's definitely not much he could have done about this with the Dark Magician being drawn. This is one of the drawbacks, as you can see, of Jake build. Now he's gonna try and link his chain link, but is there a droplet? No. Instead, there is a Pandemonium being chained. Decent, but not as good, of course. But it could still hurt quite a lot, because you can chain your Prankids in a way where the Appaloosa cannot negate one of them.
No, I think now the Pandemonium is okay, but I don't know, maybe Jake complicated things a bit.
So now he gets the rockets, and Jake can resolve all of his Tri-Brigades cards. Yeah, so he will send the Nerval and just get one back from next turn. Maybe the Keras, maybe again another copy of his monsters. But yeah, I'm getting a little worried because although, yeah,
Okay.
okay,
Yeah,
so the chain seems like it's finally over, but Jake didn't add. Yeah, I think they're just thinking about all the different materials that were used, because now there would be a chain where the Nerval is there from Jake, and the two Prankids are there for Matthieu. And if Jake wants to activate the Nerval, it's actually quite strange, because then the Appaloosa would be chain blocked by his own card. So it's a strange decision here.
Yeah, I think they're just clarifying it, of course.
Yeah, it's a lot of chain links going on, so obviously when you are face to face is one thing. In here they are just trying to make sure they declare every single chain link in the correct order. But let's see. It's also a problem because when they resolve a fusion, then the fusion can attack over the Appaloosa since it only has 2 materials. While if Jake actually used the Freer, maybe that was safer. So I am worried about
maybe we missed something, because like Jake had a really good hand, although there was an Ash Blossom from Matthieu's side. But I think he could have done like the combo slightly different. I mean, the Filthy setup is very good.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe Appaloosa could have been like at least 3.
Yeah. And now they're checking again because another chain link that could have happened was the field spell.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're just making sure that everything is correct. Nothing to worry about, but it's just whether Jake will be able to negate one of the Prankids. As you can see here, Matthieu is declaring the correct order of his Prankids.
Yeah, because here Matthieu, he activated the
and Jake is negating the second one of them with the Appaloosa. This is still tough for Matthieu, because if nothing else is there, then sure, you resolve one of the Prankids, but as soon as you will link someone, then the Appaloosa can just negate the other one. So let's see if Jake can still find a way to stay in this.
Yeah, now Jake's are still the Appaloosa and the Omen. I mean, it's good. Maybe Yeah, really, what Matthieu really needs to do here is just to activate another card, because otherwise... Yeah, let's now see if he can maybe do something else here. Okay, comes the fences. I think he will be able to continue to combo off, although Jake does only have the Apollos at the moment. He's now resolving his Tri-Brigade cards. He's now considering what to add, especially because in the next turn he will have other Link monsters to make.
Yeah, this gives him some potential power.
Yeah, I think here there's just making some clarifications still about what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as mentioned now, Matthieu needs something else, because if he goes for the Meow Meow, the last material of Apollousa can be used to negate the Prank Kids, and I don't think he can afford to just pass play back to Jake, so... Hopefully for him he has something else up his sleeve, otherwise maybe we're heading into a game 3.
Yeah.
Okay, so as mentioned, he will go for the Meow Meow. And I would say, yeah, almost certainly we'll see the last material from Apollousa come down. But the problem here is that you can chain block it with the field spell, which is what we are seeing here. By using the field spell as chain link 2, he can just chain block the Apollousa and reduce his opponent monster. And now he gets to send
Yeah, I think now Matthieu has a chance to come back in the game.
Yeah, because the Apollousa is only 800, so you can try and attack over it, and then find some solutions. Although the Omen is a little bit of a pain to deal with, because if you do, Jake gets another card from the deck. And if you don't, they can use the effect again next turn, so...
How's the Doodle do here?
Yeah. Again, he will try his best to block the Apollousa. We'll see whether he decided to have his link negated. Most likely. So at the end of the day, the Apollousa did a decent job. But I think he still gets to get maybe the Pandemonium, or if he already has it, the Pranks. Yeah. He gets the Pranks, which was the last missing piece. He can decide whether he attacks over something, then gets back 2, and with the Pranks sets up a Pandemonium. So, again, looking quite well for his opponent.
Yeah, we thought Jake could have dealt with the all Matthieu plays, but looks like he was able to come back into the game and it's not done yet. So, well played by Matthieu. Yeah, here he gets to draw a card for Roxy's effect, right?
No, because I think... Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. So he's holding still into a lot of cards, and this is impressive. Like, when your opponent ends with a Revolt and an Apollousa, you deal with the entire board, pretty much. And you still have what are 5 cards in hand thanks to the Doodle. So, some great stuff here from Matthieu.
Yeah, I think Brackets is a really impressive deck, and it's maybe underestimated in this format, but it's because like Tri-Brigade is the most popular one, but with just one card you can put up an incredible field, and Matthieu is showing us how good this deck it is, so...
And just as an information, they got 4 minutes of extra time because of the mess with all the chain links that were going on, which would have confused any of us. So we are gonna add some to the timer, which means that if we ever see a game free, there should be plenty of time to play it before timeout.
And now basically Matthieu can continue with the combo because
yeah, again, his goal is to go for the butler,
yeah.
just like last game. And with the Meowing Grave, that's great because you can basically have 2 Raigekis at your disposal. So great stuff.
Yeah, I think this is what we are gonna see next from Matthieu, because okay, yeah, he entered battle phase.
Yeah, the Doodle attacks over the Appaloosa. Not that it did much, but it just pushes some damage off. Still holding into the pranks, by the way, which technically you could use to go for even the access code later on. But I think you just chill and use the Doodle. Get so much advantage back. Here you can get a Pandemonium and a Monster, for example.
Quite impressive from Matthieu, and he has the Meow Meow as you mentioned earlier, so if he can put up a butler...
Yeah, it's great. So let's see. So he does get the Pandemonium, and he does get one of his prank hits. Nothing to be surprised. He will activate the pranks. Probably not to get the token, not sure. It could be decent.
Yeah.
But surely in the end phase to just shuffle and draw. And yeah, let's see if he activates the first effect. I mean, it's not bad because you can get the Bow Wow down, for example. But I can see both ways being fine. Yeah, he does activate it. Makes sense, I think. So he gets the token, now he probably gets the Bow Wow down. The 1 copy. Yeah, no surprise. So Bow Wow comes down, he will set the Pandemonium, and shuffling 3 back.
I mean, what played by Matthieu.
Yeah, what a turnaround. He even sets a second card to his back row. And now he will just be able to shuffle 3 back. Then during his opponent's turn, he can use the Bow Wow to get you back, activate the Pandemonium, summon the Butler, and he has double Raigeki available. So it's tough. And you can see Jake again being quite frustrated. He opened up strong. Maybe didn't do its best with what he had, but still ended with quite a strong board. And 1 turn later, his opponent is still at 8,000, and he is down both on life points and on resources. So again, if any one of you guys doubted Prank Kids, you can see here just how real of a deck they are. Now, crucial draw from Jake. This will be a close one.
Yeah, now I mean I would be scared if I were Jake, because
yeah, and Matthieu doesn't even hold. He immediately activates the Bow Wow. He doesn't want to give his opponent the chance maybe to trigger the Omen.
Yeah,
and he might even flip the Pandemonium soon enough. Let's see. He has to give back priority to his opponent, who will use the Nerval first effect to banish 2 or 3. Let's see how many he wants to banish.
yeah. I mean, Jake
banish
announced that the Butler is going to come soon.
Absolutely. But now he uses his effect and summon one of his cards. Willy tries to trigger its effect. Let's see. This is one of the crucial cards you see sometimes in the matchups, like against Sky Striker, which allows you to shuffle back the Ray. and it's the Desperate Doom Eagle we see on the field right now. I doubt that Prankits will have no Monsters in Grave, so we probably won't see the first effect, which double his attack, but it's annoying enough, especially against Prankits, who are a deck which use a lot its Grave.
Yeah, I think it's one of these cards that you can special summon when needed, and it's there in your extra deck, and also his first effect is nice when needed, so...
Okay. Again, Matthieu is holding, and Jake is going maybe for the access. What do you think? Yeah, he does go for the access. So this is the first access we see. And it's a powerhouse of a card, so it will gain 3000 attack because it was used with the Doom Eagle. And now he can actually destroy quite a few of Matthieu card, getting even the kit back to his hand. And we will see the Pandemonium. Yeah. Pandemonium comes down and yeah, he goes for what seems to be the Butler. Again, summoning 3 Prankits back from the deck as well, so tough times.
Very impressive here from Matthieu. It's not going to be easy for Jake, because now with the Butler, he's going to take a lot of advantage. Let's now see.
Yeah, just activates all of them. Which means, again, some life points swings. Yeah, you can see Jake does not seem too happy, nor too impressed, if I have to be honest, but maybe, again, he's just playing with us.
Yeah, I think he knew from the very first moment what he was up against, and I mean, if I were Jake, I would never be so super happy to play against Prankits in this meta game. It's very difficult to play against Prankits, especially because with only one card, as we said like before, it's very difficult.
Yeah, and now the Butler can just completely get a mess out of Jake monsters.
Yeah, I think Jake knows that. Yeah, I mean, he has... Okay.
But he allowed for the activation of access, and this can actually change the game significantly, because you cannot respond to it. So this would be game right away. But he destroys the pranks. And then he banishes the second link from the grave. To destroy the field spell.
Are you concerned why Matthieu didn't activate the Butler here, or I mean...
Yeah, I mean, it's again a matter of priorities, because as you can see, guys, on the screen, you cannot respond to access code talker effects, which is why this card is so strong. And even in Salmon Great, a deck that we will see later on this weekend allows your opponent to just OTK with the update jammer easily. And now it seems like Jake has enough, and he will activate the Omen now that the Butler finally is able to activate its effect, destroying both. But he has enough now to search for a cat, maybe. Let's see.
Yeah, I think so.
Definitely an interesting game, and what I said earlier about the time is actually coming back, because there are only 9 minutes. I'm not sure whether the 4 minutes were already added. But yeah, it does get the rescue cat, and now the game is as open as it never really was up until this moment. And we do know that Jake is one of those players who really is going to take all the opportunities you give him. And yeah, it seems like he's now free to do whatever he wants, and this means that he can easily even find a way to OTK his opponent. So
yeah, very back and forth game here. I don't know, maybe Matthieu could have saved his spell cards before, but maybe he let Jake enter battle phase.
not
Not
sure.
sure.
It's tough to say from this point of view, but we will be able to understand it easily.
Is that Blossom?
Yeah. Again, the one copy.
Yeah.
He only plays one in his deck. So let's see. He uses his effect to special summon the kit. Okay. And he can now use the kit if he wants. I don't think he did it yet. So either to get an omen down. So it's definitely a lot of damage Jake can push easily. So
I think Jake seems very comfortable here from his composure. Like he was, I don't want to say like upset, but now things have slightly changed in his favor. Especially because he's like free to special summon as many monsters as he wants. So
yeah.
Yeah.
And as mentioned now, Jake playing it really well. I mean, he's definitely one of the guys who can smell weakness from his opponent. And we can remember the future match against Joshua Smith. We gave him the World Championship title where he was down all the match, but then when it was close to timeout in literally the last second of the duel, he found a way to push enough damage to win in time and get to the World Championship. So Jake is definitely one of those guys who can get the advantage out of one of his opponent's mistakes. So
and now, yeah, okay. So he let Matthieu before he let Jake enter
Yeah.
battle phase. Okay. Yeah.
So unfortunately, this wasn't enough to for Jake to win, but they are both checking whether time remains, and yeah, Matthieu has seen enough. So in an incredible turnaround, Jake was able to come back and win game 2. So we are going already to game 3 in the first duel. Not gonna be an easy one for you guys. Jake does not want to give up his position that easily, and now things get interesting.
Yeah, what a game! I mean, we were not expecting this to happen, but right now, once again, we were talking that time is an issue.
Yeah, absolutely. And while in the last game we told you guys that Matthieu is holding some spies and interesting choices in the side deck, both in the form of Solemn Judgment and a pointer of the Red Lotus, the big problem is that they both cost a high amount of life points. And if you're going first, that can be a high risk. So it's tough, and it will be a very important decision for Matthieu. To be honest, I don't hate it necessarily. Maybe you can take the risk and win in time, but it's a very close decision here. And I'm sure Jake, without knowing about the side deck choices, is the one who is afraid, because you really don't want to play in time against Prankids.
Yeah, I think they will start to play in like a minute or something, and considering that Prankids has a lot of things and a lot of combo. Yeah, I mean, I would be concerned if I were Jake. So, from Jake's side, going second, I think here maybe... Yeah, once again, Nibiru, maybe the Pancratops could go in.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, his going second side deck is definitely looking much better than the going first. There are a few things he can do, and even the DD Crow could be decent. It's definitely not a great card, but maybe if they start things off with the Roxy sending the Pandemonium, you can banish it, and they don't have a second copy. So I would definitely bring that card in. So... Let's see. It's gonna be a close one again, depending a lot on the time. And I got confirmation that the 4 minutes of extra time were already added to the clock. So the time you see on screen right now is the actual time remaining in the duel, which means more than certainly we're going to see a timeout in the first match already. So what a way to start.
Yeah, I mean, we were not expecting a first match to be like this, but these two decks during this weekend will show us hopefully this action, and let's see now if Matthieu can open things up with a great end as game one.
Yeah, and again, the thing is, the Prankit Zack combos off quite well. So outside of gaining life points, you also take quite some time to do your combos. So let's see, 3 minutes remaining, and now it's all on Jake if he can draw any of his entraps to stop his opponent from comboing off. Let's see, it's now or never who is the first guy to advance to the top 8, and what a way to start. Pot of Desires from Matthieu. Already evening the advantage of going first. Jake is thinking hard about this.
Yeah, because when you usually activate Pot of Desires as first card, usually you maybe are lacking of key cards in your hand.
Yeah, but this is a great way to start. It seems like he has a lot of his disposal, and this is the normal summon Prankids. This is one of the most important time of the duels. Does Jake has an Antrop to stop the Prankids? Or does he have the Parallel Exceed to chain block it? Let's see. Matthieu is checking his banished cards.
Does he have it?
And I think he might have the Parallel Exceed. No.
Oh, okay.
So he didn't activate the Prankids. Interesting. Maybe he wants to be safe and chain block it with the Doodle. And this is what's going on. So Monster Reborn showing up in 2021. And maybe giving Matthieu the play. Now, as mentioned, he's gonna chain block Jake with the Doodle. And I think Jake is not looking happy right now.
Well played by Matthieu.
Yeah, absolutely. Take some courage. And the Ash Blossom was there. So what a way to start from Matthieu. Played really, really well. Understood this position. He knows that the most important thing is to change that life point score. And he chain blocked the Ash Blossom, which would have been devastating from Jake. Now he can go just into another Doodle, most likely. And activate the other Prankids to gain life points and probably close the duel, because there is only 50-second remainings. Wow. You can see Jake shaking his head, and I believe that's going to be enough for him.
Yeah, I think Jake played well by not activating the Ash Blossom on the Desires, just waiting. But on the other hand, Matthieu knew that an Ash Blossom might have been there, so yeah, Jake not looking good. 20 seconds left.
Absolutely tough things, and Matthieu doesn't show any signs of slowing down. You can see Jake unfortunately laughing. Not much he can do in this kind of position. The life points, and there are only 5 seconds remaining. So I'm sure soon enough our judges are gonna declare Matthieu as the winner. Time should be called any second, and if that's the case, that's it for our duelist. That is the case. Time has been called, and Matthieu should be declared our winner right now and right here. You can see Jake talking a little bit, but
it is how it is. Yeah.
Let's see if he can do anything. I don't think he does. So Matthieu is just continuing for whatever reason, but I think they're just gonna extend the handshake soon.
Okay, I think he's just finishing his turn.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta end the phase, so maybe they have some secret weapon, but it doesn't seem like that's what's going on. So He does use the doodle, gets back 2 of his cards. Usual setup for the deck. Sets a few back rows, go and change the face. And yeah, I think this is the end of the duel.
Maybe here they're just making some clarification about the time that was extending earlier.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Just to be sure everything is fine before declaring the end of the match. Yeah, because now Matthieu is up in life points and Jake lost 500 as well, so I don't think there is nothing that he can do to come back into this game. Yeah, anyways, we were saying that this might have been a problem for every player playing against this this kind of deck. So when Prankins goes in the third game and there's only like a couple of minutes in the last turn, it's very difficult because like every single Prankins monster had this effect and you gain and lost life points and
yeah, we mentioned it.
Yeah.
It's just one of those extra bonus things you're really happy about in your deck, and we had a big idea of how the deck is just so strong before, but as mentioned, Matthieu just showing up really strong is our first winner for the first round of the Remote Duel TCG Invitational. Congratulations, Matthieu. What a way to start! An incredible match, really tense. It seems like Matthieu was in control for most of it, and that he would have won 2-0,
Yeah.
like smoothly. But you know, Jay Quincy is never a player to be taken for granted. He fought really hard in game 2, proved that he's still up there finding ways to win the game, but in the end, unfortunately, not the best way to go down. But in game 3, Prankins starts really strong. Plays really well because he chain blocked the Ash Blossom with Monster Reborn, and this just gives him his free pass, and Matthieu is the first player to advance to the top 8 tomorrow. Last thing, what a curse you are! Again, 100% curse win rate for Alberto.
don't ask me.
Wow.
There is nothing
He
about
mentioned
it.
again Jay Quincy as his favorite, and once again, unfortunately, he loses round 1. Please, please don't ever support Italy for the World Championship next year. So stay away from the games. And no, thank you guys again for watching. But we don't really want to waste any more of your time. We have plenty more action. So the second match is coming up real soon. We will find out who will be the opponent for Matthieu in the top 8. Keep watching and we will be back soon.
Strategies emerge in Yu-Gi-Oh! Ancient Guardians. Rise from the grave with reptile deities. Pendulum summon a new harmony. And freeze with flashy synchro monsters. 7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Remote Duel Invitational. We are here once again to talk to you about what we expect and what an amazing journey Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been for all of us. Now we would like to focus on the meta. So one of the most liked topics is what should I expect going to an event? What are the best decks? What are the decks to beat? Is it still good? So this is what we are going to focus on, and there is a lot to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. Especially because the top cut OSES of the deck list, the breakdown, gave us like a very detailed image of the situation. And I think that there are a lot of different decks at the moment, especially because the Forbidden Unlimited list has given us the opportunity to play decks like Salaman Great with the addition of Stalio and Sky Striker as well. So if you guys want to take a look at the last YCS deck list and metagame breakdown, you will find out that a lot of players actually played the Tri-Brigade version, which was the most popular one, and played with Zuliak. And we discussed in the video of the Forbidden Unlimited list how Zuliak without the Trident has still a very huge impact on the metagame. While on the other hand, the pure Tri-Brigade is very good as well, especially because some players are now playing cards like Rescue Cat.
Yeah, it's for sure a lot, and the last time we were here 3 months ago, the format was kind of completely different, and we have seen a lot, not only as you mentioned the list, but a lot of new cards and new sets to check, so we have for sure a lot of updates. The last time, again, we were here, we had Donovan LeBlanc win it all with his Red Eyes Eldritch deck. Do you think that's still a deck that we can expect this weekend?
I think the deck is still very good, but players decided to actually go into another way of playing the decks, playing more hand traps, something that we haven't seen that much during our last YCS, because players were playing a lot of traps instead of hand traps. And right now it has slightly changed a little bit, because players are focusing more on playing aggressively and playing hand traps.
Yeah, and if it tells you something, Donovan actually competed at the YCS last weekend, and he made it all the way to the top 16, but this time playing Salaman Great. So he is one of the people who really caught the attention by the Mirage Stalio coming back. So we will see him in action in just a few weeks. But on his end, I think out of the 2 decks that came back, it seems like Salaman Great is the one that it's performing much better. Sky Strikers were really popular. They were the second most played deck at the YCS, but not a single one of them made it to the top cut, which to me doesn't necessarily mean they are not good enough, because every good player, I would say, would agree that Sky Striker is a difficult deck to use, and especially when engage is limited, you really need to pay attention how you handle your resources. So I'm really interested to see a good Sky Striker player just focus and bring it, and we'll see if that happens. But as you mentioned, I would say the deck to beat for this weekend will be Tri-Brigade. Yeah. What do you think of the deck in general?
Yeah, I think the deck is very good, and especially it has a very good recycle, especially with the trap card that gives you back all of your banished monster, and then link summon a Tri-Brigade monster is very important, especially in the mirror mesh, because you gain advantage of the card you already used previously in the turn. And also, by playing a lot of different hand traps, you can prevent your opponent from activating cards such as Ash Blossom. You have Gamma in your main deck, so it's very good. And I think it's very consistent, because you basically can play cards such as Tenki, Pot of Prosperity, a lot of cards that give you access to your key cards in the right moment. So I think we will see a lot of players playing this deck this weekend.
Absolutely. As always, consistency is key, and Tri-Brigade just gives you that pretty much every time. Is very hard to break with the deck. And if you just play a couple of Zodiac cards like many did at the YCS, you also have the additional option of going second for a Zeus, which is never to be taken for granted. But Federico Mecozzi, our friend, of course, and famous player, will not be happy to hear this, but Prankids are also one of the best decks to expect due to their new Link 1, which enables any normal summon Prankids to just give you so many resources going, just got so much more consistent. Dinka Boy just showed us all how good the deck can be if not taken into consideration, and I'm really excited to see if any of our top 16 duelists will bring it today.
Yeah.
Last but definitely not least, I would say, what do you think of Drytron?
Yeah, I think Drytron has, with Pen 10 being limited, right now with the addition of Meta Buffafrin, the XYZ, I think the deck has an incredible speed and consistency, because basically the Fafnir gives you basically a free play. You can just detach a material and then you can ritual summon a monster. So I think this card is very important for the deck at the moment, because as we mentioned before, XYZ monsters are incredibly important, especially because, as we've seen with Stalio, So basically the Fafnir has given the deck an incredible boost, I would say. And as we saw previously during the YCS, a lot of players make it to the top cut. So I think we will see some players relying on this deck because I think the deck to be beaten is Tri Brigade, but on the other hand, I think the second deck most played will be Dryden.
Probably Dryden. We'll see if our expectations are met, but the last thing I want to mention is that just like at the YCS Top Cut, we had over 10 different decks, which is always a pleasure to see, and this means this is one of those moments in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where creativity and genius really pays off. So get your decks together, think of ideas, just try and outsmart your opponents, and I'm sure any deck will be just good enough for you to go and make it. Thanks again for watching, and we will be back very soon with more action.
Level up the storm with Armed Dragon Thunder. Popular themes make a triumphant comeback, and new strategies emerge to make their mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazing Vortex. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Remote Duo TCG Invitational. We are now in round 2, and we will find out who the opponent of Matthieu, already advanced to the top 8, will be for tomorrow. Again, we have an incredible match to start things off. One of the players to look forward to, which is Pierluigi Sorrentino, fellow Italian players, who is up against Max Team from Germany. And this will be an interesting one because they are both playing Tri-Brigades, but they have quite some different deck lists. In fact, Pierluigi is one of the 2 players this weekend alongside Hermann playing the Zodiac version, which actually cut Rescue Cat, which is one of the most incredible cards in the deck. So I'm really interested to see this. And Pierluigi is part of Hermann and also Raphael Neven testing circle. So I'm definitely curious to see whether this deck is actually that good. We know and we mentioned that Hermann was first in Swiss at the YCS last weekend, and Raphael advanced to the top 16. So we will see him later on this month in action. So without further ado, let's bring up the first interview, which is the one from Pierluigi.
Well, I basically bought my first starter deck when it was free, I think. And then it's been like the game you play at summer with your friends, with your school friends. I started looking into it more seriously when I was like 14, so 7 years ago. And yeah, I never stopped from there. So the first deck I've played, well, when you're a kid, you usually just take the best cards you have and put them together. So I guess that would be the first deck I played. If you're talking about like more competitive stuff, well, it's been Lightning Ruler, like in 2014, late 2014. My favorite card would be Upstart Goblin, and I'm also a big fan of the hero cards actually, because of the anime that I used to watch. So the deck I'm going to play is Tri-Brigade Zoo, and the reason for that is that after the banlist, all of the decks got weaker, and it was the only deck that could still set up different interruptions in form of like having monster interruptions and back row, so that your opponent can't draw a single card and like shut you down entirely. My fondest memory in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is actually a very recent one, and it's about a friend of mine from Chile. So he was going to play the YCS and he didn't have an access code talker. So like 10 of us chipped in and got him an access code for the YCS, and he ended up making top 8, and he's gonna play it on stream at the end of the month. So it's actually really cute.
Great things from Pierluigi, and definitely, as mentioned before, one of those players to really keep an eye on, and maybe he has what it takes to finally get the breakout performance and win it all. But I think his opponent, Max Team, will have something to say against that, so let's hear it from his opponent.
I've been involved with the trading card game since I was a little child. I was just collecting cards, but I really started playing in 2015 when one of my friends asked me to come join with my cards, and then we just played for weeks every day, and it was so fun, and I've been playing since. My first deck that wasn't just a pile of cards was, I think, a Light Swan deck, which, to be honest, was also just a pile of cards, but at least there was some kind of strategy behind it. So yeah, that was my first deck. I have a lot of favorite cards, but if I had to choose one, my favorite card I think would be Chaos Dragon Legionnaire. I've been playing so many decks with the card, and it's just, every time I summon it, it just feels so powerful. And yeah, that's why I think it's my favorite card. I'm going to play Pure Tri-Brigade because I think it's a very good deck, and last weekend I've done well with it at the YCS, so why change a working system, I guess. My fondest memory about Yu-Gi-Oh! I think was back in 2017 when me and 3 of my friends drove to the first ever YCS I attended, which was in Prague. We drove 8 hours there, I think, and I remember walking in there before I was only playing like 10 people locals, and then I walk in and see like hundreds and hundreds of like-minded players, and it just felt so surreal to me. And I had one of the best weekends ever. So yeah, I think that was my fondest memory.
Okay, so Max, again, as we mentioned, definitely not gonna give it up to Pierluigi that easily. And once again, I think it will be very interesting to see this match, because they both know the deck, but I think Pierluigi, by having the spice and a little bit of craziness with the deck building, might have an advantage. But without further ado, if our players are ready, let's just find out who will advance to the top 8. Let's go to the table.
Now, once again, I think that I'm really looking forward to this match because, as you said before, they're playing 2 different versions of Tri-Brigade decks, which is very interesting because on one hand, I think that playing with 3 rescue cats was something that we haven't seen maybe in a long time. Like, we're talking about X-Saber, I think, 2010, and on the other hand, we have seen a lot of players relying still on a small Zodiac package on their own, just because they want to special summon the Zeus, which is a very good card.
It's definitely a different solution. As you mentioned, Rescue Cat being very popular back when Victor won the European Championship, but ever since really didn't pay off. And I'm interested in this version from Pierluigi, because as mentioned, many of the famous European players are using it, and not only as you mentioned, it gives you access to Zeus, which is huge. Chaka 9 is a great tool when going first, because it allows you to just link someone into Tri-Brigades. And Tanky is the, let's say, link that allows you to just play both engines together. So I really like the idea. And now, as mentioned, usual stuff. So the Fractal gets there, you can send the Kit and the Nerval. So
And especially the play testing a lot with the Tri-Brigade decks gives you the idea of what you can and what you cannot do. And I think in the mirror match especially, maybe having Zeus in your extra deck can make the difference. So
Yeah. Definitely interesting, and as mentioned, solid stuff. He gets the Keras, and let's see if he will have one of the Zodiacs. Doesn't seem so, so he just gets another kit. Punishing 2. Does he has a response? No. And again, here you gotta think. What I like about this deck is that it doesn't really matter who you're playing against. The opening is somewhat similar, and these will actually be the case. And the Keras gets special summoned, so quite a strong opening from Pierluigi, who will try his best to play around Nibiru, but if that would have been the case, it could hurt so much here.
Here in this spot, it will hurt a lot. Yeah.
So he gets the Ancient Warrior Link on the field, and he maybe goes for the Appaloosa here. Let's see if that's the case. Yeah. So great start once again, and shown of how well he knows the deck. Incredible opening with the Appaloosa for free and the Revolt, plus the Ancient Warrior Link, which you haven't really seen yet. So yeah, what I really like about this start is that not only does he have the Appaloosa for 3, but the
Ancient Warrior Oath is there, so just in case...
Yet another interruption, wow, and even a second back row, which is quite important because they are both maining copies of Solemn Strike. So, interesting things, amazing opening, and I'm not even sure if Max wants to try and break this board. It's tough.
Yeah, because right now maybe you can just want to try it out and see if we can do something. Okay.
Pot is definitely a great way to start. He really needs more cards, and as you can see here on the start, Ancient Warrior's Oath is just another addition and one more interruption, because it allows you to just spin back a card back to the end of your opponent by discarding one. So great additional tool.
Yeah, I think now Max just wants to give it a try. It's not going to be easy. Okay.
So start things off by Fractal. So already revealing to his opponent what deck he's playing. Would you ever negate here with Appaloosa? What do you think?
Yeah,
he does. Yeah. So Appaloosa goes down to 2 and negates the Fractal.
Yeah, it's understandable. I mean, the more he activates, the more you negate.
And now we see the Keras discarding the Nerval, so great start here. If he does negate the Keras, it would stick in hand. So it isn't the greatest way to use it, and that's why Pierluigi just decides to let it go through. But now he might negate the Nerval. This is more of an interesting choice.
Yeah, because if he does have a Solemn Strike in his back row, he could use it later on for a Max Link summon.
But instead, he doesn't. Maybe he's afraid that the Keras will then attack over the Appaloosa, and instead he will just play it safer here. So Max still has access to his normal summon, but a lot of interruptions still available to Pierluigi, who has the Revolt, maybe another trap, the Ancient Warrior. So he will use the Ancient Warrior.
Okay.
And actually bring back the Keras back to end.
This is interesting because now he has 2 more negates, and maybe if he has the Solemn Strike as well.
And he has the Revolt, so now the normal summon of a Fractal. Interesting. He could already use the Revolt if he feels like it, and it might be the case. I don't mind it, because then you can negate any extender. Yeah, he does. So great stuff by Pierluigi. This, along with Appaloosa, is a great way to stop your opponent, because Appaloosa can negate the bell and any form of interruption. So yeah, this is just the best opening that the deck has. Again, the Omen is the field, he will banish the Fractal and gets even more advantage.
Yeah, because now Appaloosa Verto hurts a lot, and
Yeah, because I mean, you already used the Keras, which is the main extender of the deck, and he used the normal, so I don't see this going Max way, but let's see if he can surprise us with any special way.
yeah, I think it was well played by Pierluigi because he knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well played by him.
Just sets one, most likely another revolt, but this is looking like it's going to be Pierluigi game. He really needs to find a way to close it, but I wouldn't be worrying when you have an Appaloosa, so this is just the strength of this deck. He top decks even the Keras, so he can discard the kit, get the Keras down, and then trigger it to get even more cards and tough times. Max picks up his card. He has seen enough. Very, very great opening by Pierluigi. Played it to perfection. And here is where you can see maybe the difference between the last match with Jake, where he opened really strong, but he kind of didn't know what the perfect opening was, and it probably is what we just saw with Pierluigi. So congratulations to him. Game 1 goes to Pierluigi, and now we take a look at the side decks, but the pressure is on Max.
Yeah, the pressure is on Max because now in the mirror match it's not easy because on one hand I think he's playing one of the most interesting card that we haven't seen so far that many players play, which is Contact C, a card that I think is one of the best solution in your side.
Rarities return in Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, featuring glorious ghost rares, 9 themes from the past, and 2 new strategies. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past. 15 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Remote Duel Invitational. We are here once again to show you guys an incredible weekend of Yu-Gi-Oh! But we have in the meantime some time to kill off. And what's the best way to do it? And not to analyze what just happened and the recent news in Yu-Gi-Oh! So on July the 1st, we saw the latest Forbidden Unlimited list drop out, and it took everyone by surprise. It was one of the most impactful ones, because it brought back a lot of cards from the Forbidden list, and it also had a lot of significant changes across the top decks. We already had a glimpse of the impact at the YCS last weekend, but we want to further analyze the biggest changes one by one since our players this weekend and even in the new weekends are gonna have to deal with it and find new solutions. So Alberto, why don't you talk to us about the first big change?
So I think we should start with the Forbidden of the Guard Dragon LP. I think this card has had a huge impact over the last 2 years, I would say, because Guard Dragon Link was played from YCS Utrecht 2020, and we remember that Matteo Bertolesi lost in the final. And this card was incredibly used by all of the players during the last 2 years, and but nevertheless, the Guard Dragon Link is still there because we have seen that.
We are back. Unfortunately, someone played a lightning storm against our house, and there was a black house in the entire building. Luckily, it lasted only a few seconds, and we were at the beginning of the match, so we can instantly resume it for you guys. And it was, yeah, the desired start of game 2 from Max, which is the best way to do it. Okay, so this is more of a slower start we see, which is the Almirage, normal summon. Again, you get to add the Keras, and it's the slower start, but it can still get you there, especially after siding with so many tech cards in the deck. So,
and as we tried to say before, talking about the side decks, maybe we will see. Okay, now comes the Veiler. We're talking about the Contact C being played by Max, and I think this is a very good card that we haven't seen so often by most of the players.
Yeah, wow, but 3 set cards from Max. So, definitely hoping that his opponent doesn't have the same Lightning Storm they just used against us. Let's see.
Yeah, anyways, I think that with Max has a decent opening, especially because he's playing multiple copies of Solemn Strikes, and maybe has Imperial Order, we'll see.
Yeah, he's playing Impermanence. He has a lot of traps, so Pierluigi will try his best to came back, and he starts with a Fractal, which gets met by an Ash. So
okay,
this is just turned into a grind game, and we'll see, because maybe Pierluigi can have the best if he can play around the trap cards. Revolt is one to be afraid of, but if there is no Revolt, maybe he can out-resource his opponent.
Yeah, I think here he just wants to push a little bit, especially because it doesn't seem he has that much going on. Maybe here Max is considering if he has like a Revolt or something. Maybe just wants to enter battle phase, Pierluigi, I don't know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he enters battle phase and crushes both monsters. And he sets to spell and trap cards on his own. Okay, now back to Max. Let's see if he has some more solutions. Okay, it has become a grind game.
Yeah, as mentioned, this is now a grind game, and if there is a Revolt set, it could be big, and it is. So let's see if Max has any response. Definitely not the usual Tri-Brigade game you will see, and I really would like to see a Zodiac from Pierluigi, because he could actually be quite good in such a type of game. Okay, so the Revolt resolves, and now he gets to pick up a card for turn.
So what do you expect from Max Backrows? Because I think he has maybe
Impermanence, yeah, most likely. Strike, again, could be there. Maybe this Judgment,
yeah,
but...
maybe the Judgment, yeah.
It's tough. It's tough to predict. Maybe the judgment would have been used here, so it's not the most obvious game. But I'm sure Pierluigi will try his best, just like he did in game 1, to completely destroy his opponent's resources. And it starts things off with the first Zodiac of the game. So Ferroblade hits the field, and although Trident unfortunately is no longer with us, as it was forbidden in the last list, it can turn, just like we see here, into the Barbo, which means that Zeus might come down soon enough.
And here we may see the first difference between these two players playing a pure version and a Zodiac variant.
Yeah. So here we see, as mentioned, the attack coming down and really shaking his opponent. And let's see if the Zeus just comes down here.
Yeah, maybe we will see the first Zeus of the weekend so far. Okay, Chaka 9.
Yeah, Chaka 9, and finally this Zeus, which has double material under it. Is there a Solemn Strike? There is. So, luckily for Max, he's still in this game. Solemn Strike stopped the Zeus completely. And, yeah, that would have been devastating. He would have been left top decking. But now there is still some hope.
And I think Max really needs a monster or a tanky. Maybe the last set could be a Revolt. Could be. Because on the other hand, Pierluigi still has Bear Bram and a set on his own. So let's see if he has some more solutions for this turn.
Yeah, again here, as you can see, Zeus, outside of the Solemn Strike, there was not much that could have dealt with it. And even just the body itself being a 3000 is tough to deal. Wow. And another Revolt set from Pierluigi.
It is huge.
Yeah, when your opponent just draws all these traps and you have access to your monsters, usually these are the games where you just grind them through sheer damage. And here you can see just summoning back so many monsters into the Omen.
Yeah, this is huge. It could also change the game entirely, because here comes the Omen. Does he have another Solemn Strike?
Wow, another Solemn Strike. Wow, what a game. And what an opening from Max. Unfortunately, he didn't have one of these... like, imagine even a Rescue Cat, how much damage he could have done with all these traps to back it up. So, Pi is back to Max, who is top decking and looking for the Rescue Cat. He gets it. I actually, named it for him, and that was the best draw, probably. But he is thinking about it. Did he banish all of them? No way. That would have been so bad for him. That's so unlikely to happen, but maybe that is the case. Oh my, I think it is. It is, wow. This is actually heartbreaking from Max. The Rescue Cat thinks it's the best top deck, but it's actually the worst, because he banished all of the remaining targets with Pot of Desires. What a way to actually end the game it could be. And now Pierluigi, from being devastated just 1 second ago, can definitely have a breath of relief, and he will top decks the Twister. Wow, with the kit. Wow. What a top draw. And yeah, he destroys the impermanent set from Max. He activates the kit, and this is just easy game from Pierluigi. But what a turnaround. In just a matter of seconds, we thought that Max had the game and we would see a game 3. Instead, the Pot of Desire, disaster, and now Pierluigi has enough. He just swings for game and he takes it immediately with quite a fast game. He is the winner. Congratulations, Pierluigi. Let's go back to us for the post-match discussion. What a way to continue it. Game 1, in the last match, we had such a back and forth one with Jay Quincy and Matthieu going all the way into time. Now, the completely opposite thing happens, and Pierluigi completely destroys his opponent. I gotta say, in game 1, we had what's the best possible opening from the deck, summoning Apollousa, Ancient Warriors Oath, and Revolt. But in game 2, quite the opposite thing, right?
Yeah, it was quite the opposite thing, because like we thought that maybe the game would have gone with game 3, as it started like it was okay, but the effect value was there, and we were not expecting so many traps from Max's side. And on the other hand, when he top decked the rescue card, we thought that it could have been like the card of the game, but it didn't have target. So
yeah, that's a crazy way to end it. We mentioned that part of the Cyrus is such an incredible tool, but he decided to only main 2 Keras. So maybe the third copy of Keras could have been in the deck for the cat. That wasn't the case, which means Pierluigi is the one who advances. And now we can bring up on the screen for you guys the updated bracket for the event. We have our first top 8 match completed, which will be the first one we see tomorrow, and is the one between Matthieu with his Prankits deck and Pierluigi with his Zodiac Tri-Brigade deck. I'm sure they will prepare for the rest of the day, trying their best to see and get an advantage for tomorrow. But again, what a show from both guys. I gotta give credit to our fellow Italian players. It seems like Italy is just on a streak lately. And maybe Pierluigi will try his best to bring home this title as well. But now, thank you guys again for watching. As you can see on the screen, match 3 is already ready. Our players are just trying their best, and they are warming up their hands and decks so that they can advance to the second match in top 8. So without further ado, let's go on a short break, and we will be back with round 3.
Rarities return in Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, featuring glorious ghost rares, 9 themes from the past, and 2 new strategies. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past. 15 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Remote Duel Invitational. We are here once again to show you guys an incredible weekend of Yu-Gi-Oh! But we have in the meantime some time to kill off. And what's the best way to do it? And not to analyze what just happened and the recent news in Yu-Gi-Oh! So on July the 1st, we saw the latest Forbidden Unlimited list drop out, and it took everyone by surprise. It was one of the most impactful ones, because it brought back a lot of cards from the Forbidden list, and it also had a lot of significant changes across the top decks. We already had a glimpse of the impact at the YCS last weekend, but we want to further analyze the biggest changes one by one, since our players this weekend and even in the new weekends are gonna have to deal with it and find new solutions. So Alberto, why don't you talk to us about the first big change?
So I think we should start with the Forbidden of the Guard Dragon LP. I think this card has had a huge impact over the last 2 years, I would say, because Guard Dragon Link was played from YCS Utrecht 2020, and we remember that Matteo Bertolesi lost in the final. And this card was incredibly used by all of the players during the last 2 years. And but nevertheless, the Guard Dragon Link is still there, because we have seen that it was in the top cut last weekend in the YCS. So I think that you guys, if you want to try this out, although Guard Dragon LP was a very good card, still the deck is very good.
Absolutely, and I think we have the next change coming up, which really show you why sometimes a big change as that to a key card of the deck, even getting forbidden, can actually be quite a positive impact on your mentality and on just the way you think about the deck. And that is Zodiac Trident. Of course, a part of me is crying when I see the card is no longer with us. It just recently came back, but it was just a little bit stronger even in 2021. But again, the importance of not underestimating a change. The YCS from last weekend, Zodiac is still the most played deck in the top cut, of course with a mix, it is getting played with the Tri-Brigades, because they already play tanky, and the ability to go for Zeus going second is still there. And one of the very famous players across Europe, Rafael Neven, is using this deck, and he qualified for the top 16. So we will see him in action just in a few weeks. The next change is actually an opposite one, something that came off the forbidden list, and that is...
I think we should start with Skyscraper Engage, a
Yes.
card that we haven't seen in a while, and this deck, we all know, guys, how big this was during the last years. It has won several YCSs, and now it's back, and I think stronger than ever. And the deck is incredibly good, still used by a lot of players that were waiting for the return of the Engage, and but this is not the only card we have to talk about, right, Marcello?
No, absolutely. And another of the cards that really shocked people was the return of Stalio. So the infamous, we could say, XYZ really came back and shocked the world with the Salman Great deck being back in action. But we gotta mention that although at the past YCS as well, just like at this event, Sky Striker was the second most popular deck. Not a single one was in the top cut.
Yeah.
So maybe Engage is still fine at 1. And on the other hand, Stalio was that impactful that we have 2 players in the top cut. So again, really, you can see the differences. And sometimes really good players will tell you that even though cards like Engage are considered among the best cards ever in the game, an extra deck card is even better because you always have access to it. So that can definitely play its role, but there are for sure other, I would say, black horses in the list,
Yeah.
and the underdogs cards, and on top of them, I would say for the pendulum fans out there, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Basically, we had this introduction of Joker limited to 1. And I think for most of the Pendulum players, I think that this is pretty fine because the deck has a lot of solutions. So if you just want to try it out, guys, right now there are a lot of different decks played in this meta game. And on the other hand, I think that another card that is worth to be mentioned is Miscellaneosaurus.
Absolutely. Again, change to the limited list this time. Pendulum getting an old tool, not quite the Electromite I think fans were hoping for, but still a very impactful one. And I'm really curious to see whether people are gonna get new ideas with the deck. But yeah, the Miscellaneo is more of a weird change, I would say. It was cold and needed in the mind of a lot of players, but it still showed up strong. It seems like the deck is really good at going second, at playing both with Mystic Mine, and just as it did in the past with Lost World. So I'm sure Dinosaur is still a very good deck, but again, guys, this really show you why Yu-Gi-Oh! Is such an incredible game. Cards that were long forgotten can be back in one moment, and even new cards can just create the new additional combos. So now it's up to you to just go on the official website and check for yourself the entire and updated list and think through what your deck is and what is gonna win the next event. So thank you again for watching, stay tuned, and we will be back soon with more action.
Winter grows colder as the dragons of the ice barrier break free. The icy prison cannot hold the storm, and the return of Trishula is nigh. Structure deck, freezing chains. 46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Welcome back, and thanks Marcello for the amazing analysis as always. Too bad you have to work with the other guy, but keep on, and I think you will be fine in the future. But yeah, guys, welcome finally to round 3 of the Remote Duel TCG Invitational. We have yet another brand new amazing match for you. And it's actually gonna be one between 2 players and 2 decks we have not seen this weekend. On one end, we have Danik against Kian, who are actually playing Altergeist and Dragon Link. So this is quite a throwback to the past, but I'm definitely looking forward to it. And before talking more specifically about the match and our predictions, let's hear it from the first interview.
How long have I been involved with Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card? Actually, since very, very little. When I was just, I think, 6 years old, even younger maybe. Couldn't even read or write yet. I was already playing with the cards, not really knowing the rules, but just looking at the show and just copying whatever I saw on there, doing things that aren't really by the book from the first shows. But it was really fun. And when I got older, and I played Yu-Gi-Oh! Games for the Nintendo and other stuff, I got to learn the game more and more. And I played with friends, played with other people on the playground. It was really good time. And then when I was 11 years old, I started entering the competitive scene, going to my first locals, going to my first nationals. At my first nationals from 2012, I played, also became I became second place and then had to come out because of reasons as the national champion, and I've been playing ever since basically. So that comes down to 9 years, I guess, of competitive play. Long time. The first deck I played with, well, with my friends it was just the same thing every kid plays on the playground. You just take a bunch of cards that look good and you just throw them together. It's just a cookie cutter deck, I guess. The Goat deck has more of a team. But competitively, the first deck I played, I will never forget, it was Chaos Dragons. I was just a kid. I got 3 of the structure decks from the Dragons Collide structure deck, and with that I started building, and that was the first competitive deck I tried to play with, and I've played that for years. It was so much fun. I still to this day love to play it. Do I have any favorite cards? The people who know me know the question of this very well. It's not a really good card, but it's definitely my favorite card. My favorite card by far is Karibo, the level 1 monster Yugi also used in his deck. It's a bit of a weird thing, but there's just something about playing a card that seems almost useless and making it do as much as possible and really exploring the limits of how much you can do with something raised around it that I absolutely love. I love how much you can do with a creature, even though it's so, at first sight, so bad, even I would dare to say. But I love it. In 2019, I even played it in my Orcus deck and went X2-1 after day 1. Hoped for an interview, just didn't get it, but I had a deck interview that day. For this tournament, I am playing the Dragon Link deck. Again, I kind of gave up on it, having played it for a long time after the recent ban list, because we lost Guard Dragon LP and Striker Dragon had been limited, which were not easy, which didn't make it easier for the deck, but for this event, I didn't have a whole lot of time to test and I didn't have a whole lot of time to play. So I wanted to make sure that the deck I played was something I knew true and true, because at this stage you're playing against the best of Europe, and I wanted to give it my best and have fun. I've made throughout these years, I've made a lot of fun memories with this game, being the reason that I still play it for such a long time. The fondest memories though, all pretty recent. In 2019, I won the European Speed Duel Championship. That was a really fun memory, having enjoyed it a lot competitively, and I really liked the Speed Duel card game for the longest time. The second fondest memory, the other fondest memory is probably in YCS Ghent. I forgot the year, that I went really well with Orcus Karibo, which was just being able to play your favorite card even though you don't know that it's not that great, and doing good with it is an amazing feeling. But the best memory I've made recently must have been an Invitational qualifier. Having played against great duelists, having played amazing matches, and playing the finals against my own teammate who will be here at this event as well, Simon Keybones, it was such a nice memory to have. It was such a good experience. There was no one else I would have want to play the finals against.
It's always nice to hear, you know, these players with their such emotion in their words when they are not as used as others like Jay Quincy, which we have seen to these high stages, being on stream with a lot of people watching. But I really like that he sticked with what he's used to. So he's the one who is playing the Dragon Link deck and a really unique version of it. Of course, he had to adjust as Guard Dragon LP got forbidden. But he found a very interesting way to do it with cards like Dragunity, Romulus. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing his deck in action. But his opponent will have a lot to say against it. And it's Kian with Altergeist. So let's hear it from him.
So other than playing as a kid back in like 2008, 2009, I started quite recently compared to a lot of other people in the tournament today. I think I started playing again around about Flames of Destruction, but I didn't start properly playing until Soul Fusion. So I'm not too long in the game. First deck I played, I think more casually it was Blue Eyes, where a lot of people start. But the first one where I wanted to try and put effort into was actually Chainburn, and then that developed into Trickstar Burn. Ooh, favourite cards. So one which not a lot of people know about me is the one card that got me into Yu-Gi-Oh! Was a card from, I think, Metal Raiders, and it's called Gadget Soldier. And you just looked at the coolest card in the world, and that's what got me into the game. But I'd say the favourite card would be either Block Dragon or Dante Traveler of the Burning Abyss. So I'm not 100% sure yet with what deck I'm playing for the tournament, but I'm pretty nailed on. I feel that I'm going to be playing Altergeist if all the cards arrive in time. Just because I feel it's a good place in the meta right now. It doesn't die to all the hand traps in the meta because a lot of decks are playing 10+. And trap cards are just very strong. And if the cards don't arrive, my backup option would be the Tri-Brigade Zodiac because it's a deck which I know pretty well and I've done pretty well recently with it. Fondest memory in Yu-Gi-Oh! I think the main one was YCS London, I believe it was 2019. I was teaching my mate how to play Gemini FTK, which is one of my favourite decks at that time. I should have played it for the main event, but I played Altergeist instead, and I regretted that decision. So day 2, I'm running around the whole tournament hall. I've taught my friend how to play the deck. I'm trying to find Kevin, as he's one of the bigger Gemini FTK players. And we ended up doing a 3v3 with all 3 players playing Gemini FTK, and it was the best 4 hours of Yu-Gi-Oh! In my entire life, the most fun I've ever had.
Quite the attitude instead shown by Kian, who, as we mentioned, will probably have a lot to say against his opponent. And I gotta say, this is particularly interesting, not only because they are unique decks, but they are completely opposite. Altergeist with a lot of traps, and he's even maining Mystic Mine, which could be a potential blowout cards. But Danik, although he's playing a super strong, combo decks, a lot of extenders, he's maining Twin Twisters.
Yeah.
So definitely an interesting match awaits for us. But our players are ready. So let's just jump to the table for round 3. Okay, so probably for the first time this weekend, the die roll will have an incredible importance here. Just because Kian has so many traps. He's playing 3 copies of Torrential Tribute and Solemn Judgment in the main deck, so...
Yeah, we talked about the Dragon League deck also in our deck discussion earlier on, and I think although Guard Dragon LP was forbidden and the Striker Dragon was limited, the deck is still here, so I'm really looking forward to this match.
Absolutely, and I always enjoy, you know, the way that these players, just like we saw in the last match with Pierluigi, with the Zodiac Engine, they try a way to play around the restrictions from the list. So let's see who will be the guy to open up. I think it's Kian, actually. So that's a great news for him, but he doesn't have a normal summonable Altergeist, so he will just set free and pass to his opponent. So this could be a struggle. If he doesn't have access to Faker, then I don't know if he has enough to just fight back the resource war.
Yeah, especially because from Danik's point of view, maybe in this meta you are not used to seeing so many players playing hand traps. And maybe he's not expecting Kia to play Altergeist, because as we saw previously in our match, especially Tri-Brigade plays some traps such as Solemn Strikes, Impermanence, and maybe we'll be surprised when we'll see Kian playing Altergeist.
Yeah, absolutely. Debating a little bit, there are plenty of things like the drawback, of course, is not having LP and the additional copies, but the upside is that you gain free extra deck space, which is a lot for a deck like Dragon Link, and it gave Danik the idea of having actually cards like Odd Red Dragon Archifiend Abyss and the Dragunity package, which were things just to do extra deck space you couldn't really fit before. So
yeah, it really depends about how many interruptions Kian has. Because as you mentioned earlier, if he has the multi-faker, that could hurt a lot. And okay, now
we finally see the start
with Seaford, and let's see if Kian has a response to this.
Yeah, the Star Legion is a great start, and already we see the spoofing. Okay. Hopefully there is no Ash Blossom from Danik, because this could hurt a lot. The question is he using the effect, or is he just activating and he already has a Faker in hand? That could also be the case. But we see a response from Danik.
Does he have Twin Twister?
But do you really use it here? Wow, he uses the Twin Twister, but this is interesting because spoofing actually shuffles back its cost.
Yeah.
So this means that Kian didn't use the effect of spoofing. This is actually, yeah, an unusual way, but if Solemn Judgment is not there, Danik drawing, although he plays 50 cards, one of the 2 copies of Twister remained, and you can see Kian really being frustrated with this. He's forced to actually use what seems to be a protocol.
Yeah.
And he will shuffle it back with the spoofing, I believe, at least trying to get something useful out of this situation. And yeah, as mentioned, he will use the spoofing to shuffle back the protocol.
Okay, he's getting rid of the other back row, which was the strike.
Which was the strike, and unfortunately, the judges told him that since he flipped the spoofing, but he didn't use the effect, he couldn't shuffle back the protocol anymore. And now the Faker comes down, but this is tough. He doesn't have any more back rows, and the only line of defense is gonna be the Silk. So great way to start this match from Danik.
Yeah, the Twin Twister was what he really was hoping for, because otherwise there might have been problems for him. And now he bounces back the Zephyr. So let's see if he does have, for example, a Ravine. Okay.
Wow, he has the quick launch. So great way to continue. Kian is playing Ash in the main deck, but I'm not sure if he has it yet at the moment.
Yeah, doesn't seem like Ian has a sort of interruption.
Yeah, he gets another tracer. And yeah, you gotta feel bad on one side for Kian. Ooh, wow, and the Nocto. So tough start here from Danik, who is lucky enough to see one of the only Shu copies of Twister. But now is where things get interesting. Before with the LP, this combo was more linear. Now I'm really curious to see what his combo is, and he gets the copy of Dragon Reveal. This is crucial because he's playing a big Dragunity engine, so definitely looking forward to see what his combos are going to be.
Yeah, especially because in our last remote duel invitational, we've seen a lot of players relying on Dragon Link, playing with LP and multiple copies of Striker Dragon, and here things slightly changed a bit.
Yeah, he's, as mentioned, since he has the extra deck space, he decided to run a huge Dragunity package with not only the Romulus in extra, but the Guide Erg, which is a synchro we have not seen in a long time. But it's great because it allows you to search for one of the Collapse Serpent Dragons for free.
Let's see what he now sends with the Dragon Ravine, and he has access to his extra deck now, so very curious to see what it will be next.
Yeah, he has also the option to add, which other version of Dragon Link didn't have before, as he plays both the engines in the deck. He has the Remus and the Legatus, so he can add one of those two Dragonity monsters to his hand. But
maybe they're just making some clarification here.
okay. So now he must resolve either sending or adding to the end from Ravine.
Yeah, now I think he knows that his opponent maybe doesn't have any other sort of interruption, so...
Yeah,
yeah, he can do basically a lot here because he has the Octo as well, the Tracer, he can bring back...
yeah, it's just a new way of playing the
Yeah.
deck, that's the thing. Which is also something that really pays off the testing, because when you have a card like Kelpie, which is just the easy solution you go to every game, it gets complicated when you have to just change the strategy to completely.
And here he got the Legatus, a card we haven't seen so often lately. And now, yeah, it comes this.
Yeah, the sector launch. Yeah, for now it's nothing. It's nothing new, but the difference must come at any time. And now you will just use it to get back the Tracer by tributing it, and potentially uses the Remus he searched with the Ravine. So this is an interesting touch card, the Legatus. I will try to bring it up for you guys on screen, but it's essentially can be special summon where you control the Ravine. It has a second effect, which is if you control one Dragunity equipped, you can even destroy a spell or trap, but it's just a nice extender to use. Now he summons the Romulus, I think. So... although LP is gone, PST is still there, so you can use it quite significantly to summon, for example, Borrowsword Dragon, which is in the extra deck. He has a lot of solutions, so...
And I really like how this deck is still here.
Here he gets a second copy with the Romulus of the Dragon Raven, which you can really see is the key card of this version. with the Remus, you can just discard it and get it. So it's one of those old monsters you can just use to add your field spell from the deck. And now with the other field spell, the Boots Extra Launch, he gets to special summon not only the Tracer, but the additional monster from his hand, which now allows him to push almost for game, depending how he feels like using it. But I think he will lock himself under Dark, so that's quite unlikely now.
Yeah, he needs to be careful, because he seems pretty much in control of this game, because it doesn't seem like Ian has the Ash Blossom you mentioned before.
Yeah, but now he's locked under Darks, so this is an important thing to remember. Although it's safe to say that Alter guys are great at going first, but not really at breaking boards and coming back. And here we see one of the many cards in his extra deck, which is the Chaos Ruler, the Chaotic Magical Dragon. So
yeah, previously in the meta game, this was one of a card that could really help you out to search for Dragon Maid cards once you mill. Okay, it was pretty decent with the Tiding and the Legionnaire. Okay, this is very good. This is very good for Danik. Yeah, this is pretty much a different way to combo off.
Absolutely, and here you see again one of the cards which actually, funny enough, was used back when we had all of the Guard Dragons. When you could special summon one from the extra deck, the Abyss, we see here is one of the cards you would usually go for. But now we actually see it summoned properly, which is definitely unusual.
And I think now Kian realizes that, it has seen enough.
Yeah, Kian has seen enough, so well played by Danik, who actually manages to come back from a field of free sets and spoofing. I gotta say, most of the credit goes to the Twin Twister, which was drawn, but which was also mained by Danik. So good decision from him. Twister is definitely not one of those cards you would expect a lot of decks to main in the format right now. But in the end, it was what gave in game one, and this makes it quite tougher for Kian after siding.
Yeah, it paid off, and especially because now looking at the side deck, I think, as you mentioned before, it's very important for Alter guys to go first. And looking at his side deck, he does have cards such as Dimension Shifter, or he has Imperial Order as well. Anti-spell if he really wants to side in these cards against Dragon Ravine, of course.
I gotta say, it's not a surprise that his side deck looks better for when he goes second than when he goes first, because usually you think you win already when he goes first. So I don't know, this could be actually tough for Kian, especially if we look at Danik's side deck.
Yeah, because I think he was prepared for these kind of matchups, considering that he's side decking the other copy of Twin Twister, the Red Rebooth as well, RP's Feather Duster, so he has a lot of cards against this kind of deck. And I think we will for sure see these cards from Danik's side.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite a Trinity yet, but until we get the Heavy Storm, but Red Reboot and RP Feather Duster are considered the duo of the best cards you can side against the rogue decks. And not only does he play that, he has 3 copies of Twin Twister and Pancrotop, so things are looking much better for Danik, considering he won what is probably a very unfavorable matchup, losing the title in game 1. But let's see just what Kian is able to do.
Yeah, because it's very hard to lose game 1 for Alter guys if you go first. I mean, Kian's hand was okay, but the Twin Twister was there for Danik, and I think that Twin Twister changed the game completely. So I think we will see Kian going first for sure in this game 2. While on the other hand, Danik, it has some solutions on his own. Yeah, I mean, I really like the fact that Dragon Link is still here. And
Yeah, again, for now we have seen Tri Brigade, and we already have two different decks in the top 8 guaranteed, which are Prankids and Tri Brigade Zoo. And no matter what, here we are gonna have a third guaranteed different decks in the top 8, which is always refreshing to see, and I think is my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh to play ever, when you can basically just build whatever deck you're comfortable with, and the power level is at such that you should be able to top and do well with it. So let's see if this duel will be again on a game 3 like in round 1, or if it will be a quicker one like the one from Pierluigi last round. So Kian draws his opening hand and wants to start this time with an Altergeist monster. Does he have it? It's much better, it's extravagant, already a much better start from last game.
yeah, card we have seen a lot during our last invitationals, and now players are relying with the Pot of Prosperity as well, but with this kind of rock decks, I think this is like one of the staple of your deck.
Yeah, but again, I really like that we are in a point in Yu-Gi-Oh where we have a pot format with 3 different pots in the format, which are Desires, Prosperity, and Extravagance, and each deck usually just runs 3 copies, but depending on the deck, you will see different versions. So it's definitely a fun thing to see. Luckily, Kian does not banish all of his Link once, and he's able to start with the Melusic. Which gets negated by a Gamma, okay. Not the most obvious card you would side in against Altergeist, I would say.
No, maybe he does side it out other cards, and yeah, because like maybe he sided out like 3 or 4 cards of side in Twin Twister and Red Reboot and the Duster, but I mean...
Yeah, it's a bold choice. I would say definitely bold choice from Danik. Maybe it will pay off, because now he should cut his opponent out of Faker, but Kian keeps 2 cards in hand, so maybe he does have a hard-drawn copy of Faker in his hand.
Yeah.
So play is now back to Danik, really looking forward to his Feather Duster and Reboot. Let's see. Picks up his hand, has quite a lot of tools. He does not play Lightning Storm, luckily for Kian. But he starts with one of the side deck cards. So the Pancratops hits the field. Definitely annoying. I don't think you use a strike if you have it here. You can hold it. But Kian is giving it some thinking. And I think he has... Yeah, I mean, now that he's... considering so much about flipping it, it would be weird if he didn't.
Yeah.
But this is also very annoying because he shuts down the protocol. Wow! Solemn Judgment on a Pancratops. This is bold from Kian.
Maybe...
Definitely an high risk, but hopefully high reward from him. Maybe he has just a second copy of Solemn.
Yeah.
And now we see the first play from Danik, just trying and using one of his Dragon Maids. So
yeah, it's not super easy for Kian because he needs to be careful with his life points. Does he have like...
And he flips the spoofing, which is now more understandable why he did this Solemn Judgment. The Pancratops can just chain to the spoofing for a +1. So although he wasn't happy about it, he was forced to actually use the spoofing. But the chamber will now be able to send the tide into the graveyard. So do you think he will just shotgun the Faker on the chamber, or will he wait?
I think he could either wait. Yeah, I think I would wait. Yeah. Yeah, it's just waiting maybe. Yeah, I think it's better.
Let's
No,
see.
okay.
So he goes for the Faker. He will summon the Silk most likely from the deck.
Yeah, I mean, the Solemn Judgment was huge because, as you said, he had the spoofing, so he really needed to add the multi-figure and guarantee it. So
Let's see. I think it has some merits to actually spinning back the chamber, though, because the Tiding is not alive. and they cannot go for the striker. So that's what he does. I think it makes sense. It isn't the greatest, but he's kind of forced to. And now he's hoping with everything he has that his opponent just bricked.
Okay.
But the ravine comes down. Tough, getting tougher and tougher for Kian. The last back row is all that separates his opponent from just completely going out. And wow, once again, just like last game, we see the Dragone to Regatos coming down. He can search the Remos from his deck if he feels like it.
And it is very good now. Because, yeah, he sends the Tiding. Does he have Ash? Okay.
Okay, Ash. So another line of defense from Kian. And this might be enough. But he banishes the Tiding. Let's see. Close one. Definitely gonna be a close one. But no response from now, so he gets the chamber back. Only one card left. He's thinking about it. He goes for the striker to just get the sector from the deck. Why not? It's a 3+1. But he doesn't... Oh, no, okay. For a moment, it seems like he didn't activate it. But luckily for him, he is, so...
Yeah, I think the only card Kian could have now, maybe it's like Impermanence or a Strike or I don't know, Judgment. That was
tough.
Yeah, it's very tough.
I mean, maybe he's just slow playing a Torrential. He's playing 3 copies of it, so maybe that could also be the case. And that could be actually really good, because the spoofing would be there, so next turn you just get something back. But yeah, no surprises, the launch is added, and now we see a Link summon for the Romulus maybe.
Yeah, I think he's thinking about it, because if Kian has the Solemn Strike, that will hurt a lot.
Yeah, maybe he wants to enter the battle phase first, to just get rid of everything. I don't mind it, but I don't know. It depends whether you can think you can push the 4000.
Yeah, I mean, you could risk it, but maybe just to be safer, I don't know, I would enter battle phase.
I don't know. Yeah, risk it for the biscuit. Let's see. Yeah, he takes it safer, so he enters the battle phase, just attack over both. Yeah, I like it. Why take unnecessary risks? It's not like Altergeist is gonna kill you next turn if you don't, so makes sense. Now we go to main phase 2, and probably gonna see a Romulus adding another Ravine. Just get the advantage going, I guess. Yeah. So Romulus comes down, he uses the effect. The last card in hand is a Faker, and the last set is an Impermanence. So you were right. Last card is an Impermanence, and now play is not actually looking that bad for Kian, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very tough game, because he has the multi-faker and the spoofing as well, so he has quite a few options, because if he draws like whatever card he can shuffle back, I mean, it's not looking that bad. I think Kian...
No, I like it, I like it. So now he gets played back. He will use the spoofing to get back for sure the Marionette, 100%, especially because he has the graveyard already full, so he can get the protocol back and then use his effect to destroy and get something back from grave. So it's looking good for Kian now. Yeah, so now he uses his effect. So all of this is happening because of this card right here we can see on screen, which is Personal Spoofing. And I think the Solemn Judgment on the Pancratops is really paying off. It was risky, but I think Kian played it really well, because the Pancratops would have just got rid of the spoofing, and the game was probably over by then.
Yeah.
So
well played by Kian.
Yeah, you bite the bullet, but it gets you here. And now he actually got the manifestation, I think.
Yeah.
But he needs to set it instead of adding it to end.
Now the Melusi comes back, and I think he will enter battle phase soon. Yeah. Okay, they just
Yeah,
realized.
they
this
just
themselves.
checked and corrected the small mistake. And now the Marionette attacks, and so you can get back the Melosic and get rid. I don't know. What do you think, the Raven or the Romulus?
I think the Raven.
Raven, yeah. The Raven is definitely scarier, and he can get the Linkuribu back from grave, potentially.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah, he does. So Linkuribu is back, and Melosic will trigger, giving him probably another Faker. Yeah. No surprise, great stuff. And now the only question mark left is the top deck from Kian. Is it gonna be another trap? Hopefully so for him. Let's see if he will set it. Yes. So another trap, and this is scary now from Danik. When you break a board against Altergeist, but you don't necessarily kill them, it's tough. Unless you put up a negation of your own, this is usually what they can do, and maybe this is enough now. It turned into a grind game, and this top deck is absolutely crucial from Danik.
Yeah. It's looking good for Kian now. The spoofing saved him, and I think that Solemn Judgment on the Pancrotops was worth, and it's paying off.
Yeah, so not even sure if a top deck is enough. Like Cow Space, maybe it's one of the best rows, but is that gonna be enough? I'm not sure.
Yeah, not sure, because he has the Manifestation, he has the Faker.
Do you like the Manifestation more than the Protocol set from the Marionette? I think there were merits to both, but
Yeah, I think they were both okay. I don't know, it depends on what Kian wants to do, because maybe the Protocol would have been safer, but the Manifestation is okay as well. Yeah. Yeah, now maybe just with a maybe red wolf, I don't know.
it's tough because even with the card like that, he needed some engine and some fool to go. Let's see, but if I have to ban my money, it's definitely on his opponent. But this is a decent way to start. We'll probably see the Faker now. Ooh, Torrential Tribute, actually. This is tough. Is it a Red Rebuke top deck from Danik? No. So, Torrential. Wow. In 2021, and now we see the Faker. Getting back the Silk. I would have liked the Protocol way more, I think. This would have been much safer if the face down from Kian was the Protocol. But it's probably still enough to win him the game, so...
Yeah, right now it's very looking good for Kian. Danik on his own doesn't seem like he can come back easily into this game. The spoofing did the difference, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is what we like to see, a back and forth one. And yeah, just a sack card from Danik. You can push it back in the end phase, which could be the tiding. But this is just so much advantage. And you know, the more time you give to your opponent with Altergeist, the nastier things they can do. Even negating your spell and trap, so... Okay. So now you can see a little trick you can do with the Altergeist deck, demonstrated brilliantly by Kian, which is the Silk chain to the Manifestation, just because it is a normal trap that then becomes a continuous one. It's... a nice way to just get a +1 from your opponent. And yeah, I think yes, seen enough. So it's 1-1. Great show of Altergeist management from Kian, and we're going to game 3. So what a turnaround! And what do you think of Danik's chances now?
Yeah, now I think that maybe we'll side in maybe Triple Tactics Talent is going first. But I would anyway keep in Red Reboot, Twin Twister, and RP's Feeder Duster, considering that against this deck you cannot afford to lose your resources, and considering that Altergeist plays a lot of traps and hate, you really need these cards to be there.
Yeah, maybe the Pancratops is the only one that's not that great going first with the combo deck. But for the rest, I gotta say, Kian is now looking much better, because all the cards we were mentioning that are really bad going first are now great. The Dimension Shifter completely stops his opponent, and he's also siding Ghost Bells and Raigeki, which is also interesting. Yeah.
Also evenly matched if he really wants to, but yeah. Long solutions.
A lot of cards now from Kian, which might have completely switched the pace of this match and the momentum, which was definitely on Danik's side, but it's now pending towards Kian. So it's definitely a tough one, and I'm sure the opponents coming up in round 4 are looking for this match and just studying their opponent moves, because whoever advances here will move on tomorrow to the second top 8 match for the day, and the next match coming up is the one that will actually find the winner and the opponent of one of these two guys tomorrow. So lot of things on the line, of course, and both of these players want to make their friends watching at home proud. And I gotta say, just in general, it's of course summertime, we are in July, but it's what a time to be playing Yu-Gi-Oh! We have had so many different events. Just last weekend we had the first YCS after so much time. We had an incredible attendance with close to 1,800 players, although we were hosting it in different countries, so for North America, and just the acceptance and was amazing from all of you guys watching at home. So as always, make sure to check out any of our announcements on the website, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is alive as ever, and events are going on a weekly basis depending where you are. There are remote duel qualifiers going around, and we are gonna try and show you guys the best of it with these duelists today and tomorrow, as well as the final top 16 of the YCS, which for anyone who has missed, we will also show you guys on the 31st of July. So much Yu-Gi-Oh! For you guys to enjoy, but now the focus must be on this match and on the winner between Danik and Kian.
And now we will see Kian going second for sure with Altergeist, and but I think he has so many resources in his side deck that maybe will not be a problem for him, because I think he was ready to go second in this kind of matchups. While on the other hand, I think Danik is really hoping to establish a field which can actually deal with all the traps that Kian is playing with his Altergeist deck. They're almost there for us, guys, so soon ends will be picked up.
Yeah, so you can see both of them being really focused. Let's see. One of these guys is drawing their last 5 cards for the weekend. Is it going to be Danik? Is it going to be Kian? Luckily, there are 20 minutes remaining, meaning the timeout is still quite far away. But let's see Danik and his combo deck. Again, a great start. So,
yeah, it starts with the Cipher. This means that he has access to the Striker Dragon pretty easily.
And Kian does not have that many entraps, so let's see. It doesn't seem like he stopped it. So he will get the Collapse Serpent.
good start for Danik. Because the Call Up Serpent.
Yeah, Striker Dragon. Usual prey, I guess, forbidden list stuff. So the thing here is I'm also kind of hoping in the back of my head that there is no response from Kian, just because we didn't really get to see a full combo from Danik. So I want to see what his aim is, what his thoughts behind this decklist are. So, and this is definitely a good start to show us.
Yeah, always needs to be careful because we know how Nibiru could come here in a moment if Kian has it, but it's looking good for the Nick. Now comes the Romulus. Okay, he has the Ash Blossom. Did he hard draw the...
Are you surprised that you used it first, or...?
I mean, he could have used on the Seaford maybe, right?
Yeah. You have stopped a lot of advantage.
Could have stopped a lot of cars, yeah.
I think I would have liked it much more, but now the sector launch comes down and it seems like he activated his effect, so he must have a Tracer or a monster in hand. That's the case. But as you can see here on the screen, he will now link it away, but I would say by far the Dragonity Romulus we see now on screen is what allows just Danik to play with this deck.
Yeah.
He playing a lot of copies of Dragon Redeem with many Dragonity monsters, and it's the biggest tool in the deck at the moment.
Yeah, I think it would have prevented Danik from activating the Book Sector launch, the Striker Dragon, so... Yeah, he has the Erratic Seal. Oh, okay, it's not done yet.
Okay. Solid start. We see the Erratic Spheres. Again, not the greatest against Altergeist, but definitely quite useful against all other matchups. But worst case scenario, you can get a Brotor, get a Levian here for next turn, so still quite useful. And with the Tracer down, he now has access to the Bottle of Savage if he thinks that's the case.
Yeah, because now with the Tracer he can bring back the Rocket Synchron if he wants to. And yeah, I think this is what most likely we will see.
Yeah. So this could just be the Savage, and it's a decent start. Not the greatest against Altergeist per se, but it's okay.
Okay, gets the Recharger instead, which is fine.
Yeah, and I would be surprised if there was something else being summoned here. There is the Chaos Ruler, so he's thinking about his options, but let's finally see his decision. And yeah, as predicted, he goes for the Savage. Yeah. So he gets back the Romulus and now has some negations for any possible interruptions by Kian. Solid start, and even a face down card, which could be the Tiding or a Twin Twister maybe, to just hit his opponent in the end phase. So play is now back to Kian. Can he break this board? He already used an Ash Blossom, so he will only be working with 5 cards. But wow, what a way to start it with the Extravagance. I would say you negate this 100%.
No matter what, you don't want to give your opponent like an extra draw.
Yeah, so I would be very surprised if we didn't see the negation from the Savage here, and there is really no way you wouldn't do it. Especially with the Erratic Sphere, we can protect you from like a Melusik attacking directly, so... Let's see. Yeah, he does negate it with the Savage. Makes sense. Ooh, and the Raigeki comes down. Raigeki showing up strong, and one of the few side cards from Kian. What a way to change the pace of this game. Again, Altergeist doesn't want to give up his advantage. Are you surprised that he didn't use the... No, I guess he...
No,
Yeah, he did.
No, he did. Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, now the Brutor comes with the erratic skills effect.
Now he discards the last card in his hand. Is it... Oh, the driver. Okay, a bad one for sure. And now he must think about maybe getting the Levianeer. There are a few targets you can search for, but... Yeah, the Levianeer is the most obvious one. And now can Kian actually push some damage with the Meluseek? It's probably the best card you could have here. Setting up some traps, but I really like Kian position now.
Let's see what he has.
He has the Silk, so not as great, but at least he can attack over the Brotor.
Yeah, better than nothing. If he has like a spoofing,
yeah,
to shuffle it back, maybe that would be good. But
Solomon as well would be great. So I think he's gonna and 2 cards pass, and let's see. Play is back to Danik. So he top stacks 1. He might have a Twin Twister set still that he was holding. But yeah, the Raigeki we can see on the screen giving a chance back to Kian. I don't think without it there would have been a game, because the Savage can just negate once more. So Raigeki keeping Kian hopes alive. But now it's all on Danik. He starts by banishing some cards for the Levianeer. Are we going to see a Solemn? I think that's definitely crucial here.
Yeah, this Levianeer is very important, because otherwise Danik would be left with only 1 card in his hand. Let's see if Kian has any kind of response. Does he have it?
He does. So luckily for him, Kian still holding back and trying his best with a solemn strike. And now Danik is kind of in trouble. The top deck is quite important, and this just turned into the old-fashioned top deck war, essentially.
Yeah, because now I don't expect Danik from having a Twin Twister. He does the spoofing as
well. The spoofing is huge here. This could actually turn the game upside down really quickly.
This is huge, because he can get the Faker, and then for the turn after he can shuffle back once again. This is very...
Ooh, but the Gamma, what a game! So the Gamma stops him, and now it's actually a top deck war as we predicted. I believe this was done during the end phase. I hope at least for Kian. And yeah, as predicted, the end phase goes on, and this is now officially a top deck war. Who is gonna win it? I would say Kian might have a slight advantage, because any Alter Guy's card is just great with the spoofing. Does he get one? He's thinking, which could be a good sign.
Did he pass?
Wow. This means that that's probably an Ash Blossom. But again, pass, draw and pass. This is not what you expect in 2021. Wow. And 2 passes by Kian are really surprising to me. 2 cards.
2 passes from Kian is not what you...
Yeah, and now we see the Dragonity come down, the Remus.
Yeah.
Usually you can discard it to get the Riven, but it's good enough in such a situation to just try and push some damage. We can see Danik is probably doing some air math, but...
Maybe Kian drew, I don't know, Shifter? Like...
I am really not sure, because unless, they're both Anthrops, like Shifter and Ash Blossom, or Bell, it's quite tough. Even, now a first stat, but quite unfortunate. He really wants to pick up an Altergeist card. Any Altergeist is great, because you get Marionette and then you get the Faker back, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like that's the case. So, let's see. Draw again from Danik. Thinking quite a bit. Seems like it's gonna be something playable at least.
Maybe a quick launch. Okay.
Wow. Okay. quick launch is a good one. Does Kian has an Ash? It doesn't, which is really bad sign that those might actually be the shifters. Both shifters, maybe. Wow.
Yeah, because I cannot think of any other cards like.
Yeah, there are very few things. Even the evenly match, you would probably
Maybe.
just set it. I think. I don't know. This is looking tough for Kian. After such an incredible start from both of these guys, this was back and forth game and match. Again, now it's looking like the momentum is on Danik's side, but never say never in this match. We have learned this multiple times, and now he's even thinking about the set. So.
Yeah, I think he can deal some damage, but at the same time, yeah, the only thing he has to concern, I mean, is the back row, because I will consider Kian having a double copy of shifters, maybe. Yeah. He has
And the tiding, as expected, is used. He's probably gonna chain the tracer on the tiding to get even more of an advantage. And yeah, this just it's looking like Danik is gonna grind his way through to the top 8, but still close to call. I guess torrential could be a really good one.
Yeah,
but
maybe torrential that will be a very good one in this spot, but I don't know. Doesn't seem like Kian has any sort of response to this.
he does. It's the bell. So yeah,
okay.
as expected, this must have been one of the end shops. At least it's not 2 copies of the shifter, but it's not really good right now. Like the bell is not even activated because I don't think there was a Dragon Maid, right? Yeah.
No.
So information revealed, unfortunately, by Kian here. And the set is finally revealed to be. Let's see.
Still unsure.
Yeah,
Okay.
quite unsure. I think, yeah, he lets it resolve. So the tiding resolves, and unfortunately, Kian revealed the bell. And now Danik is not afraid anymore. He knows that if an Altergeist card was there, Kian already would have activated the spoofing last turn, and this means that he is now free to go for its combos. So Romulus comes down, he gets the Raven.
The only thing he needs to be on top of his mind is like the bell, because you know.
Yeah, the bell he knows is there, and maybe the Nibiru could be the last card. But I mean, you surely don't play too much around that. But I don't think you even take that many necessary risks, because you know your opponent has a face down, which they didn't use. They have a bell, so I really think you don't need to play into Nibiru. Yeah, and now as we can see, the beauty of this Dragonity engine is that not only does it get you the Raven, but it's also a number of cards which can all be special summoned, both from the hand or grave. So, well played here by Danik, who is again trying his best to close this game. And he discards the Lancia, which is a quite interesting side deck choice. Probably therefore evenly matched, and yeah, I mean, mostly evenly matched. I
think he was afraid of losing like his entire core. Okay.
Yeah, he can get the.
Yeah, I mean
the other Dragonity.
The other Dragonity, but
yeah.
I think the only thing he needs to consider is just making 5700. Because like he knows that he has a bell, The other card, maybe I will not consider him to be an Ibiru, so I will not be feeling super safe. But
yeah, I'm surprised actually that he didn't use it earlier on the Remus, but now, yeah, he can just special summon the last of his Dragonite Legatus, and he does. So Legatus comes down. And he goes for another summon, maybe a synchro summon this time. Yeah. So the Guiderg comes down, and it is one of those cards we mentioned that is quite unique to his deck.
Yeah, I think he's explaining it to Kian, a card we haven't seen so often, but very good in this version of Dragon Link.
Yeah, you get a level 4 from hand and then discard it, which is the chamber, which is great because you have the Tiding already engraved, which you can banish and get back. So usually it's really good because you get an extender like the Collapse Serpent, but since you have to discard, of course, this is the most obvious choice. And now he knows that the bell is there, though.
Yeah. Yeah,
So I'm not sure if I actually like this play that much, I have to admit. Because now he will push the damage, try to win, but the bell can negate it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, I don't know, I didn't even activate the Tiding.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't activate it because he knows the bell can just negate it. Instead, he goes for a Hieratic Sphere. And, yeah, he's just gonna chill. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of this play, I have to admit. I mean, the Hieratic Sphere is okay because it deals with the spoofing in case of a top deck, but I think he's now risking it.
Yeah, he's risking it a lot.
I thought that maybe the line of plays he had could have led to a bigger advantage, but if you're Kian, you need to be worried about life points.
Yeah.
4 minutes remains, and although this game is not necessarily lost, okay, Ash comes down. As you can see, Kian is getting an advantage now.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. I don't necessarily agree with the line of play that Danik had. I think even the Sphere was too risky here. You had the 2 big beaters on board, and you can just keep them. Now the bell negates the Tiding, and the top deck war is looking much better for Kian now. The only issue is the time.
Yeah, exactly. I think he drew Chaos Space, which, okay, he can discard with the Ravine.
Yeah, which is a great draw, actually.
Yeah.
Because now you get another Remus. Or...
Okay, this
no, he sends the Seafert, but he can use the Chaos Space.
I think Chaos Space is very good now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now he uses the Seafert, the Chaos Space as mentioned, to get to the Striker, the one and only copy, because as we mentioned already, got limited. He draws a card which seemed like it might have been the Nocto, maybe.
Yeah, it is a monster for sure.
And now you can really see how Kian is holding up all these last cards, trying to stay alive in this match. But Danik, once again, just showing why Dragon Link is still such a good deck. He goes on and banishes for Levianeer. Do you think he's gonna use one of its effects? Or just try and attack? You know, bravely.
I think considering the situation...
Yeah,
okay.
he does. Well played. It was impermanence and it was double shifter. Ooh, the Mystic Mines were there. Though could have been a much better top deck. Unfortunate match from Kian. But congratulations to Danik. What a show of knowledge. What a interesting deck. And he is the winner. So congratulations, Danik. Let's go back to us for the post-match discussion. What a match. Again, congratulations, Danik. Incredible action from both of these guys. Definitely the most back and forth we have had, I would say, because Jake in round one was trying, but I think he was mostly struggling. This was the first match where it really could have gone either way, and it's probably thanks to the way they build their deck. So I was really impressed in game one by Danik, who managed to go second and still beat Altergeist, thanks to the Twin Twister main. In game 2, instead, the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, in game 2, we saw Solemn Judgment being activated on the Pancratops, and we thought that could have hurt a lot. But instead, he paid off, and he was able to win game 2, and we were not expecting it at all, but game 3 was super close.
Yeah, game 3 was the definition of, madness. It was all you could ask for. It was a strong opening play through an entrap from Danik. It was coming back and breaking your opponent's field, but then it turned into madness. It turned into a top deck war for multiple rounds where they just drew pass, and I gotta say I feel bad for Kian because he only needed an Altergeist card for multiple turns with the spoofing there, but he couldn't get his hands on it, and in the end Danik was the one who just won, thanks to Dragon Ravine being there and every turn activating his effects for advantages. Great show, and now we have our third player advancing to tomorrow to the top 8, which is Danik de Jong. So now, again, guys, thanks for watching. We need to find out who the opponent of Danik will be for tomorrow, so stay tuned, and round 4 is coming up shortly.
Rarities return in Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, featuring glorious ghost rares, 9 themes from the past, and 2 new strategies. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past. 15 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome to round 4 of the Remote Duo TCG Invitational. We're halfway through after this match. First half of our bracket, so the first 2 top 8 matches for tomorrow will be ready, but we will still have 4 more matches for today to find the remaining duelists advancing to tomorrow, day 2. For this one, we have one more of a special match for you guys, and it's the one between Alessandro Boniolo and Joshua Osman. Again, we have one deck which we already seen, which is a Tri-Brigade deck, although it contains some unusual choices we will be able to talk to you about later on. And from Joshua Osman, we have what's probably the craziest... although I gotta say, not the craziest deck we will see today, which is an Isold deck focused on Infernobles, Power Tool Dragon, and a lot of crazy combos I can't wait to see. But as mentioned, this is not the craziest deck we will see this weekend. Keep this in mind, because we have a lot more in store for you guys. But without further ado, let's hear it from Alessandro with the first player interview.
I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was younger, between 10 to 15 years old. Then I had a stop of about 4 years, and now for a few years I returned to playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Just because I can stay away from the game. The first deck I played was Elemental Hero when I was younger. Then, after the 4 years stop, I returned to the game with Blue Eyes. I have a favorite card, and I think the answer is quite common, but my favorite card is Blue Eyes White Dragon. It was my first ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Card, and it is also the most representative cards of the archetype I used when I returned to the game after the 4 years stop. Yeah. In this tournament I am playing Tri-Brigade, both because I feel good with the deck and I like the style of play of the deck, and also because I think it's the best choice in this particular meta. I don't have a specific single memory, but in general I will say that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has introduced me to a lot of people, and some of these people become great friends of mine. So I know this is not a single specific memory, but this is the aspect I prefer of the game.
Great stuff from Alessandro. We can tell he's a big football fan as well by the hang up on the wall Del Piero t-shirt. So I'm sure you already celebrated a lot for last weekend, which to me makes it fair, and we can cheer a little bit more for Joshua, who maybe deserves to be happy just like him. But now I want to hear it from the madman himself, the guy who decided to bring Infernoble to such a stage. So let's bring up Joshua's interview.
So I've been involved pretty long with the trading card game. I started when I was a young child. I can't remember any time when I wasn't playing the game. So I think I started playing the game in the elementary school when I was 8 years old. So I think I played the game for like 13 years right now. The first deck I played was some kind of Elemental Hero deck that I played with all the cards I owned from the boosters. I didn't buy any real cards, so it was just some deck that everybody played with the cards that they owned. But the first real deck I played was probably Six Samurai, because I got totally obliterated in the first tournament I played from Six Samurais. And that's probably also the reason why I played the deck. Actually, I have multiple cards I really like Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, Immortal Phoenix Gearfried, or Legendary Six Samurai Shion. But in general, my favorite card should be Bujin Yamato, probably because I started playing the game really when I was playing Bujins. Then I started going to locals every weekend and made many friends while playing this deck, and that's probably the reason why I really like this card, because it's the heart and soul of the deck. I'll be playing Infernoble Knights because I qualified with the deck, and recently I started playing the deck again and got really comfortable with playing the deck. And I think catching people off guard with the deck is a really good thing, because if people are not prepared for the deck is really strong, but if people are prepared for the deck, it's not that strong. I have many memories of Yu-Gi-Oh! That I really enjoyed, but my favorite memories would probably be like topping the German Nationals with dinosaurs, but I really enjoyed every event that I went through with my friends and just having a nice time, and topping events with rogue decks that people are not prepared for is always really fun.
Great, also from Joshua. He seems slightly less confident, I gotta say, than Alessandro, but I'm sure he will prove us that his deck is, although not as conventional, quite strong. And that's why I really don't want to keep you guys waiting. Let's see the deck in actions. Our players are ready, so let's go to the table. So, nice way to start, and if Joshua is the winner, by the way, we will already have the top 8 containing 4 different decks in all of the matchups we have seen today. I feel like this die roll is quite important, since he is playing a combo deck, and maybe he did win it, so let's see.
Yeah, what do you think? It will be best for Joshua to win the die roll, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. He's playing a Neospace Connector with the Dolphin, so it's not only a deck that can bring up a lot of negations, but it can also discard card from your opponent's hand. So I really want to see what he has in store for us. So, and I think Alessandro will not know what's going on, because sure. The format, and this is why I'm intrigued, is full of entrops.
Yeah.
And you gotta know where to activate them though. So, of course, you want to hit the Isolde, but maybe that's not enough. So, let's see.
Yeah, I think this is one of the main issues you have to play against such deck that you don't know very well. So sometimes you don't know how to activate your entraps properly. But let's see who won the die roll first.
Okay, it seems like it's Alessandro, who will start with the Fractal once again. Usual stuff, so he will send the Kit and the Nerval, getting back the Keras, most likely.
Yeah, from here, no surprises. I think that maybe it was best to win the die roll here for Alessandro, because he doesn't know he's playing against such a deck.
Absolutely. And for now on, we can already guess that Joshua does not have Ash Blossom or one of those entrops. Instead, he gets the Kit, which means he probably already is holding the Keras. Ooh, and we see the Droll and Lockbird. Okay. Interesting start. Wow. Wow, what a way to start the match already. That's insane. A Gamma on the Droll by Alessandro. And this hurts so much. The Droll can really stop the Tri-Brigade deck because it doesn't get the Revolt. With this Gamma, wow. I think he's playing Omega as well.
Yeah, I think so. Let's quickly check it.
Yeah, he is playing Omega, and this is already a +2 on Alessandro's side. What a way to start.
And now this is interesting because, of course, the game is far from over, but Joshua could consider...
Yeah, I think he is. Wow. So, Joshua picks up his cards, and as you mentioned, he says, okay, this is way too much to handle. What a brutal start from Alessandro, but well played by Joshua in not revealing his deck. This means they will have a huge advantage moving forward. And I don't know, what a way to start. So if you're Joshua now, how do you approach side deck?
Yeah, now you know that you're playing against the Tri-Brigade deck, and I think he has played a lot during the last weekends. So I think he will side in maybe the triple tactics talent, and I will not overside in maybe the Imperial Order just because he goes first and it's like a generic card that you usually side in.
Yeah, I say it's a quite a strong combo deck, so you usually don't want to side that much going first. But for Alessandro, I mean, just blindly guessing into the dark.
For Alessandro point of view, I think I would side in Pancratops because it's like one of the most generic ones, and he has Twin Twister, which could hurt a lot because actually you're playing against Infernoble.
Yeah.
While on the other hand, he has Gameciel.
I don't know. Also Droplet. Like, he has a lot of good side deck cards, but the risk is, due to the play from Joshua, that he will not be able to side deck properly, and he will be in trouble. But I gotta say, he is already maining, I think, 15, 16 entrops.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, 15 entrops in the main deck, and he has even more in the side deck. So I think, I don't know, this is where Joshua deck really needs to surprise me, because we know that basically 90% of players this weekend are using at least 10 to 12 entrops. If that's the case, is the choice of bringing a combo deck really a successful one? I guess if you can play around them, yes. So now, Joshua, it's all on you to prove us that your deck is worth advancing to the top 8.
Yeah, maybe Alessandro here could side in like generic cards. Maybe, yeah, the droplets and the Pancrotops, because like they are generic cards, and by going second they're most of the time good. While on the other hand, I think that Joshua might be scared because, as you mentioned earlier, like every single player is main decking multiple copies of entraps this weekend. Not going to be easy, but interesting now, because Alessandro will see what his opponent is playing.
For sure, so it was definitely the side decking was longer than the game itself, but now let's see if Joshua can really bring up one of those Infernoble combos. The best way to start is probably the connector, although it risks a lot of entrops. Basically all of Joshua main deck is extenders, so I would pretty much bet on him hoping to get the connector. So let's see if he does. Pressure is on him, and there goes no connector for him. So not exactly the start he was hoping for, but it's one of his combo cards nonetheless. Yeah. Let's see, Alessandro already discarding something. So it's the Ash Blossom on the Infernoble, okay. Yeah. Okay. But this seems a little early, I would say, because there are so many extenders in Joshua hand, just like you can see here, that I think I would save the entrap for days old. Yeah, but definitely. Chances are that he has a second one. If he doesn't, I think he's in trouble.
Does he have the Gamma?
Let's see if he has the Gamma. No, okay. For now, but this is not necessarily. You can also wait for the second effect.
Yeah, now it gets interesting because he seemed pretty sure to activate the Ash Blossom on the OGR. Maybe, yeah, I don't know, maybe he thought he was confident enough, but we'll see.
Yeah, so now his hold comes down, and this is a crucial moment. Does Alessandro have another response for the ice hold? He's considering it for sure. So he's waiting for the cost, which is 3, it seems like.
Taking it or?
Oh no, maybe 4. He's thinking about it again. No. Okay, so he lets it go, and this is huge. Because now the Dolphin comes down, and this will reveal Alessandro end. Of course, if there is an Ibiru, that's tough for Joshua. But hopefully we'll be able to discard something. So if he gets back this word, he can use it as fodder for the Dolphin, and this is gonna be the case here. Yeah, so the Dolphin comes down. Let's see the end from Alessandro. It's a little blurry, but we can see, I think, maybe Twister as well. As you mentioned, he sided in without not knowing what he was playing against. And unfortunately, he doesn't have any more interruptions. So this is looking quite good from Joshua.
Yeah, because he's only left with the Fractal Cold and Twin Twister now. Yeah, I think he blind-sided in the Twin Twister, thinking that maybe his opponent was playing like a rock deck with multiple traps, but this is not the case. And I think that maybe here Joshua has space to extend his combo.
Absolutely, and again, here I'm a little skeptic why he activated the Ash so early. I think you try and wait for the Isold all the time. I guess he just prayed that his opponent bricked, but we know that this is quite unlikely for Joshua version, and now he's free to do whatever he wants. So I'm really worried that Alessandro will not be able to stop him, and we are gonna see a game free. But this is still far from over, and I really am looking forward to see where Joshua's combos aim at playing. We know one of his crucial cards is the Power Tool Dragons. He's playing 2 copies of them. So...
And now Joshua, knowing that Alessandro has like a Twin Twister and Cold Body Grave in his hand, yeah, it comes to Renault. I think that he can do whatever he wants to. He has a lot of solutions, and not looking good for Alessandro here.
Yeah, not at all, and he is not stopping anytime soon. He has a lot of interesting extra deck options. He's playing Herald of the Arclight as well, so it's we'll see how his combo decides to end on. Probably the Savage is a card he wishes to go for, but let's see.
I think he summoned the Alki 5 Rex, we
Yeah.
can't really tell, but yeah, I think so.
Absolutely, and this is just the standard combo from his deck. He told us that with multiple starters he can always get here. As you can see, he gets a lot of tokens, and I mean, if you're Alessandro, it makes sense here compared to game 1 not to scoop. First of all, because your opponent already did it. Second of all, you want to learn the combo, and here you see why the Power Tool is such an incredible tool for this deck. Not a pun, I guarantee it, but it is the case. And
yeah, I think he just wants to figure out where to activate the hand traps in the next game.
yeah, you just gotta learn the combo.
Yeah.
The Ash on the Isold is great, but there are multiple steps where you can use it, and I think it was not probably discarded by Alessandro here. If he gotta have any fault, but to be honest, Dan was so good that it probably didn't matter.
And now we see like the standard combo that Infernobles are always done. And I really like the fact that a couple of cards, once again with Isold, you can just extend your combo.
Yeah, and here we see the Herald. As expected, one of the negations already coming up, and not only that, the continuous effect from Herald is also super annoying for a deck like Tri Brigade. So the Savage comes down, and what a beautifully executed turn from Joshua. Kudos to him. He really knows his deck in and out, and I think there is very few things that can save Alessandro from the top of this deck, especially considering he missided with the Twin Twister.
Yeah, because now Joshua knows he has the Fractal Cold Buy and the Twin Twister, so I mean,
Tough to say the least, yeah. The Twister is useless, pretty much, so... The Collet is decent, because you can use it on the Herald when it tries to negate, but... I don't know, it needs a really solid top deck to even try and hope that this is enough. And in top decks, I think the Ancient Warrior, which is one of the few textures we were talking about. So Alessandro, differently from Hermann and Pierluigi, is not playing the Zodiacs, but he is playing this Ancient Warrior engine with the Sun Mu. Usually we just see the link, but it's a decent engine as well. It gives you a little more access, but I gotta say I am more of a fan of the Zeus, just because here, for example, if you have a Zodiac, you can try and go for Zeus.
yeah, this is more like a control version of Tri Brigade, while on the Zoo ones you can just rely on the Zeus. We have seen different and multiple approaches to this deck, and the fact is that it's very powerful and you can feed in a lot of different cards with the engine, and which is very cool. I think Joshua is not super familiar with this card, that is why he's just maybe asking Alessandro for some clarification.
Yeah, of course, and again, as a reminder, we are playing from all over Europe, so of course we need some translations here and then. And our judges and staff are just doing an incredible job. I gotta say congratulations to them, and don't take for granted their work, as if remote dueling is a possibility, it's obviously thanks to you guys, but also thanks to the staff and the judges who support and do such an incredible job in allowing that everything goes smoothly. So saying and having said that, the Ancient Warrior,
yeah, I mean,
doesn't seem like it's that big of a threat. No. It's probably scarier when you don't know the text that once you know it.
Yeah, because you know that Alessandro is left with Fractal, Twin Twister, and Cold Pie, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, the Ancient Warrior at the moment is not a big deal. Anyways, gotta give credit to Joshua, who was able to put up a impressive field, nonetheless. So okay, it's just entering battle phase. Okay.
Yeah, he attacks over the Herald. And now Memphis Shoe, is he trying to go for the Twister actually? Just because he's afraid of whatever that could be. I don't think he can afford to discard much though, so that's interesting. He does, so Twin Twister. Okay. Does he discard the Cold Buy or... Yeah, he does, so just doesn't want to take any risks. He destroys the face down, which reveals to be from Oshua Impermanence, which he chained on the Ancient Warriors, I think. And unfortunately, this does not stop the Savage from negating. That would have been a blowout if that was the case, but
no? Let's see if Alessandro can come up with some solution.
Yeah.
No, not easy.
Yeah, it's tough. It depends on the last card, which is the top, the one we knew because of the Dolphin. We knew that he had 2 Tri-Brigades cards, and that is the case. So he goes for the Fractal.
Would you negate it here?
He doesn't. Apparently he doesn't. And he doesn't because he thinks that usually you don't want to risk the Kit or the Nerval. But now you know that he cannot access another one because he only has 1 card in hand. So he's probably just saying, okay, send as many as you want. I just negate the last, and this way you're cut off from the rest of the turn. Which can make sense. I'm not necessarily a fan of this, but it could pay off in the end. So I don't think he has many options left though. So probably just cuts his deck now.
Yeah, Alessandro is left with only 1 card here and maybe pass.
Yeah, passed back and play is back to Joshua, who will feel quite comfortable. He had the card added by his old in hand for this turn, and he can just play as safe as he wants, trying to just OTK. That's a Fossil Dig, which is quite a good way to just try and push some additional damage.
Here comes the Gilfrid, so yeah.
Yeah, and yes, enough. As expected, Joshua had the game in his pocket ever since the beginning, I gotta say. It would be curious to me whether the Ash Blossom on the Isolde would have been enough to stop him in his tracks. But now the advantage is even. It's 1-1, and Alessandro finally knows what he's up against. So I'm sure the first thing he does is take out those useless twin twisters and replace them with some of his other choices. What do you think he's bringing in?
I think he's bringing in Solemn Judgment for sure, considering he will go first. Anti-Spell Fragrance could be a choice. I'm not a big fan of it now, but could be a choice. Yeah, I think the best one for sure is going to be Solemn Judgment. Yeah, it will side out the Twin Twister for the Solemn Judgments. Yeah, I think this is the best solution. While on the other hand, Joshua here will for sure know that will go second. And he has, on the other hand, Dark Ruler No More, which is good. A lot of cards like Nibiru, Triple Tactic Style, and he has a lot of solutions. I think he was prepared enough for this kind of matchup. And
yeah, I think it's again similarly to last round with the Altergeist deck. Both Joshua also believe that he's winning when going first, and that's why his side deck is mainly focused on going second. I think if he wins this match and advances to the top 8, the winning move is by far, without any doubt, scooping up in game 1. Because we can see here how Alessandro missided because of this information, and now with the side deck actually being reversed, I think the advantage is more on Joshua's side, with so many cards for going second.
yeah, I think what Joshua did paid off in this game too, because not revealing your deck to your opponent is always a sign of you know, not weakness but power, and in this case it paid off really well.
Yeah, it's just the self-awareness, you know. Sometimes and I think it's both self-awareness and just being very knowledgeable about the format, because if you studied all of the decks, you know exactly where they're going to go from a position, and you know whether you're winning or losing the game almost on the spot. Therefore, it makes a lot of sense to gain such an advantage from picking your cards up right away. And I think this is really the difference between a casual player and someone like Joshua, who is putting in hours and hours of work. So kudos to him, no matter what the result is. And now we're finally getting into game 3. Once again, a close match. And once again, we are gonna find out who will advance to tomorrow and who will face Dragon Link.
Yeah.
Okay, so Alessandro, start things off with Tanky. Maybe not the greatest after we saw that Joshua is main in Droll.
Yeah.
But let's see if he has it again here and if he's scared of the Gamma this time.
Okay, gets the Fractal. Doesn't look like Joshua has any kind of response.
Yeah, he's waiting for now, so we will see the Fractal come down. Joshua is considering it, but once again doesn't want to have anything to do with this. And we mentioned that he's playing Friple Nibiru and Friple Dark Ruler No More.
Yeah.
So the fact that he doesn't use his Entrap right away is not necessarily a bad sign.
This is the standard opening we have seen quite a few times this weekend. Maybe an hand trap could be here for Joshua to save him, but as for now, Kit is being added by Alessandro.
Yeah, so usual stuff. Instead of the Keras, which he might be holding, he goes for the Kit, and will try to use the effect. Yeah, so he just banishes Chu, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, taking his time here, but...
yeah, there is plenty of time on the clock, so... Makes sense. Joshua seems impenetrable. He's just completely not caring at all about his opponent plays. Okay, and now we see either the longbow or the bear come down. Let's see. To be honest, he's also playing the Ancient Warriors in his deck, so this gives him... Yeah, it seems like he's thinking much more, which is always a sign of weakness to me. He summons the bow, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
So now he can special summon if he wants something from the end, and that's the case. A rescue cat is also a possibility, but that's not the case. But it is one of his Ancient Warriors, so again, one of the cases in which a player decides not to play rescue cat at all, but instead a different engine. For Hermann and Pierluigi, it was the Zodiacs. For Alessandro is this engine.
Yeah, maybe we will see something slightly different than the other moves we have seen so far this weekend.
Yeah, the thing is, this opening gives you the possibility of having a Beast Dweller, which could really shut down Joshua.
Yeah. This is a very good opening for Alessandro.
Yeah, and I think this is gonna be the case. So, thinking again, not quite sure on the line still, but it seems like he will go for the rank 4 play.
Yeah, something we don't see very often nowadays, but could pay off against this matchup.
Yeah, there are multiple ways. Some people prefer to go for Appaloosa, but it seems like finally Alessandro made up his mind and will go for Dweller.
You can go for Dweller.
Which, by the way, is also buffed because the material is a water. Which is also something you usually just see in Mermails, but you can also see in this deck. So this is something to pay attention to. And it is Dweller. Yeah. Summon it in defense just to play around the storm, possibly. And now we see another link from Alessandro. So decent...
decent opening from Alessandro. Something that we don't see very often, but considering he's playing this Ancient Warrior package, I like it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think in the mirror match it can pay off significantly. And maybe against Joshua's deck too.
Yeah.
And for sure, if he advances, it's also quite useful against the Dragon League deck.
Yeah.
The Reborn as well. Second time we see Monster Reborn on stream this weekend, and again showing up quite strong. He gets back one of his Tribe Brigade, so didn't really do too much, but he will use the Nerval effect to now get such a strong opening, I would say.
Yeah, this is very good for him, and wow.
Because now he can get the Appaloosa as well,
very impressive.
Which is the case. Yeah, so Appaloosa, Dweller, and Revolt.
Wow.
What an opening from Alessandro.
Super impressive here.
And really well played, once again, showing why he thinks the Ancient Warrior engine is better than the Zodiac. At the end of the tournament, maybe we will not have our solution, but this opening is quite impressive, and Joshua really needs a Dark Ruler no more, maybe,
I think
to stay in the game.
Yeah.
And this is also interesting. Do you just use the Dweller right away?
I think I would, yeah. Yeah, I mean, why not? Yeah. I will not risk it. I think Dark Ruler no more could be there.
Wow! And never mind Dark Ruler no more. There is an anti-spell fragrance from Alessandro. What is this opening? Wow. This is actually unbelievable. And he went to summon the red layer, but I think the Appaloosa, okay, was there. He does summon the red layer, and what an opening from Alessandro. So now he detaches a material, just making sure that his opponent is shut down from effects in the graveyard as well as spells, and the revolt is still there. So an Infernoble comes down, but this is tough.
It is very hard. I mean, Joshua is trying to force Alessandro to activate his cards, but
do you like the Dweller in defense, knowing you have the fragrance?
no, I mean, I would have a...
Because it's 2200,
Yeah.
so...
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that maybe he's scared of, like, Lightning Storm, but...
yeah, with the fragrance...
yeah, I mean, I would take advantage. You have the fragrance, so... I mean, I don't see... I mean,
yeah, like, there is no way that they
Yeah.
decided Cosmic or stuff like that, so... I don't know. Hopefully it will not cost him anything. And now again a special summon from Joshua.
yeah, I think Joshua just wants to put some pressure here on Alessandro.
Yeah,
Do you go for here? Maybe...
the thing is you can easily push yeah, if you go, but the Phoenix position is a little odd,
Yeah.
I think, but outside of that, the good thing about this play is that if he negates with the Appaloosa, you just attack over both.
Yeah.
And this is the problem why the Dweller should have been summoned in attack position, I think. You would have kept the Dweller here.
Yeah. Would have been better. Especially because with Anti-Spell Fragrance, as you said, you can only expect, like, Cosmic Cyclone, which against your deck will not be sided in. So... maybe just a Dweller in attack position, but for the rest, it was good. Yeah. Yeah, maybe here just clarifying where the arrow of Appaloosa is, but maybe Phoenix will be on the
Yeah.
right? Yeah, on the center.
Yeah, because the positioning, it's a little odd at the moment. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, now this makes more sense. Okay. So now that this was fixed, the Phoenix can swing. And I think Alessandro might have wasted all of his initial advantage.
Yeah, this is the main issue, because now Alessandro is forced to activate the Revolt if he really wants to, and yeah.
Wow.
He gets rid of the Appaloosa, which is huge.
Huge stuff for real, and this is tough. And now you can see again the problem with the Dweller being summoned in defense.
Yeah, because now here he wouldn't have nothing to worry about. Because Dweller would have 500 attack more, it would be higher than the red layer, right? So,
Yeah.
Yeah, because now he's forced to activate the Revolt if he wants to. But
Yeah, unfortunate play here from Alessandro. Definitely should have kept Dweller in attack mode, but now trying his best with what he has. I'm also, thinking if the negation on the Phoenix was necessary. I'm not sure whether it was pointed to the fragrance, but maybe it was just a bluff, you know?
Yeah.
And he sets one.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. So it seemed like Joshua had more than he was capable of, but actually he ends his turn, and Alessandro is gonna now fight back with the Revolt, summoning an Omen and getting some advantages back. He will be able to banish probably the face down, I would say, just to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes. And this is a great advantage because he gets... okay, yeah. As mentioned, he gets the Nerval, which gives him an additional play for next turn. So, as mentioned, Omen comes down. He will use both it and Keith and Nerval.
Yeah, I don't see why he should not activate Omen on the back row. So, I mean...
Yeah. doesn't make sense to point it anywhere else. So you can see Joshua not happy with how the game is going. It seemed like he was almost capable of turning it upside down, but in the end, it's Alessandro who is making the best out of his opening. Although, again, we should mention that he would have a Dweller on board at the moment.
This might have been huge, because Dweller would be a 2200 attack, and yeah.
I mean, hopefully he will win the game anyway, because it seems like he's in control. But having a Dweller on the field means that even though you don't OTK here, you win no matter what happens. And now, Kit comes down. Unless there are some weird surprises in the form of Nibiru, I think this game will go to Alessandro. So he can trigger the Omen even afterwards, banishing an additional card, and here he gets the Eagle Bird. Yeah. So. Yeah, you can shuffle back something, and it's actually really annoying afterwards too. If you don't win the game, you can shuffle back any of the combo cards from Joshua.
Okay, shuffle backs the OG here. And here, maybe he just wants to push some more, and let's now see if he can go for the access code later on. Okay.
Yeah. He does. Unfortunately, Joshua has seen enough, and Alessandro, very well played, is the one who settles the last top 16 match for the left side of the bracket. He advances to the top 8, so we will see more of him tomorrow. Congratulations, Alessandro, and let's go back to us for the post-match discussion. Wow, what a match. Once again, congratulations to both, but in the end it was Alessandro who just seemed way too much in control over the match. I gotta say this was a very interesting one. In game 1 we saw Alessandro opening super strong and playing through a Drone Lock. And his opponent really showing up some knowledge and picking up his cards without revealing his deck.
Really liked how it played out. Usually this is something that most of the players do, but some others don't, and I really like the fact that he scooped before showing his opponent what he was playing. And indeed, in game 2, Alessandro sided in Twin Twister, which was completely useless. And it paid off very well in game 2 for him, and game 3, once again...
Game 3, it's a weird one. Once again, it showed us... which is something I really like, the uniqueness of his deck. In the previous matches, we saw why some players decided to run Zodiacs. It is both because you can use Chaka9 offensively and Zeus when going second. Here, Alessandro showed us that you can use the Unseen Warrior engine to open up either a Dweller or a Tornado and really make your combo much, much safer. So I really like this version, and I'm sure his opponent will not be glad to meet him, which is in the top 8 tomorrow against the Dragon Link. But again, congratulations to him. And let's bring up on the screen for you guys the bracket updated after the end of our first half of the tournament. As you can see, the first match tomorrow will be Matthieu against Pierluigi, which is surely going to be an interesting one between Prank Kids and Zodiac Tri-Brigades. And on the other half, we have Danik with Dragon Link against Alessandro's Unseen Warrior Tri-Brigade match. However, as you can see on the screen, we are just at half our road today. We have 4 more matches remaining. The next one coming up real soon. So thanks again for watching. Stay tuned, because we will be back very soon with more action.
Strategies emerge in Yu-Gi-Oh! Ancient Guardians. Rise from the grave with reptile deities. Pendulum summon a new harmony. And freeze with flashy synchro monsters. 7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome to round 5 of the remote Duo TCG Invitational. Once again, we already mentioned that we made our first top 8 matches for tomorrow already, but we still have 4 more matches remaining today, and we start with a bang, as we have Dimitris against Yemen, which is gonna be a very interesting one. And once again, we have a new deck for you guys to witness on stream, and that is going to be Salaman Great. This matchup instead will be, as I mentioned, Salaman Great on one end, and the second Prankit decks of the tournament on the other side. It is definitely a throwback to YCS Milan, but we'll see if 2 years later the same matchup happens. No matter that, before jumping into the match, as always, let's hear it from the players themselves with the first interview.
When I was young, I used to watch the anime, I used to collect some cards, but not something competitive. But I started kind of playing again competitively 2 years ago. So I'm into the game and the official rules 2 years. But I know Yu-Gi-Oh since I was a child, like 5-6 years old. Okay, so the first deck I have played was an odd dice pendulum deck, which I used to go to locals, and I still feel very connected with this deck and pendulums in general. Ooh, favorite card. I mean, I like Ash Blossom a lot, but there are so many generic cards that when I draw them, they give me this feeling of satisfaction. But I will say Ash Blossom and Thunder Dragon Fusion. What deck am I playing right now? So right now I'm playing what is for me the best deck and what suits me a lot. I play Prankids. So I've been playing Prankids since the Link 1 came out and a little bit before when it was announced in the OCG. I feel very connected with this deck, and the feeling is very good when you're connected with the deck. And it's the first deck that I'm having competitive and tournament success with it. And I feel I know it very well. Has a very good, has very good matchups right now. And I feel for me it's the best deck right now. My fondest memory, I actually will say 3 of my most intense memories. The first one is when I topped my first locals, which was with what else, the Pranks deck. For me is the best. And the second memory was when one of our friends retired from playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And he shared all his collection with all the people in the locals. Very intense memory. And the third memory was when I took 3rd place in this Extravaganza Invitational qualifier, which I felt very proud of myself. And I'm looking forward for this weekend for another good memory.
What a nice interview. I really like the Greek energy always, as we know. There are plenty of great players in Greece and in the Greek community, which, from what we know, they are really close to each other. They test together and, always showing up strong at the events like Themistocle, which is one of, the most well-known ones. But as we mentioned, they are playing some interesting decks. But before talking more about that, I want to hear it from his opponent. So let's bring up the second interview.
I've been involved with the Yu-Gi-Oh card game since elementary school. I had the Yu-Gi-Oh the Yu-Gi starter deck, and it was very fun to play at home. But I played locals for the first time since 2009. My first deck was like a mashup with Dark Monsters, but the first local that I played competitive was like Macro Monarch. My favorite card. I think I have a lot of favorite cards, but if I have to pick one, I have to pick Crimson Nova, the Dark Cubic Lord, because it has 3k attack, like a big boy, and it burns the both players during the end phase. It's just hilarious. I'm playing Salmon Great because it has a great opportunity to recycle everything, and it has also an easy OTK potential with access code. I think there are a lot of favorite moments during my Yu-Gi-Oh career, if I have to say so. Like it's very fun to have to go with your friends to big tournaments like YCSs, etc. But if I have to pick one, I think I'm going for my national stop for the nationals in Belgium 2019. I wanted to top so badly. Like I stranded on the semi-finalists, and I was just as happy as a child could be. I was just so happy. Yeah.
Again, great interview from his opponent, and I think we have a really good match on our end. Yemen, as he mentioned, he's playing Salman Great. I gotta say the most surprising deck list in a way, because it is the least surprising, because pretty much you could check a deck list that made it into the top cut of YCS Milan 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago, and it's card by card the same. So it's great how sometimes even just one card back from the forbidden list, which is the Staglio, can make a deck that relevant again. But his opponent Dimitris and his Prankit stacks are gonna have a lot to say against it. And I gotta say, it's again a very unique version. Not only is playing the usual combo cards for Prankids, but he thinks the deck can also is really good at controlling, and he's main decking Mystic Mine and Skill Drain. So I'm really looking forward to this. Our players, I believe, are ready. So let's find out who the 5th player to advance to the HU is. Okay, so again, the usual question, how much do you think the die roll matters in this specific matchup?
I think, as we saw earlier in our first match, Prankis lost the die roll and was able to win anyways. But here for Salman Great maybe it was better, because starting things off with Wolf and the trap card, the rage, I think will give you an advantage, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, I gotta say one of the reasons why Dinka Boy was so successful at Milan was that Thunder Dragon and Salman Great were the decks to beat, and they both struggled with dealing with that monsters coming back every turn. So I think if Salman Great loses the die roll, it has very few tools to come back against a solidified Prankits board.
From the hand gestures, I think, yeah, it goes first. Okay.
Spinny, not the ideal one to start things off, but if the Gazelle is hard drawn, this is much better. It doesn't seem like that's the case, so Bale Links, we just get the field spell and that's it. So there are a few ways to continue from here.
Yeah.
One of them is one of the attached cards in his deck, which is the CR Kiver. So let's see if he has one of them. Okay. Seems like for now he's just gonna reincarnate, let's say, the Bale Links into a second copy. I think he has a Will, I believe I saw. But it seems like, okay, he's just gonna play it super slow, so quite a bad opening here from Siemen, unfortunately. Just 2 back rows and pass. So Dimitris will be super happy about this, and he will now try and do whatever he can. So Cosmic, random Cosmic.
Okay.
We like to see those. Maybe he has a second copy, to be fair, but chances are that there is a Roar, and Roar is chained. Interesting.
Okay.
Because usually you would see this if it targets it, but this has different. Wow. Another one. So great start from Dimitris. Which he was only actually playing only 2 copies of Cosmic. He draws both, and what a way to start the game from Dimitris. He now summons a Prankids, and unless Ash Blossom is there, I smell trouble from Siemen.
Yeah. I think as soon as Dimitris saw that his opponent started with a slow,
but the Ash Blossom is there, so let's not cut Seaman out already. This could actually stop his opponent completely, and it seems like it did. So he just swings with the Meow Meow, banishing the Bailings from grave. But we have a game on our end.
Yeah, as we said earlier in our first match, if you have an Ash Blossom in the very first sort of prank critical Earthlord.
Yeah, so now play is back on Siemen, who really wishes to pick up any Salamangreat monster. And if he does, I think he's in a great spot. So he activates the Spinny, which could give him...
Fox.
Okay, a normal summon Fox.
Good.
Definitely a great top deck. He will reveal 3 and... Ooh, he picks up the Circle. This is a huge top deck from Siemen.
Wow.
What a way to continue the game. And this now shifts completely. The double Cosmic was a huge start from Dimitris, but this turn means that he can actually even go for the OTK with the access code. So, and the update Jammer.
Yeah, because now he has the option to go for Stalio, Detach, Summon, Gazelle. He has a lot of options.
Yeah, even if you want to play super safe and go for an hit Leo, you can OTK. So I would really like Siemen to play it safe and then just go for the update Jammer. But let's see. Maybe he wants to play around... Okay, he goes for the Stalio. These I'm not super fan of, just because it will lock you under the fire effects, but let's see. Okay, he does.
Okay, he has Ash Blossom.
Okay, but again, it did not activate...
Yeah, I think because he wants to pass for Wolf, then reincarnate, maybe...
Yeah, and now he can Gazelle.
Yeah, he can
so
Gazelle.
he Gazelles, and this is looking tough for Dimitris. I think he picked up...
Oh no, okay,
No,
because
okay,
he bounced back
Yeah,
with Stardew, yeah.
Okay, got me worried for a second that the game was already over, but this is huge because now you get the Ash back. So if you don't OTK, this game is still quite over because you get the Ash back, and that seems like it's the case, and you also get the Roar back. So much advantage for Siemen still, and again you can see why Salamangreat is still such a good deck in 2021. So great stuff from Siemen.
And I believe that Dimitris doesn't have skill drain, otherwise we would have seen it being activated by him.
Okay, Falco is sent to the graveyard. He can use it to get back the Gazelle and maybe go for the Leo afterwards. So the possibilities are really endless. I'm still unsure whether he should have just tried and pushed for game, but I guess he played it safe against an Ibiru maybe, so close to tell. And yeah, as mentioned, he just plays it safe. Gazelle is pinned back. He can reincarnate the Wolf, which you will do, to get the Roar back. Potentially he can get both the Roar and the Circle, but let's see how greedy he wants to be. Okay, he will be actually. So he gets back both. He gets back the Roar and the Circle, so the amount of advantage is getting out of hand. He will probably push some damage and then make it Leo or the other way around.
Yeah, that Foxy turned out to be incredibly good, especially because with the Circle then...
it was an insane top deck for sure. It doesn't go for the Leo.
Okay.
Do you agree with this? Why would you do this? I don't know.
I mean, he has the Ash and the Roar.
But yeah, it doesn't really matter, of course. I would have not risked it, and I would have played the Leo, but as mentioned, at the end, although the double Cosmic Cyclone from Dimitris were scaring us, Ash Blossom was all it took for Siemen to take game 1 with quite a convincing fashion. A pretty fast way to start things off.
Yeah.
And now we go to game 2, and who do you think has the leads when we look at the side decks?
Yeah, once again we see the Prankits deck playing 3 Solemn Judgment. A card all the players we have seen are playing, so I think Judgment will go in. But I'm very curious about Mystic Mine. because this is like a not something that we see so often nowadays, but maybe these are the cards to go in. I mean, I see Nibiru, but if you go second, most likely.
Yeah, probably not. Ghost Bell is okay to just complete the set in the main deck. While on the other hand, who do you think Yemen is actually bringing going second?
Going second, you have the standard Pancratops. You have evenly matched if you really want to side in this card, and Lightning Storm as well, or Nibiru. Quite a lot of different solutions, but we have seen that players this weekend have a lot of cards to go second instead of going first.
Yeah.
So they seem like prepared to go second, but to go first they have less options. Anyways, we'll see if now the pranking decks can come back into the game. We were not expecting this to happen because he had the double Cosmic Cyclone, which we thought could have been enough, but Seaman had the Ash Blossom, which hurt a lot, and then the turn after it escalated quickly with the Foxy plus Circle plus Gazelle.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a grind matchup. It's always gonna be, but sometimes when your end doesn't shine too much, and this is the problem with the new Prankits deck. Although it's much more consistent than in the past, it is much more fragile to a single end trap. So, of course, in the main deck it's usually just the Ash Blossom, but in the side deck it could be the Schoolmeister as well. So. Now, though, Dimitris is gonna feel safer going first. And let's see if we can actually get to game 3. So, as always, we are looking just on a normal summon Prankids into Meow Meow. Let's see if the end trap is there from Seaman. Doesn't look like it.
No.
So he takes 500 and this time he doesn't have it. So at least that some good news from Dimitris. We'll now go for the doodle. And the advantage goes out of hand real quick. So this way he can resolve both the Prankids in grave and get a Pandemonium or a Pranks from deck.
Okay.
But the impermanence stops the doodle. Decent enough. Not incredible, but at least it can really hurt your opponent.
Yeah, better than nothing, yeah.
Okay, so here he is going to summon yet another piece of combo, and he sends the Pranks, I think, yeah, to the graveyard. Oh no, maybe the Pandemonium.
No,
it's kind of blurry, but yeah, usually here you get back the second doodle and you use the grave effect after you resolve both the Prankids. So depending what card you have in your hand, you want to send either the Pandemonium or the Prank, so you have the full set, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, the impermanence was okay, but I think Dimitri will anyway have the chance to full combo.
And as mentioned, now he just uses the doodle, get back 2 cards, and that's why I'm not a biggest fan of a card like Impermanence in this matchup. So, again, we see the Pranks. He will discard something to get a token, maybe, and get the Bow Bow. That could be the case. But if that's it, he really needs a Pandemonium. The discarded...
The Pandemonium itself needs another Prank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he now goes for the Bow Wow. For next turn, and he probably will just end up setting 1 or 2 cards to the back throw.
Yeah, pretty good opening from Dimitris. Seaman at the Impermanence was okay. But as we've seen earlier, like the Prankids deck, with only 1 card can do a lot, so...
And now he even banishes 1 to draw 1, hoping to find an end trap or another card to stop his opponent. And yeah, it seems like he's almost done. He will... okay, he actually gets the Fuse Spell... decent addition, to be honest. we mentioned how it's quite useful to chain block a few negations when you fusion or link summon, but
And now, yeah, I think that just Dimitris is just considering it, but it doesn't seem like Seaman has any sort of interruption.
yeah, so pretty solid things. Let's see how many cards he said. It's actually 3. Wow, what a start from Dimitris. And I don't think Seaman was one of the players who runs... Oh no, he does. So he runs triple evenly matched. So this will be interesting to see whether he sided it or not. If he does, maybe that's one of the few things that can keep him in this game. Otherwise, I gotta say that this opening is just way too good from Dimitris. And now he gets a draw even from Prank. So.
Yeah, I think this is the best opening we have seen so far of Brankets now.
Yeah, by far. And he was even under an impermanent,
yeah.
So this is surely even more impressive. So yeah, he needs to draw a card, and that will be it. So let's see if Seaman can pronounce the most vivid phrase. Enter PP. Yeah. If that's not the case, again, the opening seems just way too much to handle for his opponent. And he's actually stopping him, maybe an anti-spell fragrance. Comes down. No.
Okay.
It just uses the bow wow immediately. Makes sense. Gets back 2 of the monsters. Let's see if he does want to activate something else. He doesn't. So Foxy comes down, and unfortunately, evenly match is not there. This is gonna be a hell of a field to remove. So,
yeah, he has to deal with a lot of problems here, not just because of prank crits, but maybe he could have like Solemn Judgment.
Makes sense that he didn't use the Foxy. You wanna use the Grave effect to destroy the prank, and now he will use the Bailings to get the field spell. I mean, the back rows, looking at the side decks and the main decks, maybe even the famous Kill Drain could be there, which I'm really wishing for.
Yeah, maybe he has a Pandemonium, maybe a Judgment or a Skill Drain. Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, maybe Skill Drain, but maybe we would have seen it already.
Yeah.
So now he just summons another Bailings on top thanks to the field spell. Kind of a weak play.
Yeah, okay. It looks like he started like slower as game 1.
Yeah. But I see a Spinny, and I think even the Sea Archive. So let's see. He discards the Jaguar for the Foxy. Most likely to try and destroy the prank. Yeah. So he gets back the Foxy. The positioning is not my favorite. I agree, I think. Because it might stop a Jaguar. But yeah, the pranks is destroyed. Not that big of a deal if you're Dimitris. And the good thing here is that okay, he summons it there because he wants to trigger the Sea Archiver. And the Bailings, which was used, is there because it can protect you from your opponent fusion summon. So the Raigeki-like effect of Butler.
Yeah, I like the fact that he kept the Spinny just in case if he goes for Pandemonium Butler, then he can protect the Foxy with the Bailings.
Yeah.
So
for sure. So this is still quite close, and maybe okay. He goes for the Stallion now. Again, Bailings really putting in some work here.
Yeah. Looks like Dimitris is still thinking about it. Let's see if he has the Judgment or not. Because we would have seen a Skill Drain big activated earlier.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
there. Yeah.
Maybe he does have a Solemn Judgment.
I mean, although to be fair, the Skill Drain wasn't the greatest against the Foxy because you can destroy it. So maybe you don't use it there. Because although it negates the Bailings, then the skill drain is gone.
Does he have?
Ooh, instead the Nibiru. Interesting. Okay. Interesting Nibiru here. This hurts. If the end wasn't already good enough for Dimitris, the Nibiru just completely destroys his opponent. He gives him a token, but the token is completely useless as the Butler can easily get rid of it. And yeah, this is looking tough. The Gazelle. Okay. So the end was incredible for Seaman.
He had a very good end. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, definitely an impressive end.
And now I think Dimitris with the Pandemonium can get rid of most of Seaman monsters, but yeah, he just has to consider when it would be best to activate it if he wants to.
Yeah, so again, plays back on Seaman, who just tries and he's trying to get his best on his opponent, but let's not forget that there are 3 Prankids back into the end, so when he fusion summons them, he gets even more, so it's a full board of Prankids monsters for Dimitris, and the advantage is really hard to stop unless you can OTK. So Gazelle resolves. There are very few combo pieces missing. If he wants to push, maybe the Falco is the solution. Otherwise, he can send a trap, but let's see. Yeah, he does. So Falco, without any surprise, is sent to the graveyard. And the remaining effects, I think, are Spinny and Jaguar as well. So some plays are still available to Seaman. Okay, he goes right away for the Falco on the Gazelle, I believe.
Yeah, what he needs to do here, if he can pass for Wolf, the reincarnated Jaguar, it's not super easy.
No, there are a few cool things he can do. One of them is Ita, for example, which can steal the Bow Wow.
Yeah.
So there are definitely plays, cute plays you can do with an access code Talker. So I think the goal is to try an OTK if you can, but it's definitely not easy. This Bailings means Jaguar comes back, so...
Yeah, still thinking about what Dimitri has in his... Okay, he has the Judgment.
Ooh, the Judgment! Interesting Solemn Judgment choice here. On a Bailings, something you don't see every day, but this might just be enough to stop completely his opponent on his tracks. You already used the 2 extenders and the deck just has so many. The only one I could think of is Will. But yeah, it seems like he might have ended his turn and his opponent just flips the Pandemonium, which is gonna guarantee so much advantage. He can get the 2 material fusions, which I think he's gonna do. Yeah, no need to... Wow, and yeah, this is just so much advantage. This is what you can do when your opponent doesn't push and forces you to go for the Butler. You get this fusion, which summons back the Bow. Wow, the advantage just gets ridiculously out of hand. So...
Yeah, Dimitris' hand was very good now.
Yeah, Dimitris with the Solemn. Now that we know that the Solemn was there, there was not much his opponent could have done.
Yeah, especially because, I mean, Seaman's end was good as well, but Dimitris' starting end was incredible. So I believe now Dimitris is just making some calculation here, just want to be sure that he can seal the game in this turn.
Yeah, this is quite easy, honestly. It's
yeah, he has the Melma in the graveyard as well.
Yeah, look at this. This is kind of ridiculous. You can see the smile on Seaman's face, just recognizing the advantage got out of hand, and this gave me for the first time this weekend flashbacks of Dinkabui final, where he was just dominating pure Federico Mecozzi, who didn't really stand a chance after already losing a final in his career. So what a brutal way to go. But it's 1-1, so keep your eyes on the screen, because these guys shown you that they don't want to miss out on this opportunity. They want to go all the way and advance to the top 8. So now play is back on Seaman, I guess. And his side deck looks somewhat interesting for going first.
Yeah, because he has the Imperial Order. I think he can side in the Imperial Order, which is good. Anti-spell Fragrance as well. We'll see how big this card can be this weekend. And I mean, this is, I think, the cards that he will side in going first, for sure. Yeah. While on the other hand, we see him for Dimitris having like multiple choices, and he has the Nibiru, he has the Miss. I think Nibiru is the most impactful one against Salah.
Yeah, and to be honest, we saw here that he's siding it even though he's starting.
Yeah.
So he thinks that the Nibiru is that important against Salamangreat, and we can probably agree.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, playing Salah back in the days, Nibiru was always one of the big problems that the deck had, and you always have to be careful about your
and the thing is that Prankit's deck, while comboing off, is a deck that empties on field, so it's not like you get incredibly hurt by a Nibiru, and we saw that in game 2. So I think the advantage is still slightly on Dimitris' side, but if we see a game similar to game 1, where just one entropy is enough from Seaman, then we have a game on our end, and yet another different deck advancing to the top 8.
Let's see if Siemens can put up a good field, because he started slowly in both games. Although in the second game he drew the Gazelle and he had a good end, but it was not enough. So maybe this time he will not just pass with a Bailings and the field spell.
Okay, so it seems like they're almost ready. So once again, one of these guys is going to draw the last hand for the tournament. Is it gonna be Dimitris or is it gonna be Seaman? We're finding out real soon. And there he goes. So definitely looking for Buffalo, which we haven't seen yet. Let's see if he can finally opens up with it. It's Foxy instead. It was the MVP in game 1. Let's see if it's going to miss or get circled just like it did in the past. Okay, Roar, not the greatest. Jaguar and Spin. Okay, so 3 great solutions. And he gets the Roar, meaning he already has access to some of his combo cards. So definitely a good Foxy. And for now, I think it's what's carrying Seaman in this duel and in this match. So now we're gonna see the Bailings, maybe?
So I believe he already has Gazelle, because he didn't take the Spinny. So maybe he has like...
Yeah, maybe he has... I mean, the Spinny usually you would use it already.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's possible, or maybe he just has Will plus Spinny, you know. So it's also quite possible that he just wants the Roar and to set multiple back rows, but I would like that definitely less. Okay, so now, yeah, it seems like he's just gonna end on a few back rows. I guess he was kind of afraid, because if you get the Spinny there, you can get the Stalio and then the Gazelle and still do the same combo. But I'm not sure why he played that conservatively. Maybe we will find out soon, and he has an Order or an Anti-Spell, and he thought that he wanted to just protect it with the Roar. That is the case, so Anti-Spell Fragrance is flipped once again. It was the impactful card in the last match we saw, which allowed Alessandro to advance to the top 8. Let's see if it's gonna be the same here. So it definitely hurts the deck.
Yeah, I mean, if he didn't take the Spinny for the Roar, maybe I guess he has the Rage as well. I mean, it would make sense.
Could be. No response though from Dimitris. And now we see a normal summon Prank Kids. Are we gonna see the Rage right away? We could be. Okay, just enter the battle phase, playing really conservatively. Great news for Yemen, if you ask me. So the Valence is getting banished. And we go to Memphis 2. He now will summon the Meow Meow. Let's see if Roar is getting used on the Prank Kids.
I think he will.
Yeah, so Roar is used on the Prank Kids. And without spells, it's pretty much impossible to continue.
Yeah, it's
so
tough.
maybe the anti-spell fragrance is enough to just stop the duel on its tracks. And it seems like that's the case. Wow, so he will put face down the field spell and another card. And he will just end his turn. Maybe.
If he has Rage now, it will be huge.
Yeah, so end phase, and Yemen is thinking. He also needs some cards of his own to be fair, and okay. Yeah.
Because now he has Fox Engrave, but he needs like another monster. Because yeah, maybe a level 3 could be best. Okay, he discarded the wheel.
Okay, so he discards the wheel for Foxy. Not the greatest of top decks, but at least he can try and play kind of a grind game where he goes for the Wolf to get back the Roar every turn. But I'm still going back to the moment in which he picked the Roar instead of the Spinny. I'm definitely not sure if that was correct. So...
yeah, because he could have done the same thing, adding the Spinny. Passing for Stalio, then Gazelle.
Yeah, now they're fixing the zone, because obviously they were kind of using the same, but... doesn't really matter at the moment. Okay, so... he's thinking about the Foxy, but it seems like he's gonna allow it, or maybe he has a Bell. What do you think?
Yeah, he could have a Bell.
Okay.
Okay, he doesn't have it.
He doesn't use it, so the Foxy is summoned back. Does he have a normal summon? Even if you have an end trap, I think here it's fair to use it to summon the Stalio. So it's all on Yemen to just try and do something here to change the pace of the duo. Because if you end, then you're risking it, because they have a field spell and a potential other spell face down. Which could even be a Storm, by the way.
Yeah, he needs to be careful because he has the field spell and also the back row.
Okay, so the Wolf comes down, he will probably summon a second copy to get back the Roar, but this is very slow from Yemen.
Does he have another monster though?
By the way he's playing, it doesn't seem like it. Let's see. Maybe he does have a level 4, because I would be very surprised if that wasn't. Yeah, it's Jaguar, so he can normal summon it and get back the Foxy with the Jaguar. Okay, he does. And this way he can, again, push with both, go for a Wolf, and then an Hit Leo in Memphis 2, which I would really like, for example.
Also, you could make Hit Leo and then reincarnate and make another Hit Leo, but
it's not really useful, because you can select only in the spell and traps, not the field.
Yeah.
So
push some damage.
Yeah, as mentioned now, it's most likely just a Wolf being summoned. You can actually get back the Jaguar afterwards too, but it seems like he go directly for the Leo. Okay. This is not
no, not
this
this
for
one.
the. Okay. I mean, it doesn't really matter. The order doesn't matter as long as you get the card back. So the bell, it's I was
master.
yeah. Schulmeister. Because maybe he used the effect of roar.
I think he used the effect.
Or,
He's the only
yeah,
thing I
because
can
you
think
cannot
of.
use it. Because now you can just use the wolf.
Exactly.
If that's the case.
Yeah, I believe he used roar's effect.
Yeah, this doesn't seem to be that great for him either. Or maybe just use it on the Jaguar, like.
Vader.
Okay, yeah.
Also Vader.
Wow, desperation time from Dimitris, like using a Veiler and a Bell or whatever. In this case, Schoolmeister like this, just so painful. But if his opponent doesn't have anything, to be fair, maybe this is enough. And I really didn't like this play for this exact reason. Like, you know that your opponent has at least the Schoolmeister or the Bell, because they fought a lot about the Foxy. So I really would have liked his opponent to first summon the Leo. And this is now a big problem for Seaman. I think he could be in trouble. If the set is relevant, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, once again we could have a comeback of the player who is now...
Yeah. And the field spell... Ooh, and it's Mystic Mine, actually. Oh. And you can see Seaman is not happy about that. We all took for granted, myself included, that it was the Prankit's field spell, but it's actually Mystic Mine. Wow. This changes things significantly.
And this is the first time this weekend that we see Mystic Mine being played.
Yeah, and let's see if it's good enough. To be fair, I don't think you would keep a Spell and Trap removal if you're Seaman. So the only card is Roar. So Roar and Rage are the only card which you can use. Roar is not there, so Rage must be the top deck from Seaman. Yeah.
Because now, what can the last card that Seaman has, like the face down? Because he does it from the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Maybe permanence. I don't know.
Could be for sure. And another face down from Dimitris. And this Mystic Mine could actually lead to a disappointing duel from Seaman. Let's see. I don't think he has much to do. As you can see, he just passed. I don't like this again too much, because although Mystic Mine is there, you can reincarnate and get back the Roar. So I think he should have done for that, because at least you have the Roar face down. So a little bit of a miss here from Seaman, I would say. But he picks up, Signet Mining. He sets it. He can't even activate it because of his own anti-spell. And this is just the typical Mystic Mine games when no player has a response. And I'm worried about Seaman though, because it's all on Dimitris to decide when to pop it. And once he does, tough times.
Yeah, unless Siemens picks up a Rage.
Okay, so already earlier than expected, Dimitris is willing to play some Yu-Gi-Oh! And he does by summoning a Meow Meow and activating his Prankit's Engrave. Surprising for sure that he acts this early.
Yeah, after like 2 turns, we were not expecting this.
But he can turn it off easily. As I was saying, even here, if you go for the Doodle, you can get the field spell and just pop the mine. So it's super easy to deal with. And I like that he decided to play a copy, since he's also using Terraforming.
Now maybe if he just decided to took the risk, he has maybe another Judgment in his back row, because otherwise I would not risk it, you know?
Yeah, could be. But yeah, now you go for the Doodle. You use both effects, since again the number of monsters is equal. And you can get the field spell. So, although you cannot activate it because of anti-spell, you can set and still destroy the mine. So, Yeah, this is what is happening. So activates both effects. Let's see if there is a response. I like that he's using Doodle as Chill Link 1, but maybe the impermanence will come down as you were predicting. Yeah, it is. It was kind of telegraphed. It's the only card that he wouldn't use before, and this could be a problem now for Dimitris.
Yeah, this stops him, and
because now he's forced to resolve the prank kids, and unless he goes for like crash to the wolf and just wait to act, that's not looking too great for either of these players. And for once, the life points are also on the Salomon Great player side, which is something you rarely see.
Yeah, we can tell Dimitri is thinking hard about this.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, now Yemen could also activate the silent mining, you know, just to...
Yeah, now we can activate silent mining, discarding a second copy just drawn, and we are back to square one, where they are just trying to find a response. Ash Blossom seems a little excessive. What do you think? Yeah.
Yeah, I think he could have kept it. I mean, he just wants to see the rage faster in order to get some other cards in his hand, but yeah, I mean, there was not a super needing of activating the Ash Blossom.
It's not like you can search for an out, you know, so... Now we see the play that I was talking about before, where you summon another wolf and you activate the roar. At least if they decide to pop their own mine, you have a last line of defense. And I think he will just pass. Yeah. So plays back to Dimitris. Again, not the most maybe exciting Yu-Gi-Oh to watch, but it's made also of these kind of attached cards in the side deck and in the main deck. So it is what it is, and they are both using a card that can stop their opponent, like Anti-Spell or Mystic Mine. And it seems like Dimitris is getting more of the advantage right now.
Yeah, I think the only card that can save Seaman is the Rage.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Right now he doesn't have it, and to be fair, if he gets it, there is also a chance that his opponent has a quick spell face down. So it's a tough position for both. And the time, again, is still quite far from being over. 9 minutes are plenty of time to play with. But okay, Dimitris try number 2 already. Doesn't seem like he's that patient, right? Usually with Mystic Mine, you see players really going deep into the waiting area. But a roar is being used on the Frankids already. Which roar should get banished.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, which they checked immediately. And yeah, now the Meow Meow is there. Again, maybe he just crashes it and pass. Because the play got stopped once more. Yeah, Simon is just trying his best to stay into the game, but I don't think he's in that good of a position. Yeah, in the grave he only has the Jaguar at the moment. Dimitris really thinking this through. Because if he crashes, the life point difference is actually relevant. So that's why he's not really happy about this, but I don't think he has a choice. If he can't push, yeah, he has to crash. As mentioned, he just crashes into his opponent to lock him out. And yeah, pass back. Again, this is a situation in which Yemen will happily take the extra time right now. He top decks finally a card he can set. Hopefully for him it will be the Rage. And yeah, this is the game. So I think most of our players this weekend are not prepared for the Mystic Mine, by the way.
No.
So this idea from Dimitris maybe is the correct one and would pay off. Let's see if it is the Rage. It is.
Okay.
So he top decked the Rage. Finally, is there a response for Dimitris? Or are we finally gonna see this Mystic Mine go? It is. So Mystic Mine is finally destroyed. And we are going back to a Yu-Gi-Oh game alongside an Impermanence. So
now we can play.
Wow. And now, yeah, plays back on Siemens side. We think we'll happily just try and push for game. He starts things off by getting back the Rage. He has the Jaguar in Grave. So
yeah, he has Falco, he has Fox, he has Jaguar. I think he has all he needs.
So the Jaguar is activated. It sends back a copy of the Wolf and probably will not activate the second effect. Yeah. Now we can even try and go for a double hit Leo. But in normal summon with Foxy once again uses its effect. It was great during the match, but I think for the first time whiffs, and it's only fair to Dimitris. And here, things are looking really rough. Even if you just go for a double hit Leo, this is way too much to handle.
I think the only issue here is Nibiru.
Yeah.
If he plays carefully and consider that his opponent could have Nibiru, because Dimitri passed his turn like a couple of times earlier. I mean, you just have to take advantage now. So be careful about this and maybe...
Yeah, it could have an easy game with the Jammer, but it unfortunately would risk the Nibiru, which is risky. He will go for the hit Leo. Yeah. So the first hit Leo of the game hits the field and he's gonna force out one of his opponent back rows. No response from Dimitris again, and the more this goes by, the more it's tough. I think he's thinking about swinging because this is the fourth summon. So now when this hit Leo hits the field, Nibiru is active. So again, no response. What a tough way for Dimitris to face this duel. And he now uses the second effect of it Leo, it seems. Enters the battle phase. Is there any response from Dimitris? Is there any Nibiru? It seems like there isn't. So this is it, I think. Yeah. It's gonna be a lot of damage from Seaman coming in, but Nibiru is there. Not quite sure what's going on.
So maybe it was the fourth summon? Or not
no,
the fifth,
no, it was the fifth for sure. I think he didn't, because the Wolf, then Shu more, and then double hit Leo. So it's 5. Yeah. I mean, it would have been very close to if that was the fifth, but anyway, well played by Seaman, who got his outs and really played through. So he's the winner, getting to advance to the top 8 and the first to do so in his half of the bracket. So congratulations to Seaman, and let's quickly go back to us. Again, a back and forth matchup. What a way to start the second half of the bracket. And yeah, it's Seaman who advances to the top 8. Yet again, another deck. This is what we like to see. Diversity all over this remote duel invitational. And yeah, what a match it was. So in game 1, we saw what the deck is supposed to be doing, but it was actually a brick from Seaman.
Yeah, because like it started things very slowly, only with the Bailings. Things were not looking very good until the Foxy was being summoned.
Yeah, the Soxy won in the game for sure. Double Cyclone was there from his opponent, but in the end, Ash stopped him, and the top deck was Foxy into Circle, which was just devastating. The opposite happened in game 2. The dominance from Prankids showed what is the best opening we have seen from the deck, accompanied by a Solemn Judgment, really just quickly handled the Seaman. But in game 3, again, we had the most back and forth match of the game, because it was stuck for a lot of turns. On one side by Anti-Spell Fragrance, on the other side my Mystic Mine. But in the end, he found the rage and he found the courage to just win it all and go back to the top 8. So congratulations to both. Nonetheless, we still have 3 more matches remaining for today. We are soon gonna find out who the opponent for Seaman tomorrow will be. So stay tuned, and we will be back with round 6 in just a few moments.
Rank up with the ultimate Dragonic Utopia Ray. Strategies return to bolster their power, and brand new themes take the spotlight. Yu-Gi-Oh! Lightning Overdrive. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Remote Duel Invitational. We are here once again to talk to you about what we expect and what an amazing journey Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been for all of us. Now we would like to focus on the meta. So one of the most liked topics is what should I expect going to an event? What are the best decks? What are the decks to beat? Is it still good? So this is what we are going to focus on, and there is a lot to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. Especially because the top cut YCS of the deck list, the breakdown, gave us like a very detailed image of the situation. And I think that there are a lot of different decks at the moment, especially because the Forbidden Unlimited list has given us the opportunity to play decks like Salaman Great with the addition of Stalio and Sky Striker as well. So if you guys want to take a look at the last YCS deck list and metagame breakdown, you will find out that a lot of players actually played the Tri-Brigade version, which was the most popular one, and played with Zuliak. And we discussed in the video of the Forbidden Unlimited list how Zuliak without the Trident has still a very huge impact on the metagame. While on the other hand, the pure Tri-Brigade is very good as well, especially because some players are now playing cards like Rescue Cat.
Yeah, it's for sure a lot. And the last time we were here 3 months ago, the format was kind of completely different. And we have seen a lot, not only as you mentioned the list, but a lot of new cards and new sets to check. So we have for sure a lot of updates. The last time, again, we were here, we had Donovan LeBlanc win it all with his Red Eyes Eldritch deck. Do you think that's still a deck that we can expect this weekend?
I think the deck is still very good, but players decided to actually go into another way of playing the decks, playing more hand traps, something that we haven't seen that much during our last YCS, because players were playing a lot of traps instead of hand traps. And right now it has slightly changed a little bit, because players are focusing more on playing aggressively and playing hand traps.
Yeah, and if it tells you something, Donovan actually competed at the YCS last weekend, and he made it all the way to the top 16, but this time playing Salaman Great. So he is one of the people who really caught the attention by the Mirage Stalio coming back. So we will see him in action in just a few weeks. But on his end, I think out of the 2 decks that came back, it seems like Salaman Great is the one that it's performing much better. Sky Strikers were really popular. They were the second most played deck at the YCS, but not a single one of them made it to the top cut, which to me doesn't necessarily mean they are not good enough, because every good player, I would say, would agree that Sky Striker is a difficult deck to use, and especially when engage is limited, you really need to pay attention how you handle your resources. So I'm really interested to see a good Sky Striker player just focus and bring it, and we'll see if that happens. But As you mentioned, I would say the deck to beat for this weekend will be Tri Brigade. What do you think of the deck in general?
Yeah, I think the deck is very good, and especially it has a very good recycle, especially with the trap card that gives you back all your banished monster and then link summon a Trap Brigade monster is very important, especially in the mirror match, because you gain advantage of the card you already used previously in the turn. And also, by playing a lot of different hand traps, you can prevent your opponent from activating cards such as Ash Blossom. You have Gamma in your main deck, so it's very good. And I think it's very consistent, because you basically can play cards such as Tenki, Pot of Prosperity, a lot of cards that give you access to your key cards in the right moment. So I think we will see a lot of players playing this deck this weekend.
Absolutely. As always, consistency is key, and Tri Brigade just gives you that pretty much every time. Is very hard to break with the deck. And if you just play a couple of Zodiac cards like many did at the YCS, you also have the additional option of going second for a Zeus, which is never to be taken for granted. But Federico Mecozzi, our friend, of course, and famous player, will not be happy to hear this, but Prankids are also one of the best decks to expect due to their new Link 1, which enables any normal summon Prankids to just give you so many resources going, just got so much more consistent. Dinka Boy just showed us all how good the deck can be if not taken into consideration, and I'm really excited to see if any of our top 16 duelists will bring it today.
Yeah.
Last but definitely not least, I would say, what do you think of Drytron?
Yeah, I think Drytron has, with Pen 10 being limited, right now with the addition of Meta Buffafrin, the XYZ, I think the deck has an incredible speed and consistency, because basically the Fafnir gives you basically a free play. You can just detach a material and then you can ritual summon a monster. So I think this card is very important for the deck at the moment, because as we mentioned before, XYZ monsters are incredibly important, especially because as we've seen with Stalio. So basically the Fafnir has given the deck an incredible boost, I would say. And as we saw previously during the YCS, a lot of players make it to the top cut. So I think we will see some players relying on this deck, because I think the deck to be beaten is Tri Brigade, but on the other hand, I think the second deck most played will be Drytron.
Probably Drytron. We'll see if our expectations are met, but the last thing I want to mention is that just like at the YCS Top Cut, we had over 10 different decks, which is always a pleasure to see, and this means this is one of those moments in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where creativity and genius really pays off. So get your decks together, think of ideas, just try and outsmart your opponents, and I'm sure any deck will be just good enough for you to go and make it. Thanks again for watching, and we will be back very soon with more action.
Awaken the power of the Egyptian God cards. 4 unique cards, plus the new Soul Crossing to add to your deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Egyptian God decks. Slifer the Sky Dragon, and Obelisk the Tormentor. 40 cards per deck, each deck sold separately. Awaken the power of the Egyptian God cards. 4 unique cards, plus the new Soul Crossing to add to your deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Egyptian God decks. Slifer the Sky Dragon, and Obelisk the Tormentor. 40 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Welcome back to the Remote Duel TCG Invitational coverage. We are now in round 6, and including this round, there are 3 more remaining for the day. We are gonna find out who the opponent of Yemen will be, which we just saw last round, advance to the top 8 tomorrow. And it is gonna be again a quite exciting match, which is gonna be the one between Gilles, who is playing a deck we already have seen this weekend, which is Tri Brigade, and his opponent, which is Tim, with a yet unique deck, Drytron. We have heard a lot about this deck over the past weeks, especially ever since Ben 10 came back. And even though Ben 10 is limited, he can really abuse of the card, and I really like how the deck is built and the amount of disruption it can bring up. But I would say, before speculating on the match itself, let's hear the first player interview for this match.
I've been involved in the game for like as long as I can remember. I used to play the game when I was really young, and then I kind of got out of it as I grew older, and I got back into it about 4 years ago when I found the locals, and sort of ever since then I've been in love with the game and carried on playing it. The first deck I played that was a real deck and not just a pile of cards was Lightsworn. I picked up the Realm of Light structure deck, and I'd play with my friends with that deck. Yeah, my favorite card is ABC Dragon Buster, because I love that deck. I became quite known for that deck. I did well with that deck after people thought that it was very dead, so I really like the boss monster ABC Dragon Buster as a card. The deck I chose for this event is Tri Brigade. I think it's just like the most consistent deck, and I wanted something that I could, definitely play with for the rounds, and I also know it very, very well. My fondest memory has to be just the locals I go to, Sneak Attack. I just love the people that are there. I love the experiences I've had there, and I also love the trips I've been on with the people from there. Like I went to the last YCS in Europe, Utrecht, with the people from that locals, and I had so much fun there.
Nice to hear it once again from Gilles, and it's definitely one of the most classical approach, I would say. We have seen already today 2 players advancing to the top 8 with Tri Brigade, but they were quite different approaches. One was with Zodiac cards, and the other one with Ancient Warrior cards. Gilles is instead playing the regular version of the deck. Maybe he thinks that's good enough, but let's first hear it from his opponent, Team Meckel, and his Tritron deck.
Involves the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game already since to childhood. I'm starting with structure decks, and that was always part of my life. My first deck, it was a bunch, and then my first deck is Blackwing. I don't know, I have no favorite cards. I have a favorite deck that was Zatilla Knight. The favorite card I don't have. I play my favorite deck is Triton because really won't play combo decks. In addition, I think the mechanics from the deck is simply brilliant. A fondest memory, I can think of the best memories, but was important to me are the people I go to during the time, and we made close friends.
And again, also great hearing it from Team, and yeah, I really like this approach where we hear what these guys have to listen to and what they got to say, because I think from the voice, sometimes even from the tone, you can already understand how committed, how confident they are with the deck. And Team, by the way, is the only player in the event running Drytron, which I think was quite a surprise to us, considering how popular it was at the YCS.
Yeah, I mean, I was not expecting this to happen, especially because, as you mentioned before, we only have one Ben 10, but with Meta Buffafni, the XYZ, the deck is super good. So
yeah, it's by far one of, and if by far the, I guess, rank 1 most powerful we have seen. It does so much for you, and I think we can definitely get a blink of what the opportunities of the deck are with Team. But without further ado, our players are ready, so let's just go to the table. Because what we are going to see is as soon as they prepare, so we have 1 more minute for you guys, and I just want to remind you all that unless the first tournaments we did, so unlike the first remote duel this is a real invitational in the way that any of you guys watching at home can be here competing against this player and being in a way represented as the best 16 players of the weekend in Europe. So what I suggest you guys to do is to keep on checking on our official pages, both on social media and on our website, for the news, and in particular for the remote duel qualifier. They are hosted by different shops and members of your community all over Europe. So make sure to compete and just go to the highest stages, because we keep on posting news on there. And if any of you missed one, by the way, next Tuesday, make sure to tune in for some great news. I cannot tell you guys anything more about it, but if you go on the page, you will just learn a lot about the newest thing coming to Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is the digital next. Not more I can say. Go to the website, check all the news, and as soon as you do, I'm sure you will be happy, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is as alive as it was right now, and it's just amazing. So without further ado, I would say let's go to the table and find out who the 6th player to advance to the top 8 is.
So finally we got to see Dryden deck being played this weekend so far, and I was really looking forward to see this deck, because it was very popular during the last months, and then when Diviner of the Herald and the Meta Buff Fafnir were announced, I think this deck had an incredible hype, and I mean, I cannot wait to see team with the Dryden deck. Hopefully we got to see some combos here.
Yeah, absolutely. So first, let's see who wins the die roll. It seems like it's Gilles. Yeah, and he does so with a tanky. So for any of you not being super familiar with the Dryden deck, you saw a XYZ deck, you saw a Link deck, you saw a Synchro deck. This is mainly a ritual deck, which makes it so unique because it relies on Herald of Ultimateness, in this case, to just lock your opponent out of the duo. But the fractal resolves, so as always, we are gonna see just the kit and the Nerval come down.
And actually Gilles is playing, as you said before, the 3rd variant of 3 Brigade, and we'll see in the end which one will be the best one.
Absolutely. So this is the pure version, let's say, with no additional engines in the deck, which gives you a little more space both in the extra deck and in the main deck. And in fact, Giles is playing a lot of end shops, so, and the Cyrus comes down. So
yeah, we were saying as all of the players are main decking different copies of pots just to extend their plays and having powerful cards. And I think this is the standard opening from Tri Brigade. Let's see what he banishes here.
Okay, so he picks up the cards. And yeah, now he has a lot of options. We saw how this deck is able to actually just end on an Appaloosa plus the Revolt and many other interruptions. So the thing is, he doesn't know what he's up against. So
yeah, I think one of the best opening we have seen so far this weekend was maybe Dueller plus Appaloosa plus Revolt.
For sure.
And let's see if maybe here Gilles can make something even more.
Okay, so for now, nothing too out of the ordinary. He just uses his Tri Brigade and Link already away. It's okay, so he goes for a Link 3, and he's gonna go and activate the Grave effect to draw a card and to send one back to the bottom. So quite an unusual start, I would say. Usually use the Longbow to activate the effect, but
yeah, something you don't see very often. Maybe he has already the Revolt. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, so Definitely an unusual opening, but if he already has the revolt, I think he's fine with his opening. So he sets Shu, plays back to his opponent, and now Drytron can really show us why they are a contender in this format. But they have to do it dealing with a good Tri Brigade opening, so not the easiest. So, Prosperity is the first card activated. Again, you can see the dichotomy whether some players use Desire, some players use Prosperity. I think Desire is overall much better if you can afford it in your deck, of course, and Drytron, by having the Ben 10, doesn't really have the option. So only 3 cards are banished, it seems. And the cards revealed are okay, pretty decent. So rarely you will see the one in the middle added because it's just another Cyber Angel you use for utility purposes. But the other cards are both amazing. So okay.
Okay, the Diviner.
Yeah, the Diviner is added back, which you can use both to send the Herald from the extra deck. Usually that's what you go for. Ooh, but the Droll in the main deck from Giles. This can shut down completely. It's one of the best cards you can side against Drytron, and being in the main deck, I think this is way too much from Giles. Double Ash. Wow. No. Yeah, you can see him smiling. What an opening from Giles.
Yeah, because Drawn Lock Board is the very card that really shut down completely Drytron. I mean, if I were to choose one card, I would pick Drawn Lock for sure.
Yeah.
And Giles is main decking it, and he saw it first game, and this might hurt a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can do much under Draw and Lock with this deck. And this is one of the big reasons why, even though he has the Touch card in his hand, it's very tough. So he will try and use a Drytron, tributing another in his hand, and now he has access to the Fafnir, but very weak stuff when the Draw and Lock is there. Okay. What do you think? Maybe he sends the entity instead of...
Send the entity. He's now considering if activating the... Maybe he has Ash.
Yeah, I mean, you can send the entity because you're stuck. Yeah, this is the most obvious line. So you send the entity to pop the link free from your opponent or a back row and force the revolt. But you really don't want to face Draw and Lock in the main deck. It's a bold choice for sure by Giles, but it is paying off immensely here.
Yeah, it's not easy for Tim, but we are seeing that he's trying his best to play under Drawn and Lock. Yeah, he gets rid of the link. Yeah.
So he gets rid of the link, trying his best. He probably goes for Fafnir here, which again we mentioned is the key card of the deck by far.
There it is. Yeah, we were saying that with this card the deck changed completely, especially because like it is an incredible and powerful card that if you're playing Drytron you have to play this card.
Yeah. This card is absolutely insane. By far, I would say the best rank 1 by far, but just one of the best XYZs ever made. In this deck it allows you to gain so much advantage just already with the first effect, and detaching to get any material down is absolutely ridiculous for the card. So unfortunately we won't see the full potential of the card right now, but I'm sure during the rest of the match we will. And to be fair, the rest of team end was pretty good. He has the Alpha, so he can special summon another Drytron.
Yeah, I mean, usually when Draw Locked is being activated, you have a lot of problems. Okay, now comes the Ash, makes sense.
Okay.
But at least him, he's trying to do his best with what he has. So,
yeah. Unfortunately, as we know, the Revolt is most likely face down, and it will be way too much for a team to handle with. But again, keeping his composure and trying and push as much damage as possible. And yeah, the Revolt comes down. Unfortunately, there is no Bell. This is the last thing I guess he was afraid of. A Bell really could have changed this game upside down, but now the Omen will stop his opponent and get so much advantage.
Yeah, very good opening from Giles here, and nothing that team can do. I mean, he had a good end as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, here comes the Omen.
Yeah, here comes the Omen. He will banish the Fafnir. Thinking about it still, but yeah, there is not much of a doubt, I guess, at the moment. Yeah, Fafnir is banished, and play most likely is gonna be back to Giles just in a few seconds. Are you surprised at all that he didn't use something else for the Revolt?
Yeah, I mean, I would have activated them.
Yeah.
I mean, why not?
Not sure, but I guess you cannot add because of Droll, so
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. So now the second tank is flipped, and yeah, team was just hoping that there was no Tri-Brigade because of the Droll and Lock, but unfortunately, Giles has it, and the Droll and Lock, we can say, just wins him game one quite convincingly. So kudos to him for maining it, and now we can quickly take a look at the side decks. So if you're Giles, what is your plan now that you know what your opponent has?
If I were Giles now, I would side in taking a look at his side deck. He doesn't seem super like scared of the Tri-Brigade matchup, actually. Because looking at his side deck, he has a lot of 3-offs, but in general, like, he has Twin Twister, Cosmic Cyclone. He doesn't have so many solutions, especially because in the main deck he's playing Droplet and Triple Tactics Talent.
Yeah, it's definitely a main deck that's made for going first, but that has 6 amazing spells for going second. So in his side deck, he might have a card that we haven't seen yet, which is the Artifact Lancia, which is, I guess, a card for debate. Some people think it's amazing against Tri-Brigade, some people think it's not that great, so maybe we will close the debate with this match, but looking at Giles, he's now the one who will think about his side decks, and he is prepared. He has 3 copies of Ally of Justice Cycle Reader, an amazing card against this deck, and on top of that, he could side some additional cards like the Pancratops and Alpha, the Master of Beasts. So interesting choices, but I am sure they will do their best to advance. Once again, we could have had a different match coming up, but the winner is going to play against Salamangreat in the top 8. So no matter what, we are gonna have exciting and different matchup in their next phase of the tournament. So.
Yeah, I really hope now we get to see Team 2 combo off with the deck. I really like this, and I mean, Jad played really well. His hand was very good. He had Drawn a Lock, Ash Blossom, and let's see if now Team can pick up a good hand on his side.
Yeah, so Team is obviously gonna go first, gonna try and set up the Herald, and let's see if he's able to do it. A lot of end shops from Giles, so for sure life is not gonna be easy, but let's just see if team opening has what it takes. Okay, seems like he's debating a lot, but the first card, okay, is the Diviner, which is definitely a good way to start. And is met by an Impermanence by Giles. Okay, so the first Entrop's already coming down from Giles. Is team able to continue?
Let's see if he has a Dreadron monster. Okay, he has
Okay,
Alpha.
he does. So it tributes the Herald. So great, great stuff here. Alpha comes down and he gets to add maybe Ben 10. Let's see one of his cards. It usually is the Ben 10.
Yeah,
I'd say.
usually.
Yeah.
Okay. Pretty sure I saw Eva in his hand as well.
Okay.
So there's one card remaining. Let's see what is it. Okay, he has the ritual spell.
Wow, this is a okay start. So he goes for the Meteonis, and yeah, not the greatest start you can do, but it is what it is. And if you correctly saw that there is an Eva in hand, this is great news because you can discard it and then banish Chu and get Chu. But Alpha Master of Beasts comes down. And what a way to start.
A card we haven't seen very often, but here it is.
Yeah, but this is the crucial differences between the Heralds.
Yeah.
Some people play Herald of Perfection because you can search it with prep, but the Herald of Ultimateness, which we are seeing on the field, is able to negate summons as well. So this is what just happened here, and now we are gonna see a follow-up with Keras.
Yeah.
Only a card remaining, but are you sure it's the Eva? Oh, it is the Eva.
Yeah, it is the Eva. Yeah, yeah.
But he discarded the Ben 10 instead.
So he just wants to keep the Eva, maybe.
And now he doesn't use the... yeah, he doesn't use anything, and the Keras hits the field. So, are you surprised that he discarded that instead of the Eva?
I mean, I would have discarded the Eva, right? Because, I mean, of course you have the Ben 10, but why not? Why would you not discard the Eva instead? Doesn't seem team is super concerned about this, but yeah, he's still continuing. Just okay. Now he goes for the Herald.
Yeah,
and discards Eva. Okay.
Not a surprise, and now, as expected, he activates. So the Eva by banishing only the Ben 10.
Something we don't see very often because we see Herald being added sometimes. Like this is the standard play. Instead, he wants to add the Diviner.
He gets the Diviner, and here again plays back on Giles.
Yeah, doesn't seem like Giles is super happy with this, but him had a good study and with Eva as well. So yeah, right now it's very hard to get rid of the Herald because yeah, he's only left with 2 cards. Let's see. Okay, he's continuing. Okay,
yeah.
he negates it.
And now he finally negates again with the Herald. A face down from Giles, and that is it. So play is back on team, who picks up a card and is now not in the greatest of spots, to be honest. And he picks up a Cyber Emergency, okay? That allows you to get any of the Drytron cards. But
no, I'm still wondering why he didn't add 2 with Eva. Like...
yeah, same.
I mean, I don't see why.
Quite surprised by the activation of Eva of only the Ben 10, but...
Yeah, here the Cyber Emergency was very good, because otherwise team would have left with only the Herald. Now he activates the Alpha. Doesn't look like Jail has any sort of interruption. Maybe the revolt. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so the revolt comes down, and this is not pretty now. He gets the Omen, and this allows him to get rid of the Herald, because there is no more protection on his side. But I think it resolved already, so let's check. Okay, interesting. So he waited for it, and this way... Yeah, this is what they are debating, I think, with Giles, whether the activation was on the Drytron. But it seems like that was the case, which is actually kind of unfortunate, because now the Omen is not able to clear the Herald. So we're kind of in a chicken game, I would say, where both players are kind of afraid to activate both cards, knowing it's the last line of defense. So... Again, Giles proving that even his pure version without any fancy engine is good enough to beat his opponents. And for now, it seems like he's convincing us.
Yeah, I mean, he's proving that he can deal with a lot of negations, because Herald negated like 4 or 5 cards, if I'm not mistaken, so... I don't know, maybe if Team would have added the second copy with Eva, he would have had another negation.
Yeah. The Eva is definitely a consideration. We don't know how he sided. It is also possible that maybe he sided out the other copies, but it's still very unlikely, and it's the only thing that at the moment I'm a little concerned about. So... Do you think he has any room, I don't know, for doing anything? I think he's just praying that this Herald sticks.
Yeah, me too, because right now he's only left with the Herald, basically. Because... and I think he knows it.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's trying to figure out if he can do something else, but... I mean, I think he's going to pass.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems a little weak at the moment. We saw a few versions of this deck which were playing the Red Ice Fusion, which could have been cool to see here, but unfortunately, team is not playing the card, and this means Giles is happily gonna take a turn, knowing that the only card left in team end is one fairy, and that's all he needs to push through. And he does so by starting things off with a kit. He's banishing Chu to activate its effect, and yeah, it's tough. He's forced to negate, and here you can trigger the kit. You can do a lot of different stuff if you're Giles, which is what's going on. So he activates the kit, and then Erval gets back the Keras. Oh. Yeah, he missed... yeah, okay. They're not gonna shark him likely, but yeah, he missed for a second the correct Tri-Brigade. But yeah, he gets the Keras, and with plenty of cards in hand, this is more than enough. The Omen can trigger afterwards, banishing the Herald. And you can see here just how excited Giles is. That he's just moments away from his top 8. Team, unfortunately, looking rough at the moment. And I think we are gonna have our third Tri-Brigade deck, although completely different builds advancing to the top 8.
I think we have to give credit to Giles in this game, because I mean, team's starting end was okay, but he negated like 5 cards with Herald, and Giles was able to come back nonetheless, so well played by him. Game is not over yet, but it's really looking good for Giles.
Yeah, And again, here, I think access code. You went for? Yeah. They'll usually smell for disaster, and yeah, even gets to grab another Tri-Brigade from the deck with Omen, so tough times.
Maybe just to be careful with the calculation, and if he can put up 8,000 damage. Maybe he does.
Yeah, playing super quickly. And he finally summons the access code. So before he probably summoned the longbow, special summon from hand, another Tri-Brigade. And now, yeah, it was the longbow. And now he goes for the access code. Not much his opponent can do. The Herald is going to be destroyed. The other monster is going to be destroyed as well. And a lot of damage being pushed here by Giles. I think he has seen enough, and this should be more than enough. Cards are picked up, and Giles, even though he had the Alpha Master of Beasts trying to fight back, and it didn't seem like he did, he advances to the top 8, and he is gonna meet Salomon Great in the next round. Congratulations to both, but now let's go back to us for the post-match discussion. What a match once more. Unfortunately, I gotta say, congratulations first of all to Giles. What a show. We talked about how his deck is unique by not being unique. Because a lot of players this weekend are trying fancy engines in the Tri-Brigade deck. He's sticking with what he's comfortable with, and he's only the second duelist this weekend who wins 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how good the deck is without playing any other cards but Tri-Brigade monsters, and he showed us how this deck can be powerful with only playing the full package, you know?
Yeah.
And on the other hand, we have to give credit to his opponent as well with Drytron. Unfortunately, his opening hand was not super good in the second game, and anyways, I'm sure we will see him in the next Invitational.
Absolutely, and the last thing I want to mention is that, guys, we have 2 more matches remaining, and if you have been wondering what are based, you know, the standings and just the brackets on, you usually see a blue player and a red player, right? But they are not random at all. These guys, as you probably already know, have to win and qualify through a top 4 at the qualifiers. And the blue players are the players who finish either first or second. So what are the tops of the standings of the qualifiers and who are to be considered the favorites. The red players instead are the underdogs. They still made a fantastic job qualifying, but they are on the other side of the brackets. I want to mention this because now, after 6 matches, only one of the red players, as you can see here on the bracket, advanced, and that is Seaman and his Salomon Great deck. In all of the other matches, incredibly, the blue player won. So now this is something to keep in mind when moving on to the next match, which, as you can see, is gonna be the one between Vincenzo and Walid. So I can't wait for these two unwrap. We have only 2 more matches remaining for today. Thank you again for watching. Stay tuned, and we will be back soon with round 7.
Rarities return in Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, featuring glorious ghost rares, 9 themes from the past, and 2 new strategies. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past. 15 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Remote Duel Invitational. We are here once again to show you guys an incredible weekend of Yu-Gi-Oh! But we have in the meantime some time to kill off. And what's the best way to do it? And not to analyze what just happened and the recent news in Yu-Gi-Oh! So on July the 1st, we saw the latest Forbidden Unlimited list drop out, and it took everyone by surprise. It was one of the most impactful ones, because it brought back a lot of cards from the Forbidden list, and it also had a lot of significant changes across the top decks. We already had a glimpse of the impact at the YCS last weekend, but we want to further analyze the biggest changes one by one, since our players this weekend and even in the new weekends are gonna have to deal with it and find new solutions. So Alberto, why don't you talk to us about the first big change?
So I think we should start with the Forbidden of the Guard Dragon LP. I think this card has had a huge impact over the last 2 years, I would say, because Guard Dragon Link was played from YCS Utrecht 2020, and we remember that Matteo Bertolesi lost in the final. And this card was incredibly used by all of the players during the last 2 years. And but nevertheless, the Guard Dragon Link is still there, because we have seen that it was in the top cut last weekend in the YCS. So I think that you guys, if you want to try this out, although Guard Dragon LP was a very good card, still the deck is very good.
Absolutely, and I think we have the next change coming up, which really show you why sometimes a big change as that to a key card of the deck, even getting forbidden, can actually be quite a positive impact on your mentality and on just the way you think about the deck. And that is Zodiac Trident. Of course, a part of me is crying when I see the card is no longer with us. It just recently came back, but it was just a little bit stronger even in 2021. But again, the importance of not underestimating a change. The YCS from last weekend, Zodiac is still the most played deck in the top cut, of course with a mix. It is getting played with the Tri-Brigades, because they already play tanky, and the ability to go for Zeus going second is still there. And one of the very famous players across Europe, Rafael Neven, is using this deck, and he qualified for the top 16. So we will see him in action just in a few weeks. The next change is actually an opposite one, something that came off the Forbidden list, and that is...
I think we should start with Skyscraper Engage, a
Yes.
card that we haven't seen in a while, and this deck, we all know, guys, how big this was during the last years. It has won several YCSs, and now it's back, and I think stronger than ever. And the deck is incredibly good, still used by a lot of players that were waiting for the return of the Engage. And but this is not the only card we have to talk about, right, Marcello?
No, absolutely. And another of the cards that really shocked people was the return of Stalio. So the infamous, we could say, XYZ really came back and shocked the world with the Salman Great deck being back in action. But we gotta mention that although at the past YCS as well, just like at this event, Sky Striker was the second most popular deck, not a single one was in the top cut.
Yeah.
So maybe Engage is still fine at 1, and on the other hand, Stalio was that impactful that we have 2 players in the top cut. So again, really you can see the differences, and sometimes really good players will tell you that even though cards like Engage are considered among the best cards ever in the game, an extra deck card is even better because you always have access to it. So that can definitely play its role. But there are for sure other, I would say, black horses in the list, and the underdogs cards. And on top of them, I would say for the Pendulum fans out there, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Basically, we had this introduction of Joker limited to 1. And I think for most of the Pendulum players, I think that this is pretty fine because the deck has a lot of solutions. So if you just want to try it out, guys, right now there are a lot of different decks played in this meta game. And on the other hand, I think that another card that is worth to be mentioned is Miscellaneous.
Absolutely. Again, change to the limited list this time. Pendulum getting an old tool, not quite the Electromite I think fans were hoping for, but still a very impactful one. And I'm really curious to see whether people are gonna get new ideas with the deck. But yeah, the Miscellaneous is more of a weird change, I would say. It was cold and needed in the mind of a lot of players, but it still showed up strong. It seems like the deck is really good at going second, at playing both with Mystic Mine and just as it did in the past with Lost World. So I'm sure Dinosaur is still a very good deck, but again, guys, this really show you why Yu-Gi-Oh! Is such an incredible game. Cards that were long forgotten can be back in one moment, and even new cards can just create the new additional combos. So now it's up to you to just go on the official website and check for yourself the entire and updated list and think through what your deck is and what is gonna win the next events. So thank you again for watching, stay tuned, and we will be back soon with more action. Welcome back once again to the coverage of the Remote Duo TCG Invitational. We are in round 7 and there are only 2 matches remaining to find out who the top 8 players that advance to tomorrow are. Unfortunately, due to technical difficulties from one of our players, we are postponing match number 7 and we are skipping right away for now to match number 8, which is nonetheless one of the ones we were waiting the most for, because it's the one between my pick for the event, which is Hermann, which is piloting the same deck with which he was first after Swiss at the YCS last weekend, and that is Zodiac Tri-Brigade. But he's up against the madman himself, which is Ilian, which is piloting a 60-card deck that I have no idea how to define. There are multiple engines in it, all over from Subterror to Dogmatica. It's actually madness. So I can't wait to see it in action. But before going to the table, let's bring up the first player interview.
Oh, well, I am involved in trading card game since around 2003, May 2003. That was mostly a ballpark Yu-Gi-Oh! Just having some cards from the starter decks, and I haven't known locals from then until mid-2004. So yeah, schoolyard Yu-Gi-Oh! Kitchen table Yu-Gi-Oh! most of the time, and there wasn't a tournament scene I was knowledgeable about. Just like I said, 1 year later, I got to the local scene there, and mostly I got into there really fine. Some people took care of me, and it was a pleasant experience. And one thing I also have done through the years, helping also new players who came to our locals here in Graz, in Austria, and yeah, like I said, it's a pleasant experience, and that's what is something I want some others to experience too when they first meet our locals. Well, the first real deck, it was a mishmash. Like some normal monsters, some favorites, mostly things like Black Luster Soldier involved at the beginning, Chaos Emperor Dragon, like everything before you realize there's a traditional format. About my favorite card, that was a tough choice, kind of. Firstly, most people got their favorite card out of the starter deck, out of the booster sets, or like a present from a good friend, or anyhow. Perhaps with time you got a different favorite card, and such was my take also. So for my first page on the binder, I took inspiration, literally. As the name says, the effect might not be as good, but why I chose it was for what the name stands, because we got different sets each year. 4 core sets, different side sets, different structure decks, different starter decks also, and also reprint sets. From what comes out of either of those sets, you can practically build anything in theory. You can also play the theme decks, meta decks that are played at that time, and yeah, right to the next question too. What inspired me to get into the deck I'm playing right now, and that got me also the invite to the Remote Duel qualifier and the top 16 of the YCS, was my literal pile of cards. No, to be short on that answer of the question why I like to play this kind of deck, it's 5 archetypes inside. It's kind of working like clockwork, risking playing some bricks, 3 real bricks, 2.5 bricks, so more or less. But I myself like to tinker a lot with different ideas, different decks. If it doesn't work, okay, it does not work. So yeah, like I did it every time, each format. I try something new with different engines that are available at the time, unhindered by the band list, and yeah, see what sticks. And that what sticks, that you optimize. The most precious memories I have during the whole game, I think, were during the whole travels we were going on together, being either driving with trains or driving by car to the next big tournaments, be it small or big. It's just the experience traveling with your friends, and yeah, seeing which one tops, and then discussing, bantering, cheering at a nice meal at the end of the day. And I think that's one of the most fondest memories I have for those times that I hope I can relive again or make new ones.
Definitely interesting words from Ilian, who, as we mentioned, has the most interesting deck by far this weekend. And that is why we really don't want to waste more time. And we want to bring up for you guys on the screen right away Hermann Hansen interview.
I have been involved with the trading card game for quite a lot of time now. Competitively speaking, I've been playing since 2015, 2016. But casually with friends at school, maybe 2008, somewhere around there. The first deck I played at the school ground was probably a mishmash of a bunch of different random cards, to be honest, because you basically played what you had. But competitively, it was Ritual Beast or Draco Pals, and some heroes after the structure deck. My favorite cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are probably the ones that impact deck building the most, I'd say. So stuff like That Grass Looks Greener, Sekka's Light, are both two cards that I think are pretty cool for the game, even though they are on the ban list at the current moment. Besides that, cards I have a personal attachment to, probably If the World Challenge Justiciar, because it helped me get to the World Championship. Imperial Order, because of it's a funny thing in my group of friends. It's funny, and yeah, probably those, yeah. For this tournament, I'm playing Tri-Brigade Zodiac, because I think it has the versatility, consistency, and power to stand up to the rest of the metagame. And it's also the deck I played for the YCS last weekend. Yeah, of course, I remember playing with my friend Linus at school, but as for since I came back to the game in 2015, 2016, probably either winning my first national championship with Zodiac in 2017 or qualifying for the World Championship in 2019 is probably the biggest one.
And again, thanks Hermann for the interview. As mentioned, he was my pick at the beginning of the tournament, and I gotta say, not weirdest of picks. He is alongside Jake Quincy the most accomplished player we had this weekend for the event, and definitely not just because of past results, because as we mentioned last weekend, he was first after Swiss, but he lost in top 32 to the winner of our last invitational, Donovan LeBlanche. So I'm sure now he's even more eager to compete and win the event. And especially it's worth mentioning that he asked us if it was possible that it was one of the last matches, because all day long, if a remote Duel Invitational wasn't enough Yu-Gi-Oh!, he has been competing for Duel Links. So Hermann is one of those guys you really cannot dislike. He loves Yu-Gi-Oh! At 360 degrees and has been competing all days. I don't know yet the results, but we wish that he won the qualifiers for Duel Links, and is now to prove once again that he's just that good at remote dueling. But now, without further ado, our players are ready, so let's just go to the table to find out who advances to the top 8. Okay, so Hermann showing off his World Championship the sleeves. but it seems to me like Ilian won the die roll. It's
Yeah.
11,
Yeah.
maybe. So it's what me, you, and even Luke and a lot of other people in the background have been waiting all day for. This deck by Ilian, which you can read as Subterror Dogmatica, but in reality, if we could fit all of the archetypes, we would need a book probably 100 pages long. So let's see. I'm not gonna pretend that I know what the plan is for this deck, because he's playing also Buster Blader cards, Dark Magician with the fusion. So let's see. Wow, and he opens up quite strong with one of his Red Eyes fusions, but Ash Blossom is there from Hermann. Wow, what a start! And the next card coming down is the Nadir Servant. Wow, Matthieu the Bell. What an opening from both players. Finally, a set. And unfortunately, wow. I think everyone would have paid to get the Ilian opening, but the exact perfect response from Hermann.
And I think that here Hermann has the perfect hand. Ash Blossom, Ghost Bell, Fractal.
Yeah. This is absolutely insane by Hermann. And now he gets to play, the usual combos we've seen all weekend with Fractal sending Nerval. He skipped the kit, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, which he now goes and add.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same list he played last weekend. And
Yeah, otherwise, yes. As we mentioned, he's playing Zodiac cards. We have seen them earlier on today in Pierluigi match, and they are playing actually almost the same exact main deck card by card, so must have somewhat tested together for the past events, I guess. But let's see, because Ilian plays a lot of traps as well. And here is the first trap. Is it Trap Trick? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
So Trap Tricks is flipped. And if you're Hermann, you must be thinking, what is happening right now? What is this deck? But he goes on and get the Dogmatica Punishment. So great solution here.
Yeah, I really like this 60 card deck in which you can fit basically all the good things you have, and playing multiple copies gives you access to hit them quickly.
Yeah, and compared to a deck like Jake Quincy 1, the drawbacks of playing Dark Magician when you have like 60 cards, it's much lower. So now he's cutting the deck, and he will probably just use the Dogmatica Punishment on the kit.
Yeah, I think so.
So we'll see if Hermann has even an additional extender. Well, what a hand. I mean, as perfect as it gets. So he now resolves, so he can get to send either the Dogmatica to search in the end phase, more likely, I would say.
Yeah, he's considering it.
But yeah, he has so many different options in the extra deck. As expected, he just gets the search in the end phase by doing so with the Ecclesia. But now Hermann goes on and activates the kit, which he haven't yet, to send another monster to the grave, which is the Keras, I think. Which I think he really wish he had in hand. But now let's see if Hermann has another extender.
Yeah, because if he does, here things get complicated, but he does not.
Unfortunately, he doesn't. So it's set 1, hopefully for him it's a Revolt. And in the end phase, another Ash Blossom, on the Dogmatica. So play is back on Ilian, who really hopes that the set card is not Revolt. If that's the case, he's in trouble. And he draws the Ecclesia. So Ecclesia is summoned, gonna search for another punishment or one of the monsters. Maybe the... let's see. One of the drawbacks is... if you go for the Maximus, is that the Tri-Brigade trigger in graveyard. So he will nonetheless go for the Maximus. So he doesn't think like that's too much of a problem.
Yeah, now if Hermann has the revolt, that might hurt. Because otherwise, yeah, I think this is the only card I can think of now.
Absolutely. So maximum comes down by banishing most likely the Dogmatica right away. Yeah. No surprise here. And there he comes. So now Hermann can flip the revolt, and he does. Okay, wow. What an end from Hermann. But the ghost spell is there. I mean, worth it. And you gotta give credit to Ilian. He got double Ashen Bell on Hermann's side, but this bell hurts so much from Ilian.
What a game.
Yeah, what a game on our hands. Already the 60 card deck showing up strong on Ilian's side.
And now I think it's looking good for Ilian, which was, as you said, Ashed and Belled. Now it's not looking even bad for him.
Yeah, so he activates the Maximus. This actually gives Hermann somewhat of a chance. But here you can see another one of his engines. He sends, I think, up Cologne to the graveyard. This way he can search for one of his Shadow Schism in his deck. Which is a great tool. Winda is such a powerful card against most decks of the format. So if you're Hermann, you can choose a bunch of things to send to the grave. Let's remember that he plays the Zodiacs, so his actual deck is quite tighter. And he does send...
the Eagle, I think, and we didn't see the other one.
Yeah, also I didn't see it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like he sent one of the ones he can trigger.
No,
the longbow,
yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
So he can draw one and send one. But he didn't send the bear, so...
No.
Yeah. So not a surprise, Up Cologne is gonna be used.
And once again, 60 card deck is showing how powerful it is. Like, you can play, guys, whatever you prefer, and these are all good cards playing in multiple copies and showing up strongly.
And this is particularly interesting because usually when you ask your opponent how many cards they got and they say 60, you expect something like Matthieu we see in the past. So a combo deck, maybe a Dragon Link. You never expect something like this with so many traps. So this is definitely interesting from Ilian. And now he gets the Schism. Yeah.
And Shadow Wind, a card we haven't seen so far this weekend, I think is one of the biggest problem for every single deck in this format, because it's not always so super easy to deal with Winda. Especially because most of the decks are relying on multiple special summons. Hopefully we will get to see Winda in action here.
Absolutely. So... Wow, another fusion, but the problem is that he had to discard it for Up Cologne. This is interesting, he didn't use it. Because he's locked out of the extra deck, but he didn't try to use it first. This is definitely unusual from Ilian. But
yeah, I mean, he had it already, so...
he thinks that that this engine and the Winda is better, which it's quite risky now, because if you do it at the very beginning of the turn, then Winda is quite effective. But if you already give the Tri-Brigade a graveyard, then they can just summon any one of them and get an Omen. Exactly. So... not as effective. And in the end phase, the Predaplant he sent from the graveyard will allow him to actually search for the last copy of Red Eyes Fusion, which is not a good news for Hermann, knowing that even if he deals with this, Red Eyes is coming back. Okay, so he starts with Nerval. And as I was saying, this Winda is... a lot less scary, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he could have tried to activate the Red Eyes Fusion earlier in the turn to try to get the Dragoon. Because here, yeah, he changed the Schism, but...
Yeah, the Schism doesn't really do much here. He banishes 2. And even if you get the wind, the Omen can just get rid of it easily. Yep. And yeah, seems like that will be the case. Omen is the field, and he will be able to banish one of his opponent monsters. Yeah, the wind, most likely. And now Hermann is free to continue. He's gonna link someone, maybe the longbow, and activate the Omen. He should have plenty of cards banished, so he can pretty much add any card, even the cat, I believe, and go for the longbow if he has it, which could be a really good combo.
Yeah, the Schism might have hurt a lot, but in this spot, it was quite unfortunate because the wind, yeah.
But let's remember that Hermann is playing the Zodiac version, and he cut the Rescue Cat from the deck altogether, which is one of those controversial decisions that seems to be paying off, but you never know. So he's in control at the moment, and definitely, I think the longest game one we have seen all day. We had some pretty back and forth matches, but in game one, they weren't as back and forth as this one, and I really enjoy how they are both trying their best with decks that aren't that straightforward compared to the rest of the field today.
Yeah, usually our game 3 for today was the game that lasted more, was the most surprising one, but they're showing us how hand traps hurt a lot during this format, but with only one card you can come back.
And now again, Keras comes down, and Hermann has so much room for pushing damage, so... I didn't really catch if he banished 3 or 4. Yeah. Okay. And now he's probably going for the access code, right? Yeah. He goes for the access code, great stuff. He can push so much damage, and it should be plenty of damage enough to just win the duel on the spot. So he pops the Maximus, he's gonna pop the Ecclesia as well. And yeah, this is more than enough to win, just to make sure he's okay. He will banish a third card, enters the battle phase, attacks, and Ilian has seen enough. So Hermann, through a quite back and forth match, in the end is the winner of this game 1. So definitely an interesting start. It seems like Hermann had the best possible opening hand with the Ash for the fusion and the Bell for the Nadir, but at the end the game was closer than we expected, and for both sides I gotta say Ghost Bell really put in a lot of work.
Yeah. Now looking at the side deck, I'm wondering what Ilian plans is, considering he's playing 60 card deck. And looking at his side deck, he has like some interesting choices, such as Waking the Dragon.
Yeah.
But yeah, see, Anti-Spell Fragrance, a card we have seen a lot of players siding going first during our game 2. But yeah, I think for the rest, we don't...
Yeah, he's mostly probably not gonna side much. He has a deck which is structured in a unique way, full of responses, and he probably thinks that his opponent doesn't know what to side, which is the case. Because to be honest, he saw a few engines, but he didn't see the Subterror, he didn't see the Buster Blader engine or the Paleozoic engine, so Hermann could be in trouble. Just theoretically though, he could be siding, I guess, but Cosmic Cyclone, RP Feather Duster, maybe the Schoolmeister are okay.
Yeah, maybe these are the ones to be sided in, because rather than that, I don't really think he's going to side in other cards. Yeah,
it's definitely interesting. He has the Salman Great It Leo in the side deck, which is quite a unique choice, but that could come in handy. And again, a difference is that although Hermann is the one who should expect more differences from a standard deck list, Ilian didn't see the Zodiacs. So if he doesn't think about that possibility, maybe on a tanky, he could get caught off guard by the Zeus from Hermann. So definitely looking better for yeah, Hermann. But let's just see how the game plans.
Especially because in game 1 there was a moment in which Ilian activated the bell on the revolt and Hermann was left with only one card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem there was that the Ecclesia on the maximum didn't really do much.
Yeah.
I'm wondering whether if he would have added a punishment, maybe he would have had game there. Because the window was not doing anything. The grave was already full.
Yeah.
Well, if he got the punishment on the monster, Hermann maybe would have lost the game. So I'm not sure. I think like Ilian might have won game 1 if played a little more carefully. But no matter what, our players are now ready for game 2. So who is gonna advance to the top 8 tomorrow? Is it gonna be Hermann with a 2-1, 2-0, or are we gonna see a game 3? So I see a couple spells already in Ilian hand, but I'm not guessing which one they are because there are so many different incredible spells. And here you can see Hermann probably being shocked by this hidden city. But okay, he drops the Ash again on Hermann's side. And is there gonna be another spectacular spell? I think I see the Waking the Dragon.
Yeah.
There is a Waking the Dragon set. And he passes. Oh my god. This could actually be so good. The last set for Ilian is Waking the Dragon. If for whatever reason Hermann decides to destroy it, the game could just be over on the spot. He has the water from different planets. So, wow.
I'm pretty sure Ilian also had like a trap trick, if I'm not mistaken, but I think he didn't really want to risk anything, because if your opponent wants to pop one of your back row, he just goes for the Waking the Dragon.
And Tanky is the opening card from his opponent. And now we can see Ilian understands that Hermann deck contains some Zodiac cards. This is what the deck is supposed to be doing. If you go for the Rat, you can also get the Perro Blade to the graveyard. And this gives you a rank 2 access easily. But if that's not enough, you also have the Zeus. Do you think he will go for the Zeus?
And now he has a chance, because I mean, basically his opponent is not activating anything, so it will be a good solution for Hermann's side.
Yeah.
But maybe if he manages somehow to put enough damage, I think if he has a chance, he will try.
And I think the longbow comes down from Hermann, so he doesn't commit to a Zeus. He wants to try and push for game. And he will use its effect to special summon a kit. Now banishing 2. Probably getting Bear. What do you think?
Yeah, now if he figures out that he can push enough for damage, maybe...
It's tough. As we mentioned, he's playing It Leo.
Yeah.
So It Leo is one of those cards that could play around the Waking the Dragon. But right now, Ilya is in trouble. He's just desperately hoping that his opponent destroys his set card. And if that doesn't happen, I think he's in... Ooh, but the Nibiru comes down. Quite a surprise here from Ilian. So Nibiru is coming down and getting rid of the entire field from Hermann. Even though he will get back a few effects. So.
Yeah, the Nibiru is huge. We were not considering it, and this might change things quite a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. It means that now Hermann can get the Revolt, and he can also draw a card and shuffle one back, but at least he's not getting OTK anytime soon, most likely, I guess. Yeah. So the token is summoned. Yeah, they are discussing the position.
Yeah, because now, although Ilian is left with the Waking Dragon, at least the Nibiru prevents Hermann from like pushing enough for damage.
So now, as mentioned, you can use both the longbow and the bear. He will draw first, it seems like. Let's see. And he will also use the kit, by the way. So, kit is gonna be activated, sending Nerval. Then he gets the revolt. Yeah, and finally he gets the draw with the longbow. So here he needs to send something back. Okay, so yeah, they're just asking how they want the deck to be cut, but yeah, Revolt is added, one card is shuffled back by Hermann, and then he will just draw one and shuffle, put another one on the bottom. So. Yeah. I guess just asking clarifications of all the chain links that are going on. But yeah, nothing to worry about at the moment. He just puts something back and then he draws a card and again puts something back. And finally we'll add one Tri-Brigade with the Nerval.
Yeah.
Yeah, so trying again to find a solution. And finally, yeah, he doesn't even need to shuffle at the moment because he will activate the Nerval. Yeah. So now he gets potentially the Keras, could be a good one. If he has a special summon left.
Think so.
Yeah, he thinks he gets the Keras, the one that makes the most sense. Okay.
And now if he finds a way to special summoning it...
Yeah, it could lead to trouble. Again, he only needs to pay attention to not destroy the face down. He does bring out the Keras. Great stuff. So, the graveyard is full of monsters, so he can summon any level he wants. And it seems like he's going for the Omen. And here, this is the turning point. Is he gonna select the back row? Because if that's the case, oh boy. I smell trouble from Hermann. But I mean, you can't blame him for trying if that's the case. Okay, luckily for him, well played, I guess, in a way by Hermann, who banishes the Nibiru instead and decides to push a bunch of damage. Unfortunately, the Waking the Dragon is still face down from Ilian, the only card keeping him somewhat in this game. Play is back with 2 face downs from Hermann. He picks up something. Hermann still has... and it's a terraforming. I'm not sure if he has Mystic Mine in his deck as well. I don't think so. No. So it's probably gonna be another Hidden City, I think. Which is pretty bad at the moment.
Yeah, I think he just wants to take some time and hope that Hermann will somehow destroy his back row. Yeah.
Hidden City, honestly, you couldn't care less about it. So I would be surprised if Hermann really cared about this. Yeah. Not really having any reaction there. So he gets the Guru. I gotta say, the only part of this deck that doesn't really convince me that much. The rest seems really fitting. The Guru, not so much. But now Hermann, again, can stop his opponent, and he will. So the Revolt once again comes down, and it will allow him to go for a Link 3. Because he doesn't have enough space for a Link 4. So Omen cannot come down, but he already has one on the field, so... he will probably banish the Guru.
Yeah, this is very good for Hermann because now he gets to add another card with the Nerval. Yeah, he banishes the monster.
Guru is getting banished, and again, unfortunately for Ilian, the face down is not going anywhere. So it seems tough. Again, really hoping that his opponent decides to get rid of the set, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. As you mentioned, he had the trap trick which he held, and now he will special summon the Ecclesia, using its effect to get Maximus, maybe?
I think so. Yeah, with the trap trick.
The problem is, I don't think he has something to banish, so he will. Yeah, he gets the punishment instead. So maybe he just sets 2 and then and pass after attacking. Yeah. Definitely not the prettiest position for Ilian. Hermann has the link free, which can bring back one from grave as well. So it will be interesting to mention if at any point Hermann had the read on the waking, but I really don't think so. But he's really playing around it. So the Nibiru token gets attacked, and we are gonna go to main phase 2, set 2. Pass, I think. Yeah. So 2 face downs are there for Ilian, which actually makes the situation worse for him, because Hermann is more likely to destroy the newest ones than the oldest who was there all the time. So.
And now here just needs to find a way to push enough damage. He knows that he has the punishment.
It's very tough. It has a full end. The punishment can destroy 2 cards, but even so, there are so many resources in Hermann's end that it seems like he will be able to advance to the top 8, being the second red player of the day to do so, if that's the case. But let's see. Yeah, it seems like Ilian cannot wait, so he will activate right away the punishment, which is also a problem, because if he doesn't target the Tri-Brigade on field, he needs to send something big enough. So obviously you want to send the entity, so entities, and he does. So he probably pops both the Omen and the other monster.
Okay.
He's thinking about it, yeah. Okay. Not a surprise, he pops both, but this means that the Omen can now be activated to get a card from the deck. And it does so. Again, only 1 card remains for Ilian. We know the first set is the Waking the Dragon that has been there the entire game, and the last set card is the only thing that is protecting him at the moment from losing his top 16 and getting kicked out of the tournament. Until now, Hermann has shown an incredible knowledge of the deck, and he has been playing around every single possible options. He will start things off by using the Keras on field to summon an Omen.
And now I think we will soon see the trap trick being played, yes. Okay.
He does. And trap trick final desperation move from Ilian will grab any of his cards. What are you thinking of?
Oh, nice Dragon Prison. Okay, it's reasonable. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I think this is the only one that can save Ilian for this turn, because if Hermann doesn't destroy the other Waking the Dragon, I don't see how.
Yeah, because these might make Hermann want to banish the face down Waking the Dragon. So there is still a world in which that happens, and that would be amazing, because we might see a game 3 if that's the case. Still very unlikely, to be honest, but let's see what Hermann decides to do. Yeah, he goes for the Ice Dragon Prison, which is gonna get chained, and Yeah, he gets the link.
Yeah, he's going to banish
Yeah,
one.
and he's going to banish both. I don't think it's gonna stick, so you can probably avoid using the tokens. Yeah, but Hermann, I think has 5 cards in hand already. Wow.
Yeah, I think Ilian is just considering it, but yeah, once you take the token, you can banish both. I mean,
Okay. He banishes
the Ecclesia, okay.
Yeah, this is not. I mean, I guess he's just trying to bait his opponent.
Yeah, I'm wondering why he didn't banish,
Yeah, again, he's just trying to stay alive and I guess asking his opponent to get rid of the last back row. Which Hermann didn't do all game. And I can feel how frustrating this could be for him.
Yeah.
He has been playing the game pretty well. You can't say much about that. And Hermann, for whatever reason, and not engaged a single time with his back row, which is really, really weird. And I'm sure we will try and ask him what he thought about that for the rest of the game. Because this is definitely not something you would see every day.
Yeah, well played by Hermann.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it seems like Ilian picked up his cards. Unfortunately, let's see if he will reveal the set card to his opponent. It doesn't seem like that's the case. So well played by Hermann, our second red player of the day, who advances to the top 8. And we will soon find out who his opponent is. But first, let's go back to us for the post-match discussion. What a match once again. One of my personal favorites of today, just because we saw 2 very different things. A player who is consistently on the top for multiple years now, which is Hermann, and has been playing what is considered by most the best deck of the format, and just showing us how he's really confident with it. And on the other side, just Ilian with all of his innovation and love for the game and passion.
Yeah, I mean, Hermann showcased us how this deck is good. And on the other side, like, he played against a lot of hand traps from Ilian's side. But we have to give credit to Ilian because he played a very good game, especially in game 1, which he was kind of in control of the game until Hermann was able to come back and OTK in only 1 turn.
Yeah.
So
it was definitely a huge start from Ilian, and I think it was one of the best ends I've seen with Nadir, Servant, and Red Eyes Fusion. But sometimes your opponent just has the perfect answers, which were Ash Blossom and Ghost Bell, and unfortunately game 1 went to Hermann this way. But in game 2, the situation wasn't quite there. The end from Ilian was quite weak. Again, an Ash Blossom really stopped him on his tracks on the Hidden City. And the Waking the Dragon, unfortunately, the meme was not there for us. We really wanted to see it. And to be honest, at the last Remote Invitational, it won in top 4 Donovan LeBlanc the game. So we really wanted to see Waking the Dragon changing the game once again. But congratulations to Hermann. He advances to the top 8. And now, guys, thank you for watching an incredible day of Yu-Gi-Oh! There is only one more match remaining to find out the last player advancing to the top 8 and facing Hermann tomorrow. Stay tuned and we will be back soon with more action.
Awaken the power of the Egyptian God cards. 4 unique cards, plus the new Soul Crossing to add to your deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Egyptian God decks. Slifer the Sky Dragon and Obelisk the Tormentor. 40 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
to the last round of the TCG Invitational Remote Duo for day one. We had 7 incredible matches throughout the day, and there is one more remaining to find out who the completed top 8 will be for tomorrow. First of all, thank you guys for watching and being with us through the entire day. And make sure to just check on our official channel if you missed on any of the other matches. We can find all of them there. If there is a particular player or deck you would like to watch and or even re-watch if there was something that just caught your attention. But now, as I mentioned, there is one more match remaining, and it's not one to miss. So it's gonna be the one between Vincenzo Orofino, again an Italian player, playing Prankids, against Walid Benagas, which is gonna play a deck we have not yet seen today, which is Invoked Dogmatica Shadow. So it's definitely gonna be one more match to witness, but first, as always, let's bring out for you guys the first player interview.
So I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh when I was very young, like at school with my friends, and the first time I discovered the competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, I was still very young. I was 10, I think, and I went to my first local with my deck that I was using at school, and in that period, like in my head, I was the best player in the world. But when I played at this local with players that were involved in the competitive Yu-Gi-Oh that I am playing now, I was completely destroyed by them, and so I found out that I was bad at the game, and from that time until I think 2 years ago, I played in a semi-competitive way, and because I was really young still, so I didn't have money for buy cars and go to every YCS and stuff. But during the pandemic, I started like playing a lot in remote duels locals, like playing a lot at the game to improve, and my goal was become a better player for when the real life game start again. And from that moment in the pandemic, I just worked to be here, I guess, and now I'm playing the Invitational, so I'm fine. I think the first competitive deck I played is Evil's One, because a random guy at school that was playing a bit better than me just wanted to trade one of my cards for this entire deck, so probably that card was worth a lot, but I didn't know that at the time, so I just trade my card for this deck and I started playing that deck. I think my favorite card is Salamangreat Gazelle, just because I played my only in real life Yu-Gi-Oh season with Salamangreat, like regionals and nationals, so that card is very important for me. I am playing Prankids because I play this deck since the release of the Link 1 in Phantom Rage, and I am very confident with the deck, even though I don't think it's the best choice for a tournament like with only a top cut, and because it's a deck that performs well with a lot of turns since it's very consistent. But I was just confident with it, and I qualified with it, so I think I can do it with Prankids. I think like my favorite memory at all is the national I play, because I'm meeting everyone, every player. I think is the best event, even though maybe YCS are more competitive than national, but at the national you meet everyone all your friends that you met online, and so I think that is my best memory. But also, like, my first local was an important memory because the moment I discovered this game.
Great words, great words. Again, nice to hear them from the guy who is actually considered the pupil of Massimiliano Bantoro, which is also another famous Italian player, well known across the community. He basically took it under his protection and he taught him all that he knows. And he was actually messaging us, telling us that they tested on a daily basis together, both for the YCS and for this event. And as we mentioned, he's playing Prank Kids, but Massimiliano Bantoro was the one who had the idea of using Torrential Tribute. So he's maining 3 copies of the card. We will see if that's gonna put in some work, but definitely an interesting one. But now let's hear it from his opponent, Walid Ben Abbes.
I've been playing the Yu-Gi-Oh card game since the first edition in France. It was in 2003, I think. Yu-Gi-Oh was a big success when I was a child, and I remember, like a lot of kids, the first card I bought was fake, sadly. But then I continue, and when we had the first starter deck, Kaiba and Yugi was released. This was my real first card, but I really played since 2010. My first tournament and my first competition was in 2010. I remember it was at X-Saber format, so I was learning to play. And in my first tournament, first round, I take Codewave, Yunlei, Bob Tree, Gothams. I have no card in hand. It was a little bit frustrating for a beginner, but it gave me will to continue because it was in a good mood. All people was great and explained me what was the rules, and I'm playing since. The first deck I played was Disaster Dragon. With a Koakimeru Dragon, who was strong against Blackwing, who was popular at this moment, and Red Eye Darkness Metal Dragon, who is such an incredible card, even recently with C, with Dragon Link, even with an errata. This card is really, really strong. This was my first deck. I think the deck I played the most was the deck just after that. It was Flamvel deck, and I played for many, many years. Actually, until the ban list limited Rekindling, and I have to move on. But it was I think my favorite deck when I played it. I made it through all the metagame, all the ban list. It was fun, not really competitive, but I really liked this deck. I mixed with Fire King, which was released in 2013, and until the ban list take me down, and I have to move on. I think my favorite card is Osiris Sky Dragon, because I like Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I discovered with the anime and with the manga, and I like the part where there is mythology, I'm not a good word in English, the Egyptian mythology. That I like it. I like history. I like mythology, Greek or Egyptian. So, and I like all the history about the 3 Egyptian gods with Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm really happy that the new deck, the last deck structure was released about the Egyptian gods, Osiris and Osiris. That's lifer in English. I would play the Invoked Dogmatic as Shadow. Invoked, it's the last deck I've played since 4 years, since it was released. I love the archetype. It's simple but very efficient. I like the lore, the story about Mr. the Invoker. So I played when it was released with Winwich, Invoked Winwich. Then I've moved to Invoked McKnight when it was free. And now, so Invoked Shadow Dogmatica, the evolution of the deck. I like Dogmatica and Shadow too. Their lore is incredible, really interesting. And the cards are beautiful and it works together. Every die is such a strong, powerful card, but not unbeatable. It's not a game breaker at all. It's good card, it's strong card, but not perfect. Actually, it's a difficult question for me because I have 10 years of memories with Yu-Gi-Oh card game. I traveled across all Europe. That really miss me, by the way. I met some incredible friends that I still seeing now. The most fun I cannot find it, but the latest one was YCS Utrecht in 2020. I was with Ryan Jabri, who won the YCS. He was a friend of mine, and we celebrate his victory that he deserved so much at a restaurant, and he paid the bill. It was great. We were happy for him, and we were with 5 or 6 friends, and it was an incredible meal before taking the work.
Nice words, a lot to say, and he definitely talked the talk, but let's see if he can walk the walk at the end of the day. That's the important thing, and only one of these 2 players will advance to the top 8, and he's the last one to do so today. Let's not wait further. Our players are ready. Let's go to the table. Okay, so we can see the opening.
And now, I'm really curious to see the Dogmatica Invoke Shadow. Our friend Il Fornaio told us.
There as well. Yeah, it was one of those decks which is kind of flew under the radar for a lot of people, but I think it's strong. And especially in this particular matchup, if you open Winda, that's game.
Yeah.
Literally. No better way to say it. He doesn't play any out, but unfortunately, he loses the die roll. So Vincenzo is the one who is gonna start. And he's gonna do so with a normal summon, as always, of a Prankids into Meow Meow. We have seen this plenty of times. It's just gonna be whether he has Ash or Gamma to stop this. Let's see. He does. Ash Blossom comes down, and as we have seen plenty of time this weekend, this could be the end of the turn for Vincenzo, but he has Pot of Desires. Okay. Interesting order there, I guess. He prioritizes his Prankids from resolving, which is not that obvious, I think. Sometimes it's worth getting Ash on the Desires.
Yeah, because on one hand, you maybe want to get Ash on the Desire. I can understand that you can maybe sometimes lose the targets, as something happened back in the day to our friend Federico Zoppini with ABC.
Yeah. Banishing all of the letters. And again, here, you can see why maybe this wasn't the best decision from Vincenzo. He will maybe hold one of those torrential that Bantoro suggested, but if he went for Desires, I'm sure his opponent would have ashed that. And now the Cosmic. Okay. So Cosmic on the field spell. Cosmic, which is one of the few outs he has in his deck to win that in a way, because if they summon it through the Schism, to the Schism, yeah, he can just banish the Schism. But let's see if Walid has other plays. Wow, it doesn't seem like it, and I don't think he plays Mech Knights. So we can assume maybe that's an impermanent.
Yeah, pretty much he can be an impermanence. Maybe he has another Ash Blossom, because there's nothing going on at the moment.
Yeah. And now this seems tough. He will be able to go for the Doodle, chain blocking any possible Entrap. And we know that the face downs could for sure be the impermanence.
Yeah.
He plays one punishment, but that's quite unlikely.
pretty unfortunate here from Walid. The Cosmic Cyclone hurt a lot for sure. Yeah, maybe he has the impermanence. Maybe he's thinking if activating it or not. He has the Ash Blossom, maybe. Oh, Gamma.
Okay, Gamma. Interesting. So he's thinking about it, and impermanence, which led to me thinking that the Prankits was activated as Shielding 2, I guess.
Yeah, I think so.
Which is not something you see all the time, huh?
Yard drew the driver.
Wow, this is so bad from Walid, unfortunately. You really never want to see the driver, and especially in his deck, it's literally the only that card he has in his deck. So very unfortunate things here, but it's enough to momentarily stop Vincenzo, and now he really needs to top deck another Meltdown or Alistair. And even so, I think he's in big trouble.
Doesn't look like he top deck what he was looking for.
Yeah.
Shadow Fusion might be huge. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he has seen enough, and quite unfortunately, we mentioned how Winda is amazing against Prankits, but when you break, there is not much you can do. The Cosmic Cyclone on the Meltdown shut him out completely, and now it's Vincenzo who is only one game away from advancing to the top 8 and making Bantoro proud. So, looking at the side decks, what do you think he's gonna bring in?
Against this kind of matchup, he doesn't look like super prepared. Because like he has generic cards to play against, like Tri-Brigade matchup, Drytron, or like Salamangreat as well. And he has cards to side in when going first, which is Solemn Judgment. So he doesn't have that much going on, because I mean, I can maybe think about Twin Twip.
Yeah, I guess Twisters, just because the Winda is the only thing you really fear. With triple Cosmic and triple Twister, maybe that's enough to guarantee you don't see a Winda. On the other hand, Walid will focus on making a Winda, and as well his side deck is quite unusual. Mostly cards for going second, but a key card, Summon Limit.
Yeah, Summon Limit, I think that is one of these cards that I really like going first. I mean, it can be a sort of vanity emptiness used back in the day, in which you basically put up your field and then you prevent your opponent from, you know, comboing off and putting up his cards. I really like it.
Yeah, I'm also a big fan of the card. The only problem against other matchups like Tri-Brigade, as we saw last round, is that either you use it right away, or when they already set up a graveyard, they can just normal summon a monster and get the Omen. So it's definitely less powerful than it was before, and that's why you don't usually see it anymore. But in this specific matchup, I think it shines quite significantly.
And now what Walid really is looking forward to is to have a Winda on his field.
Yeah, either Winda or Summon Limit are the conditions, but I gotta say, if Vincenzo opens one of his 6 copies of Spell and Trap Removal, I think he might be in a really good spot. So this match is actually gonna be closer than expected. And let's remember, whoever advances will be facing Hermann and his Zodiac Tri-Brigade deck in the top 8. So, let's see. There is a super small chance that Walid goes second, but yeah, I would think that's quite hardly the case. Let's see. Definitely looking for Nadir, Meltdown, all of those powerhouse cards he didn't see in game 1. And he starts things off with Alistair, not the greatest, but... Ooh, a response already from Vincenzo in the form of Impermanence. Could this be a replay of game 1? Hopefully for Walid not. Maybe Ardrew the Invocation. He's gonna go for the Secure Guard now, it seems.
Yeah, if he drew the Invocation here, it will be good anyways.
Yeah. By the way he's playing, he might be. Usually this is what you do with a first turn Invocation. Instead, he's gonna go for the Ecclesia. So he summoned the Ecclesia, gonna try and search for either the Maximus, but another response. Wow. Ooh. Ash Blossom from Vincenzo as well. This is usually the other way around. It's the Invoke deck who goes second and has a lot of end chops, but it seems like Vincenzo is really stopping his opponent at the moment.
Wow, he has Nadir as
Nice.
well. This is very nice.
Yeah, nice. Last but not least, the Nadir Servant, which can give him the win. So let's see if Vincenzo, after using so many entrops, still has what it takes to fight back into the game, because the Nadir is amazing, and as predicted, he actually goes and sends the up Cologne, so he will get the season to the end.
And this is what we have seen so far today. I mean, all of the players are main deck in 10 plus entrops, and sometimes it's enough, sometimes it's not. So here Walid is still continuing to combo off, and maybe we'll try to get his hands on a window next turn.
Yeah, usually, as you said, entrops are either amazing or terrible, and this game they are looking more like they could be terrible, because Walid is not stopping and he has a big advantage. And now the Maximus, since we are not playing against another mirror match or Tri Brigade, is actually gonna affect negatively Vincenzo.
Yeah. Yeah, now he's activating Maximus effect, and I think now he will just try to get back the Schism from the graveyard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, as expected, so Maximus comes down with the construct, you can get back the Schism, and you have such an incredible advantage with the Automatic Engrave too. So, great start for once by Walid. Instead, Vincenzo sends the big monsters to the graveyard. So, both the rank 4 and the Butler, it seems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now with the Shadow Construct, he can get back the Schism, and hopefully we will see a window.
Yeah. Again, now it's on Vincenzo's side. The pressure is all on him. He needs to find one of his copies of Cosmic or Twister to stop his opponent from going off.
Yeah, okay, takes back the Schism.
And the permanence? What?
What happened? No.
Yeah, so now he sets one. And yeah, he just moves to the end phase, activated the Dogmatica. He gets, to the end. So no surprise. Really solid stuff here from Walid. The only better opening it could have been is with a Mekaba, but of course, since your opponent used 2 entrops, I think you can be pretty happy with this.
Yeah, now if Vincenzo doesn't hold a Cosmic Cyclone or Twin Twister, he might be in trouble.
Yeah, it's definitely worrying here. Let's see. Yeah, as we mentioned, either you deal with it before, or this deck literally gets shut down completely by the window. No other way to put it in. And this is what we're gonna see now, I think. You have to flip the Schism here. He's waiting. I don't really like waiting here, but...
And now you chain it, right?
I think he is not chaining
Is he
it,
waiting?
outside of the fact that they should change the zone.
Yeah.
Huh?
No, he still didn't activate. Okay, now he goes with Pandemonium, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Still thinking, really unsure what Walid is contemplating about. I would have done it immediately on the normal summon, probably. But yeah. Now the Pandemonium is flipped, and this is not the greatest for Walid. He does finally flip the Schism. Wow, and the Cosmic is there. Yeah. What a way to play the game from Vincenzo. He's really, really showing up strong here, and yeah, absolutely. Game 1, he kind of dominated, I gotta say. And now in Game 2 as well, he's showing up strong. Shouldn't have been removed, but yeah. Now he resolves the Pandemonium. He has to resolve even the other Prankits in grave for the first Link summon, I believe. So, absolutely great stuff by Vincenzo. And now an Ash Blossom, which surely helps. But we gotta see if the Dogmatica in hand will be enough, the Fleur, to keep Walid in the game. That's, I think, yeah, one of the two cards remaining in his hand. And he will use it now. So he summons it to negate the rocket, I believe.
Yeah, once again, Cosmic Cyclone did his job.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether Vincenzo actually missed one of the Prankits activation earlier. Because the Ash should have been used on the second one, but he already had one waiting in the background, let's say. So I think Vincenzo might have actually forgot about one of the Prankits activation, which is a shame. And now plays back to Walid, who I think is happily activating Maximus again. So, game still far from being over, although the Cosmic was good.
Yeah, now, Walid can activate the Maximus once again. Let's see if he top deck something good. Maybe an Alistair or a Field Spell.
I mean, he can already just try and play out with what he has. Of course, the Rocket can be used to bring back 2 monsters. But I think Walid is definitely more comfortable than he could have been at the beginning of last turn. And yeah, Maximus is activated. He can send an Elder Entity, for example, and no matter what, it's gonna be really annoying. So we see the Impermanence. Yeah, he didn't really have a choice. The last card we knew was Impermanence, and he just used it on the Maximus. So we now see Walid switching everything to attack. And yeah, just entering the battle phase. Unfortunately, we'll be able to get rid of everything Vincenzo has. Big turnaround from Walid. So now Vincenzo hoping to top deck any Prankid, and that the last card in Walid's hand is not anything useful. He has 2 cards remaining, by the way, and one of them is, ooh, interesting, Secret Village, something we have not seen in a very long time.
Yeah. This is something that we don't usually see during tournaments, but we were lucky enough to see these cards being played today.
For anyone not knowing, it says that if you control a spellcaster and your opponent doesn't, then they cannot activate spell cards, which is huge against a lot of decks, and he's enough here to guarantee Walid the game. So, well played by Walid. It seemed like the Cosmic Cyclone might have been enough, but he played around Impermanence and Ash and still came out on top. So, 1-1. We are gonna see a game 3 to declare the last winner of the day, and what a way to do it. So now everything changes. If you're Walid, what do you side in?
Yeah, if I were Walid now, I think that he knows that he's going first. So I would side in that, yeah, I mean, he will go second while his opponent goes first. So maybe Lightning Storm is okay, Nibiru as well.
For sure, yeah.
So I mean, these would be the cards that I would set in if I were Walid.
You definitely side out the Secret Villages, and maybe you can still keep the summon limit going second. I think it's good enough.
Yeah.
But I don't think you change much if you're Vincenzo.
No, if you're Vincenzo, maybe I would just side in the Solemn Judgment, and that's it.
Yeah.
He has the 3 Solemns going first, which are always really solid, but outside of that, his deck is already made to go first. So we won't see many changes, and it's all gonna be decided again on a number of things like entrops, but definitely I want to give the advantage to Vincenzo when he starts, because Winda is the main card he fears, and that's not there for Walid now.
Yeah, Winda would have been the main issue for this match, but fortunately enough for Vincenzo, there was the Cosmic Cyclone before. Not enough, but nevertheless here he has the advantage of going first with Prankits. So if Walid doesn't pick up any of his entrap, he could be in trouble. We will see. We will have another game 3 for today, and we have seen a lot of all of the other Prankits matchup being played with the game 3. So hopefully we will have a nice one also this time.
Yeah, so guys, once again, one last game for the day to find out who will be the opponent of Hermann Hanson in the last match for tomorrow's top 8. And no matter what, they are gonna play against his Zodiac deck with Tri-Brigades. So I think if you're Hermann, you're probably... I'm not sure even if you're rooting for Vincenzo, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, because we have seen that playing against Prankits is always not a pleasure, let's say.
Yeah.
So maybe if I were Hermann, I would prefer to play against Dogmatica.
Fair enough, fair enough. But now it seems like they are finally ready. So let's see who will be the last winner of the top 16. Vincenzo most likely going first and trying to set up his Pandemonium into Butler. But for now, we have seen multiple entrops coming down from both of these players every game. So let's see if game 3 will confirm this trend. Okay, so once again, we see Vincenzo, this time opening up with Place. Solid start, it allows you to get any of the Prankids as we already seen previously. Gonna just normal summon one of them. Yeah. And go into Meow Meow. That's the case, and now the first turning point of the game is Walid able to negate these Prankids. He is, so Ash Blossom comes down. And this is already hurting Vincenzo quite a bit, and he's already stopped. Wow. Sets 1 and pass, and here we can see once again, I think, why the only Prankids who advanced to the top 8 is the one that has been maining 3 copies of Parallel Exceed. I think that decision is actually crucial and will pay off significantly. Lightning Storm is used, destroying impermanence.
Yeah, this is the first time that we see Lightning Storm being played this weekend, and now that Walid has his space, hopefully Vincenzo doesn't have multiple hand traps to stop him, but we'll see. Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, what really hurt Prankis this weekend was the very first hand trap on the monsters.
Absolutely, it's a common trend, and Vincenzo is surprising even more because he's the only player this weekend not playing Call by the Grave. And that's a really, really interesting decision to me because the card acts as a trap against most decks as well. And now Walid is in his driver's seat. But again, another end trap from both sides. So the trend does confirm it in game 3. And let's see if this will be enough to stop Walid. Nonetheless, he had the opportunity of using cards like the Dogmaticas and the Nadir, but I don't think he has them. So he just crashes, and this is trouble for Walid.
Yeah, this is a big trouble for him, because if now Vincenzo can proceed to combo off and Walid doesn't have anything else, he's in trouble. So maybe he has some other traps in his hand or other hand traps. Let's see what he does. Oh, okay. He passed turn.
Yeah. So now he picks up a card and he normal summons the Prankid. Goes into the Meow Meow, and again, once again, we are going to see and ask whether Walid has a response.
Yeah, it was pretty unfortunate because Walid seemed to be like pretty confident with his hand, but once again Ash Blossom was there, and I think it was the hand trap of the weekend so far, and it stopped and shut it down completely. All player strategy. And right now it seems like Walid doesn't have any other sort of interruptions, and if this is the case, Vincenzo will be free to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, so seems like things are going much better for him now with the doodle, and yeah, this is pretty happy if you are a Vincenzo fan, and we'll see if the trend again for Italians keep going well, because for now 2 out of 2 advance to the top 8, and this might be the third doing it, so we might have a big streak going on, so let's see if that repeats itself, or I just jinx it for Vincenzo. For now, I think he will take it a little bit more chill, use the doodle second effect to get back 2, and he's pretty much in control, just gonna set a few cards and end. Yeah, solid Yu-Gi-Oh from Vincenzo here. Walid with his back against the wall has probably one last draw to fight back into this duel. If it is anything, it must be something like an Adir Servant, and a second Alistair is a decent way to start.
Does he have another Ash Blossom?
Wow, he does. Oof. 2 Alistair met by 2 Ash Blossoms. I'm not feeling too confident if I'm Walid, but we can assume that one Alistair was already in hand, since he didn't play many cards, so he still can rely on the top deck from the turn.
And now Walid, if he didn't pick up another Servant or like a Dogmatica monster, it's not going to be easy for him. Especially because Vincenzo has a Pandemonium, and let's see if now Walid can come up with a solution.
Yeah, he just enters into Almirage and probably the Security Guard now. If he has a Dogmatica, he will just use it here. I think he has 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
So again, not the greatest Vincenzo, even though he doesn't have the third Frankids, he could just go for the Weather fusion and just get so much advantage going on. Let's see if that's the case. Okay, at least the invocation is there, so he can hard activate it. Now Vincenzo gotta think if he wants to chain something. I'm not even sure if there is a light at the moment in the graveyard from Vincenzo. It doesn't seem so.
Yeah.
So maybe he could get and banish the doodle, I guess, which could be interesting to just get the Book of Moon effect with the Raging, but let's see.
Yeah, I don't see any other good solution because there's no light in the graveyard.
And I think we can assume that the top deck was the invocation. So, wow. Driver 2 out of, again, you already had it in the game 1, and unfortunately Walid draws the driver once again. this at least allows him to go for Mekaba, but with only one card in hand, this is quite tough. And now Vincenzo can try and think some mind games, but at least Walid is still in this game. Do you think he uses the Pandemonium here?
Well, we don't know the other back row. If he has, for example, Impermanence, I think Vincenzo is super happy with this, but otherwise we will not see.
Yeah, you can probably wait, I guess.
Yeah.
It's especially if you really have Impermanence, I think there is no need to use it now. No need to panic. You can just combo off during your next turn, but seems like Vincenzo is really thinking about it. Yeah, he activates it. Okay. Yeah. He does activate the Pandemonium. And his opponent chains the Almirage. Even though there are only 2 cards, so there wasn't the option to go for the Butler, but only for the Weather. And that might be a little bit of a miscalculation here from Walid, who should have kept the Almirage. Especially because it's useful if he wants to try and attack over something. Okay, so no response, it seems like. So the Prankids will actually resolve. And this just got a little interesting. So Vincenzo can get to summon 2 monsters. Walid is pretty much relying on this Mekaba to carry him throughout the rest of the game. And who knows if that's gonna be enough.
Yeah, now I think that, I mean, it would be... I mean, this is okay for Walid because there's no Butler, right?
No, absolutely.
So, yeah, he has the Mekaba, he has the Leicester in his hand. Maybe he can just hope that the set of Vincenzo is not like a game changer.
Yeah, so now he's explaining the weather effect to his opponent. But for now, he can just resolve 2 of his Prankids. Again, this is where the matchup kind of turns into what the original Prankids deck did, where you just put a lot of monsters on the field and you know that your opponent cannot attack all of them. Which is funny enough because Invoked is one of the decks which has access to Purgatrio, which is one of the cards that could, just like Asura back in the day, attack all monsters your opponent has. But this is not going to be the case for Walid. Which is now stuck into a weird spot. I guess you just swing over the fusion.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Did he attack over the Roxys? Maybe.
Let's see. So we are now gonna see the Meow Meow being banished. Again, hopefully Walid took that into consideration. Walid, you know, Meow Meow being probably the best card by far in the deck. Yeah. Not only allowing any normal summon Prankids to combo off, but also providing this extra utility in the graveyard is such an incredible card. Okay, but I think he's trying to negate the Meow Meow, which is not really possible because it's continuous. So, again a misstep, I think, by Walid here. Which... no, it's probably due to the reason that we didn't know, but he banished it because he activated the weather. So
okay.
He activated the weather, paid the cost with the Meow, and then he got negated by the Nibiru.
Yeah.
Okay,
makes sense.
So this is not that great actually for Vincenzo, right? So now I think, how many cards does he have? One?
Yeah, I think Walid does the Leicester in his hand.
And that's it.
That's it.
So one more negation and Vincenzo is left top decking. So maybe this game is actually closer than we expected. The time is still quite far. We have more than 20 minutes available. And now if he goes for another Meow Meow, he can just use the Mekaba to negate the Prankids. I think you do it every time.
Yeah,
like,
for
no
sure.
way to risk
For sure, yeah.
If they top decked another Prankids, whatever.
Okay.
You can't risk it, so here I think you always negate with the Mekaba. Yeah. It does, and let's see what the card top decked by Vincenzo is. It's gonna be a set.
And now it becomes a very close game.
Yeah. This is now looking much better for Walid, because every top decked monster, I believe, guarantee you the freedom to just have another turn attacking. So the only card that would have been good by Vincenzo is an impermanence top decked. So maybe that's one of them. But outside of that, I think I'm levitating towards Walid now.
Yeah. Very unfortunate. We thought that maybe Vincenzo was sitting in a good spot, but
it's a back and forth one. So it's again both waiting for something good to happen. But we talked a lot about Winda, and apparently Mekaba was just there in front of our noses, and it was all that was needed for Walid to take control here. Again, a swing, and again, really confidently attacking. He passes. Vincenzo, desperate to get a monster, is now risking it a lot because he's down to 4,000 life points. And just...
Did he pass?
Wow. He passes again. So now any normal summon from Walid can actually guarantee him the game. It seems like it was all over, but no. Even an Alistair wouldn't be enough. So one last turn for Vincenzo. Can he pick up any useful card to come back into the game? Or is Walid just gonna ride this Mekaba all the way to top 8? Let's see it. There is no more waiting. Vincenzo enters main phase.
I'm wondering what did he draw in the last turns, because he didn't activate anything.
Okay. And he starts things off by using a Pandemonium. Okay, this is a great way to start, by the way. Not much your opponent can do, but he negates it with a spell, and this is risky. Ooh, and the Gamma! What a way to start, but... What a way. Pandemonium. The only... Yeah, because how many materials does he have? Because he only has 1 or 2 cards in hand, that's my only doubt. Because if he has 1 card... Yeah, he does. So, he uses... Yeah, the Shoe Brankets in hand. Wow, what a draw from Vincenzo. This is insane. We really were waiting because we didn't know if he had enough, but he top decks Pandemonium, 2 Prankets, and then in the last turn he top decks a Gamma, which is the card exactly necessary to just negate the Mekaba. What a turnaround. And now his opponent shows him the Gamma. And, yeah. Did he activate anything? I think one of the...
Yeah, Prankets.
One of the Prankets, the second one. I mean, if you're Vincenzo, you don't even need to activate anything. You could have just attacked
this would have been enough, right?
for game.
Yeah.
So, again, Walid with his own Gamma. Trying to stay alive. But... At least one of the Prankets is gonna resolve, and I don't see how Walid comes back from this. What a blowout. The Gamma on the Mekaba really, really taking us by surprise. We were both giving the advantage strictly to Walid by that point, but Vincenzo, what a turnaround.
We were not expecting this to happen, but yeah, maybe... Yeah, if he didn't activate the Prankets, maybe it would have been over, right? 25 plus 1,000, 35, yeah. But, yeah, anyways, how the game changed incredibly quickly, we were not expecting it at all.
Yeah, but this still seems like it's outside of playing around on Ibiru, which you already discarded a copy of, so could be in the end. It's gonna be Vincenzo game every time. but it just ends. So he doesn't want to risk it at all. Vincenzo plays it super safe. He just says, okay, you know what? End phase, banish both. So it's on Walid side now to top deck something useful. And he does. Wow. With the Dogmatica Fleur. What a game.
This game is crazy. Yeah.
And he doesn't use the rocket, meaning he can now negate and attack over it. What a turnaround from Walid once more. This game does not seem to end the surprises. And wow. What a game again. Probably the most exciting and back and forth one of the day. And we had plenty. But now finally, do we have the third copy of Meow Meow, or were they all used already? Yeah, I think he's out of copies. Unfortunately, Vincenzo out of copies. Now in a pretty bad spot. He's slowly giving back the game to Walid, who seems with his shoulders just around the wall, against the wall. And I think Vincenzo has seen enough. He doesn't really have anything left. He shows his opponent the Lancea. He picks up his card, and after an incredible and long final duel in game 3, Vincenzo unfortunately loses the initial advantage, picks up his card, and is Walid, who wins 2-1 and is the last player to advance to the top 8. Congratulations to both, and let's go back to us for the post-match discussion. What a match! What a match! This was supposed to be the 7th match today, but instead, due to some difficulties, we switched it to the last, and I can't say I regret that. What a journey of emotion. It was actually a roller coaster, and in the end, I got so confused to who was winning, and all my predictions just go and off the air. What a match. So, game 1, what can you tell us, Alberto?
No, I mean, game 1 was crazy because basically we saw that both players had like, I don't want to say they have the advantage, but with only one card, the game changed completely. And it was a turnaround that we were not expecting. And I think that pretty much happened in game 2 as well.
Yeah.
Because like it was a very close game, but it looked like maybe Vincenzo was not prepared so much by going second. While, I mean, game 3 was...
Yeah, game 3 is madness. Game 3 is Yu-Gi-Oh! It's literally, you look on a dictionary, you find game 3. You find the picture of the last few turns. Madness. Someone is winning. Then they top deck the final end trap, which can give you the game on the Mekaba. Then again, another end trap top decked. It's absolutely madness. But again, kudos to both. They played it out with their own art. And Walid is the first who actually manages to defeat an Italian this weekend. So congratulations to him. He will meet in the top 8 Hermann. So it's the last match. And now I think all of you guys have been waiting for this. We can bring up on the screen the updated bracket for the event. Today, 8 incredible Yu-Gi-Oh! Matches on the line. The first half was dominated by blue players. We were talking about how the blue players seems to always be winning. We switch over to the second half, and this actually gets the other way around. So both Walid, Hermann, and Yemen, red players, manages to win, and now it's 5 against 3. And we have plenty more matches for you guys coming up tomorrow. We have a lot of different decks. And just like today, we are gonna start from the top left corner. So the first match you can expect tomorrow is Matthieu and his Prankits deck against Pierluigi and his Zodiac Tri-Brigade deck. Guys, I can't stress enough how thankful I am for your support today, that you showed me, Alberto, and everyone here working with us. So thank you again for watching. Hope you enjoyed the action. Hope you enjoyed Yu-Gi-Oh! But tomorrow, make sure to tune in at the same time. So 12 if you live here in Rome and the rest of Europe, outside of the UK and a few other places, or 11 UK time. So 12 CET, 11 UK. Make sure to be here because Sunday is gonna be Yu-Gi-Oh! Day and we're gonna crown our champion for the Remote Duel TCG Invitational. Thanks again, keep watching and see you tomorrow.